안 돼. Alright, very epic. Let's see. A lot of women and men support Epstein. I don't understand why this is men personally. I think the women who support him are the real problem. I look forward to hearing your thoughts. I think I already know that a majority of men over women in this specific case are probably going to be the ones supporting, just statistics, right? The title's kind of a meme, but the title is also very true. It's not even that much of a meme, really. Chat disconnected. Please wait while we're trying to reconnect you. Successfully connected. Okay, neat. Let's see. This didn't start from my edit. This was a conversation I was having on Twitter. The Twitter thingy thing. I wonder if my chat shows up on the, if I have it posted up as a, I wonder how that looks. Hopefully it doesn't. Maybe it does. I don't know. Let me see. I think it's worse when women do it. Epstein used women to get other women. Is it worse when women do it? I mean, yeah, it's I mean, is it worse because women should like be protecting one another or whatever, like sisterly, like it's worse in the sense of like women's security, like they'll be less secure. They'll feel more comfortable going to a woman about these issues, obviously. And they could be caught off guard and manipulated by other women. So yeah, in a way. Yeah. Have you read or listened to Tragedy and Hope or Tragedy and Hope 101 yet? I'm not gonna lie to you, man. If you recommended that to me at one point in a stream, I completely forgot about it. I'm so sorry. Tragedy and Hope audiobook. Okay, we need to... did I not bookmark this? I feel like I did. Maybe? Like... I feel like if I get a recommendation, I, like, bookmark this somewhere. Like, I'm looking at the,
Tragedy and Hope.
Tragedy and Hope thing. So, like, 110 videos of an audiobook. You know what? As... You might look at a little bit of that today on stream, actually. Fuck it. I don't know if there's going to be a copyright issue with that, though. I don't think so. Plus, I would be careful in playing any of that. Again, like, if I'm going to listen... I don't know. Maybe I'll listen to it before I, like... I don't know. Like, 10-minute sample sizer of what the fuck's going on in this Tragedy and Hope stuff. Maybe that'll be fun. Or maybe it's not supposed to be fun. I'm just supposed to read it. as it entails. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Like, the fun old, meme of, Hutch doubling down on the, voting Epstein based on domestic or foreign policy. He doubled down on that. And it's just, I feel like it almost feels intentional. The level of, like, misunderstanding of the entire point of people's disgust towards this like perspective, you know? Is this look on screen? Maybe I should even it out here. I'm still getting adjusted to my new screens of how I want to present all this stuff. Or is it better like this? It might be better like this. We're getting adjusted to like the screen and how it looks on. Yeah, I think for the most part this is fun. I think Maxwell is just as complicit as Epstein. Oh, of course. Yes. Yes. Not even debatable. I understand why men support men. I don't understand why Maxwell helped Epstein, because women can be predators as well. They can be predators on their own, of their own volition, of just having like a horrible moral compass, or they'll be groomed into it at an early age. Groomed to it. It depends. It depends on the individual. Yeah, obviously the sex and gender matters to some extent in these conversations, but like generally speaking, you should probably just understand that some people are just like deplorable and degenerate to an extent. Simplify, you know? Okay, so I made this tweet. Doubling down on Epstein vote. Hutch doubles down on the idea of voting for the world's most infamous child molester if he had a D next to his name.
The guy who said he would rather vote for Jeffrey Epstein instead of me.
Oh yeah, that's the other added thing to this that makes it like significantly worse, because it's like you're aware of the reputation of Epstein. It's like, as far as you're aware, let's say that you're afraid of us on as a potential, like in this hypothetical, as a political candidate. I don't know, it just seems off to me where you have one person who's objectively not even remotely close to a child predator, has no accusations, no reputation or anything, as opposed to the other candidate who is an active child molester. Like, it's pretty much certified, you know? That's pretty much the, like, you just know that this person is a horrible person. And it's like, well, I'd still probably vote for Epstein over Hassan, depending on his domestic and foreign policy. And it's like, you cannot trust a child predator, a confirmed child predator, to even fulfill what you would want in these promises of domestic and foreign policy. That's just like a given. So this hypothetical in of itself is just really stupid. But even taking that into account, just paying attention to Epstein in of itself, what kind of person he is, who he hangs around, like, you could get a decent idea of his foreign policy for sure, and a pretty reasonable idea of his domestic. Like, you're not getting too much out of this person, you know, promising so and so policy. Like, you're not getting it. Like, there's even if they went with socialist values. This is why Plattner is like one of those people where you're like, well, yeah, the policies are great and everything, put the policies in the bag, but can we actually trust that you're telling the truth, that you, like, this is like truly your intent? Are you a trustworthy candidate? How do we know this is not a psyop, for one? But even if it's not a psyop, how do we know that you're just not a selfish piece of shit who won't live up to your values or whatever? Like, this is like kind of critical. Character does matter. It's pretty basic. It's not that hard. Like, it's really not.
Is now saying it's not vote blue no matter who.
To be fair, I think I asked clarification. What are Jeffrey Epstein's, what's his domestic
Policies.
policy platform?
Yeah.
What's his foreign policy platform? I think that's a fair question.
Those are good questions.
I think that's a fair
Those are
fucking
good,
question.
good questions, but like the hypothetical doesn't work because it's like it's a ridiculous hypothetical where it's like, well, who do you vote for? Like vote for lesser evil. Vote for lesser evil. But even on paper, this doesn't really cut it. To be clear, if you understood the hypothetical, this is the most annoying part about these fucking retards, is the presumption that I don't understand the hypothetical. I'm not a fucking idiot. I know it's a lesser evil. It's not hard. It's not hard to parsec. I feel like you don't understand the point. People object to this hypothetical and object to the idea of, in this hypothetical, picking Epstein over Piker, even if you don't think Piker is of good moral character in of himself, or going to be good on whatever A, B, and C policy that you want, especially if it's related to Israel, I suppose. It's just ridiculous. It's just not even a question. Just even on moral character, it's like a night and day difference of who you should vote for. If you understood the hypothetical and disagree with Hutch, you're either some dumbass overly privileged fail son daughter, or just outright retarded. It's not hard to understand why he's asking those questions if you understand. Yeah, like it's just like absolutely like my hope for humanity sinks more and more deeper into like the oblivion as I look at like 28 likes here. It's just holy fuck, we need we need something. We need something. Does it show on the screen? No, it doesn't. Cool. Hutch and Epstein are both Zionists. Are you making it about gender? Both genders are doing the bad thing because one gender does it significantly more by comparison. That's why. I think this is not even like really a contest. The vote, it sounds like the point they were making is the vote based on outcomes, but you can't you can't guarantee outcomes from a child predator. It's probably safe to say, just based on the Trump administration, based off moral character, that, you know, trusting someone like Trump, who red flag after red flag after red flag after red flag, like an endless sea of red flags, it's probably safe to bet that like you shouldn't trust the presidency with that kind of person. Can you truly trust anyone you never met? You think Hassan is not evil? Hutch does. It's that simple as. I don't agree. So why are you mad then? On paper, so a lot of people think Hassan and Epstein are the same because they're fucking retarded. But like, they're either disingenuous or retarded or both. But like, even on moral character, it doesn't even make sense because like, they're not the same. It's not even remotely the same on paper. Even the bad things that you want to believe, for the most part, depending on what bad things you technically believe, like even some of those bad things are like, wow, okay, like it's like night and day. It's like a complete like one, like night and day. I agree with you. I know you agree with me. Yeah. Vote for a very political, a savvy pedophile or a non-pedophile one-note socialist. Maybe it's not clear to you. Epstein is one of the most infamous child predators to ever exist. It shouldn't even be taken into consideration as a hypothetical because you are pretty much guaranteed a deplorable set of morals held by your administration. Just look at Trump. I feel like this is pretty straightforward. Like, this shouldn't even be like a question. It is like, this is pretty clear. Even though Hutch very much loudly hated Plattner and even predicted that someone like him would for sure have SA allegations, Hutch still donated to his campaign in the hopes of at least defeating Susan Collins. This is a very simple political calculation. It's like, yeah, if that's like literally your only option, but like even in that circumstance, you should not be doing like high praise or sanitizing of, like, Hutch did not sanitize and do high praise of Plattner, even like with the stacked amount of red flags. In this regard, this is like one of the few rare occurrences, and I don't think it's for the right reasons. I do very much think Hutch, would do this with another candidate that was more pro-Israel or something like that. But one of the few rare circumstances where it's like Kyle Kalinske fucked up and Hassan fucked up and Majority Report fucked up, where they weren't really taking these red flags into serious consideration as much as they should have been. Nobody should tolerate sexual abusers in any capacity. Rare Hutch went in the beginning to be on the mark about Plattner, which he saw being a Zionist as just as disqualifying as as having Nazi tattoos. And then it's just like, they don't even fucking address what I'm saying here. So your actual answer is that you prefer MAGA, continue to destroy the country, so you just don't want to say it? There's no way you think you... It's like, no, just get, like, another candidate. Just get it, like, we have time to, like, maneuver over, like, which candidates we want. And it's like, in a hypothetical scenario, would I vote for the child predator, that the lesser evil child predator over the more evil child predator? It's like... I don't know, at a certain point, like, you just give up on humanity at that point. It's like you're missing the point. Like, having this conversation, normalizing this, and then making this the whole go-to of like, well, I would never vote for Hassan over the child predator Epstein is kind of fucking insane, isn't it? Kind of fucking insane. You didn't vote the child rapist into office, therefore you support the party of child rapists. It's like, people like this are just like subhuman to me at this point, unironically. The point is that the lesser of two evils is a calculation that people just pretend like they don't have to engage in. It's like, that's not true. There should, like, hold yourself to some fucking standards, man. Have some fucking shame. Yes, Trump is terrible. Terrible to the point that Hutch would even vote for Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein is like, in power especially, he'd be equal or worse to Trump. Assuming he could, like, you just, like, bare basics, like, breakdown of, like, Epstein's history. You would just know this. It's not that difficult to understand. This is like bare minimum when you're doing any, like, looking around at, like, American politics or whatever, world politics in general, when you're having any of these conversations, like, a basic glance at Epstein's history will tell you this. Your lesser evils calculation doesn't work there either, because you can never trust a child predator to have the country's best interests at heart. Very simple, actually. It's so simple that it's 2 + 2 = 4. You're like an actual fucking mongoloid. I actually just give up on you if you don't understand this. Maybe the conversation should be on imprisoning the lesser evils. Yeah, that's the other thing is, like, the conversation should be more about actually holding these fucking subhumans accountable and putting them in fucking, like, actual prison cells. What are we doing here? Where the conversation is more about, like, well, I would back the lesser evil. How about we have a conversation where we normalize talking about imprisoning the lesser evil? Because the lesser evil is doing heinous shit. Jesus fucking Christ. We are so cucked. Such fucking cucks. Unfucking believable, man. That's some fucking shame. Hassan's a nominalistic progressive worldview will lead to the same outcome as a Epstein presidency? No. It absolutely would not. Really, even if Epstein could get M4A passed and free college, you'd just say, fuck it, let Trump have a third term? Like, that's not what's being said here, you fucking idiot. You're not a serious person or you don't understand the point of these thought experiments. Like, Jesus Christ, man. I wouldn't trust a Jewish supremacist. Oh, fucking foreign policy. You literally treat Israel like an... I thought, say, you seriously think Hassan would be worse than the most obvious recipe for fascism? Sound like a retard. Don't pretend asking for his foreign policy is some nuanced bullshit. It literally just makes my argument for me. He'd most likely be a stooge for Israel and still a pedophile. Plattner had a D next to his name, so either he thinks Epstein's morally better than Plattner or he's just a moron. Oh my god. Ugh. Like, it's very basic. It's just like, stop normalizing the idea of like voting in a child predator, you sick fucking freaks. Have some fucking standards, man. Can we please like stop like with the fucking cucked like, oh, we have no other options. We have no other options. Holy shit! And these conversations, and these even like in these insane hypothetical conversations, where you're like. You're dehumanizing yourself by like just even encouraging the idea of like putting down this photo. This disgusts me, Hutch. Why did you get all the hate posts when I, Soy Pill, agreed with your take 100%? Or of advice, you probably shouldn't admit that you would knowingly voting a child predator into office. Guys, all child killers, all child predators, deserve the death penalty, deserve the noose, deserve really horrible shit happening to them, unless they can give me free college and affordable healthcare. All child predators, if they promise me these things, then we'll give them back with the pass. We'll give them the pass. You know, lesser evil voting, guys. Lesser evil voting. We'll just put in the child killers, yeah? Fucking liberals, man. Epstein hurt less people than communists like Mao and Stalin. No one's doing like any apologia for mass murder, starvation, labor camps, political... Hold on. Political persecution. Actually, you know what? I am okay with political persecution. Fuck you. At this point, yes. Starvation? No. Labor camps? No. Mass murder? Okay. Hurt less people like communists and Mao and Stalin. I guess we're doing... So, like... Yeah, it's like... You do know that Epstein basically is like on that same fucking level, basically. In terms of long-term harm, especially, yes. Probably further harm than Mao and Stalin, probably at this point. I don't know. Stalin, I don't know the history well enough to like really know. I'd have to look into that. But it's like we're just doing clean coding like of like Epstein apologia and totality. We're just like pretending like Epstein isn't like on that same level. Okay, bro. Liberals, man. You deserve healthcare and higher wages. It really is like this. Fox News and CBS and tons of mainstream outlets are like, that's basically how they're functioning right now. It's a weird hyperfixation now. It's very weird. We're just stealing Destiny's gimmick, I guess. Thoughts on Michael Tracy? Michael Tracy is a fucking freak. It does seem like Michael Tracy just gets off on making money off of we're thinking of the same Michael Tracy, right? Full Epstein debate.
We should all.
You just take one look at the guy's vibes and you're like, oh, you're there. You're there. You're there. You're just there. I know they never say judge a book by its cover, but sometimes you should judge the book by its cover. Sometimes you should, okay? Not all the time, but sometimes there's like a moment in time where you're like, you take one read at somebody and you're probably right. You're like, yeah, you know what? Safe bet. You shouldn't say it's a guarantee, right? But it's like, 90%, 99%, I'm willing to place a lot of money that this person is like, you know, a total fucking freak. Yeah. Should explore due dissonance Michael Tracy saga. Is that like a documentary or something? Part 1, part 2.
We're going to jump right in. We, of course, have a special guest with us this evening. He is on Substack at mtracy.net. Tracy, Michael, good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening.
How are you, Michael?
I'm okay. I don't know that this is the most pleasant impetus for a stream I've ever had, but maybe we can get into it.
All right.
This is like the guy that everyone thinks Mr. Girl is, basically. But like, actually, it's a 2 debates with him and a few videos debunking his apology. Yeah. I vaguely remember seeing some of this. Vaguely.
All right. Well,
I don't think I ever watched season whole though.
In New York and t-shirt weather out in Thailand.
Yeah, right.
So let's see. So hey, let's start out where we do agree. You have said numerous times that
I don't remember all the bits and pieces of the conversation, but I just remember Michael Tracy talking to Pisco about this too. Like, his arguments are not even that good. It's like very, it's very like typical, you know, like flat, boring, like half-baked like arguments in defense of Epstein. It's just, yeah, like some of them are more technical on the legal aspect too. It's just very,
for full
he's not even that interesting, you know.
To be the Epstein files, you think everything should be released and available to the public? Do I have that correct, more or less?
Correct, but can I also just sort of set a bit of
The DD
context?
debate is way better than the Pisco one. Yeah, probably, maybe.
Context for this discussion?
Sure.
Which is that I recall over the summer, I was being contacted by maybe listeners to your show or people who were aware of both of us who were demanding that I go on the show and defend my views on Epstein, which I relayed that I was perfectly willing to do. You know, I'm not one to go around petitioning to come on any particular show, but you know, I recall having come on your show. I think it was November or December of 2024, and then occasionally I would be sent something or told something that one of the two of you said about me that I did not regard as properly representative of my actual views or distortion of my views. So I would always offer, hey, I'll come on and explain them for myself so I can characterize my own views. I'm happy to do it. In fact, I've been trying to get people.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cut you off, but just to be clear, when that first started happening and we were seeing ourselves tagged and you were responding, yeah, sure, I'll go on. At that time, we hadn't actually talked about it. We weren't even really tuned into what you were writing.
Okay, that's fine.
We weren't even paying that much attention. Later on, more recently, when you said, hey, well, if you're going to say that, invite me on, because I did say something, we invited you on.
Yeah, I mean,
at
we
that
didn't,
time, I don't know where that was coming from.
As time went on, the overt trolling that I saw from the two of you seemed to.
Well, that's why we invite.
I guess it culminated when I saw the video.
What are we doing here? And this, who cares? Get to the actual conversation. It's like, here's our background history.
Right at the time,
I was worried about the trolling guys.
We weren't actually saying anything. I don't know.
Normally, I guess normally stuff like this would be like a little bit more entertaining because it's like the fun drama aspect of the like these dumb conversations, but just like.
From.
Well, we made an offhand joke.
Didn't this guy like try to get in a fight with somebody on Twitter, like in real life or something like that? That's fucking Michael Tracy guy.
But the point is, Michael, if I could just get in here, the point is, the point is, viewers of ours. Hang on 1 second, Michael, please.
Yeah.
1 second, just one thing at a time.
Yeah.
The debate literally calls the victims psycho, drug addicts that are whores, and then he walks it back aggressively when they call him out. Only good part of the Pisco one is where he says he doesn't think 14, 15-year-olds can be groomed. Half of it is him crying about anonymous Twitter people calling him ugly. That's crazy.
Who may troll you on Twitter? They're not affiliated with our show in any way. They're not our booking managers. So if they tweet at you, you should go on. That's not our agent.
That's not what I was trying to emphasize.
All right.
What I would more emphasize is that in the past, I don't know, month or two, I've seen overt trolling from the two of you personally, and I guess it culminated in a video that I was sent it's got a big thumbnail declaring that I'm a gatekeeper along with Matt Taibbi of the Epstein issue, which is the most bizarre thing to ever possibly accuse me of.
I wanted to call it the PDF file defense.
Okay, well, whatever went up,
Keaton went with
gatekeeper for Epstein. Now, if I'm a gatekeeper,
I said Epstein discourse. I said Epstein. I said Epstein
discourse. That I'm in such an extreme minority where I'm constantly and viciously attacked for my position or reporting on Epstein. My views are not shared by virtually anyone in the commercial media, in the alternative media. Interestingly, there's a total convergence on this subject, more or less, between the so-called edgy podcast alt media.
My guess is that like the gatekeeping comment is if people are making this critique of Michael Tracy, I don't know this for certain. I'm just throwing this guess out there. Is probably the way Michael Tracy talks about this sounds very much like, oh, you don't know the particulars enough. Like, I'm the only one that has the correct take, like, correct take. Like all of you guys, like, the way the conversation is structured probably is more so, like, gatekeeping this in an aspect of, like, I'm the only one who knows how to actually talk about this and the actual particular, legal standards, like, the correct way of like how it's actually being handled. That's my guess. It comes off as very like smug and like arrogant maybe.
And the commercial media like CNN or whatever. So maybe we could explore that. But how is it possible for anybody to seriously claim that I can be a gatekeeper of any sort on Epstein when I've been nothing but bombarded with derision for my views on this? And in no way do I gatekeep what the acceptable position on Epstein could possibly be, because I'm in such an extreme minority that it's laughable. And then there was another thing that came up where
I remember when Michael Tracy went to Destiny's house. Did he actually go to Destiny's house? Was he uninvited? I did not know this little bit of lore. Was he invited or uninvited?
I mean,
I'm a public enough figure that I can tolerate a good deal of trolling. I will assure you of that. You snippet out something, a clip of me, and try to make it seem like I'm like a sexual predator.
No, we didn't make it look like you were a sexual predator.
We still have the notion that maybe I could come on.
First of all,
my own views.
That's when it gets a little weird. We had nothing to do with it. Look, that's just pillow talk, baby. You know, we
First of all-
invited you on here for the real meat of the conversation.
Michael, first of all,
Well, I mean,
first of all,
if you're gonna put out stuff on social media,
no.
to very strongly insinuate that I'm some kind of sexual predator.
Well, we didn't-
don't
we
you
did
think
not do
warrants a
that.
response?
We did not.
Yeah,
we
that
did not do
that wasn't our clip.
I was actually extremely careful not to
circulated.
do that. Russell wanted to troll you harder in the thumbnail, right? And I said I tried to be mild about it. And what I meant by gatekeeping is that you are sort of insinuating that peers in the space are sort of out of line in making certain assumptions and insinuations about the case.
I'm not
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. On the mark.
Sort of
Matt, I'm openly
you are
asserting
appealing to a certain journalistic authority that you claim in order to deem certain peers out of bounds for what they say. That's all I meant. Now, look, Michael, it's a YouTube thumbnail. We only have 100 characters. You post videos on
Look
YouTube,
it up.
right?
He was
I mean, if
on stream, NJF style. Oh wow. This was 4 months ago? A date with Destiny.
Okay, would you, for people who don't know, this is prolific Substack writer, Twitter poster,
Yes.
Michael Tracy.
Impressive title, right? Just a poster.
Just a poster. Well,
Why is
posters
this
are
the least surprising collab possible?
a big deal now.
Hey, yeah.
The internet has become real life, right?
If you can't post, then you ain't. Can we curse?
Yeah.
You ain't shit.
There you go.
I shouldn't have even asked if we can curse. Of course, that's understood.
Why would you say of course? You just assume that.
Well, I don't know. I seem to recall you dropping epithets
Nope.
on occasion. You don't?
Not like that.
Okay.
Those are all AI generated.
Okay.
Okay. What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Those,
anything. So, okay,
racial
I'm
epithets, yeah.
sort of curious. So, we did a remote stream. I think it was in 2022.
Okay. Was this about whether or not something counted as a tank?
No,
Remember
that's
this
a
discourse on
meme that people still remember that they use against me, as
Okay.
though I didn't, because it was a whole nomenclatural thing,
Okay.
a semantic thing around
Gotcha.
the provision of heavy armored vehicles to Ukraine by Biden and did those kinds of tank. It's not even really worth going over, but yeah,
Okay.
there's a segment of my trolls who are still fixated on that.
Gotcha.
But it was about something to do with Ukraine because that creature Vaush did he invited me on for a whole debate and he ended up screaming at me and saying I love Hitler and saying that I'm evil and don't believe anything I say.
Okay.
And then I guess you were told about this Vaush encounter by your followers and then you invited me on.
Okay.
But one thing I found amazing.
Of course, he finds out about Michael Tracy through Vosh. So, the networking of staying up to date on all the people that you're still spiteful towards. It's pretty awesome, dude. Pretty awesome. Awesome. How many kids you think are below the camera? Hopefully 0. Both are plugged up. Both of them, yeah. I used to watch Due Dissonance, but they seem their ideology is just everyone but us is wrong. Tracy is a dirtbag. Yeah, I don't know anything about Due Dissonance. I aside from what I've watched and priorly watched with the Michael Tracy conversations, and that's not very much of it.
Amazing, because I thought it was a pretty constructive conversation. I don't know if you recall it, but then afterwards, I realized that you were playing video games the whole time.
Michael
And I was
Tracy is
amazed.
pro-Russia but anti-Trump. Wow, that's an interesting take. Wow.
Well,
I mean, it's cool, I guess. I just had no notion that that's what you were doing
Oh.
the whole time. So do you still do that?
Not anymore.
Okay.
But I have I'm on Vyvanse now, so
Okay.
I can
There you
focus
go.
better. But before I would just need something occupying my hands to do something.
I
whatever,
gotcha. But I was just, because we went like 3 hours, and I'm like, and then people were telling me afterwards, hey, he was just playing a game the whole time. And it was just sort of funny to not even realize what's going on in real time.
Do you play games at all, or?
I play video games, but I kind of compartmentalize my video games so I'm not multitasking while I'm playing them.
Sure, I know. I
I
understand
just play
that.
console single player games on occasion. I don't even want to incorporate any kind of social element to it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Doug Fessy, thank you for giving subs. But generally, whatever game I'm playing is a game I played a ton before. So even though I'm playing while chatting, I'm really just having a conversation, and I'm probably just like kind of
It's
automated,
kind of
like
like
jumping
occupying
through.
your hands,
Yeah,
or
because
it's just sort of like this auditory stimuli that you need to. That's not really mentally intensive.
basically something like that. Yeah.
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 Do you play?
Somebody donated something.
Oh, okay.
It shows that back there. Don't worry about
I thought maybe they were onto us.
it. Yeah.
Do you play console games?
Not as much anymore.
Okay, I don't care about this. Are we going to... Let's see. I gave myself 10 minutes before I threw my phone at my TV.
Okay.
I grew up playing console games, but then I think once you transition to doing PC heavy
Well,
stuff,
it's gonna be interesting. Wait, are they gonna go into like pro Ukraine, pro Russia stuff here? 'Cause he's like pro Ukraine. Destiny's pro Ukraine.
and as
Yeah.
of recently, like a lot of console stuff releases for PC anyway. So
I never really transitioned to the console heavy thing. Like, I didn't have a video game console for like 10 years. I didn't have any consoles, and then I had a computer
God,
always,
I
but
do not care. I do not care. Do not care. Holy shit, I do not care.
media platform to appear on their platform. But I had recalled that you were in Miami somewhere. I was coming to Miami anyway, so I figured, what the heck? Let me reach out to Destiny.
Okay.
Because that could be funny.
you can call me Steven in real life.
Steven?
And funny. Okay, so it's a joke to you. Gotcha.
Wait, so real IRL people don't call you Destiny?
No.
Damn. I thought you kept the illusion going like it was a WWF gimmick, like The Undertaker. He would go out in public, and he wouldn't be The Undertaker per se, but he would kind of have like almost the aura of The Undertaker about him because they didn't want to break the gimmick.
Nope. But I'm an asshole when I'm Steven too, so I'm like the same person. I just have a different name.
Okay. So I was
my pro gaming background was I was Neo Destiny or Destiny, so I just kept the name for all my
Okay.
brand and everything. So that's why.
I hate the Vanguard, but they had a guest on who used to work with M. Tracy, who said he was creepy towards college girls. It's like the least surprising thing ever.
Hey, it's a brand, right?
Yeah.
My
So-
brand is just my name. Like that's not cool.
Yeah.
So I got invited to come on to appear on a show. I didn't actually even know what I was agreeing to do. I just know that I was invited to come down to Miami, and it was under the auspices of talking to the guy who was probably most responsible for popularizing Pizzagate
Okay.
in 2016,
What was his name?
Ben Swan.
Do I know this guy?
He was a local TV reporter at the same time, TV anchor for like maybe a CBS affiliate
Okay.
in Atlanta, and he did a segment on Pizzagate. I think it was in January of 2017. So maybe he wasn't most responsible, but he was the guy in the sort of traditional media who actually covered Pizzagate, quote unquote, if you could call it that.
Gotcha. Did this guy have the Trump golden shoes? I don't know if I debated this guy or not. No, I don't think I have. Okay, go ahead.
So anyway, more recently, after the latest production of Epstein files, he's been on like a victory tour saying Pizzagate is vindicated, Pizzagate is true, Jeffrey Epstein is Pizzagate. I could never quite tell what his argument exactly was in terms of how the Epstein files vindicated Pizzagate or prove Pizzagate is true, because my understanding was that there were never any child sex slaves found at the Comet Pizza restaurant, Comet Ping Pong Pizza
Yeah,
restaurant.
well, I mean, there wasn't even a basement that the place had, and supposedly it was in the basement where the CP orders. Yeah.
Whether there was a basement or not, I think the more relevant factor
I
is
think like
whether
one of
they're
the aspects of it that is tangentially true. I think the Pizzagate stuff was probably propagated. I don't know this for certain, but from what I remember, it seems like this was propagated from like the bit of truth and how Epstein at times, Epstein and his cohorts would do code words or whatever. But I don't know if this really pans out, because there was like a back and forth in the emails where they would just directly say what they were doing anyway. So, but there was like certain like messages from memory that came off as like code like, and that's what like some people wanted to believe. And at a time, I still am like back and forth on this, where it's like aspects of the Pizzagate thing might be true. I think this is what people jump to the conclusions of, is like Pizzagate was true because of this piece of information that verifies this aspect of this conspiracy theory, but that doesn't verify the entire conspiracy theory is true.
actually into child sex slaves.
Well, the
being
basement's an
hooked up.
important part. How are you gonna have sex slaves on the first floor when everybody's looking at the windows, you know?
People seem to focus a lot on whether or not there was a basement. I mean, in whatever floor of the dwelling we're talking about, had child sex slaves been discovered there, like that would probably be the most relevant investigatory finding.
Sure, I guess.
And there weren't any, and yet like there's still like this.
Yeah, I don't care enough about this. I'm sorry, they're boring to ever fucking living shit out of me. Is there anything interesting in here? Is there like a time mark for anything? I like you, Michael, but I can't stomach listening to Destiny for 3 hours. Oh yeah, I gotta remember that this is Michael Tracy's video. Interesting, okay. Well, anyway. So I made this edit. I'm trying to experiment with different editing little gimmicks or styles or whatever. I think I probably could have done better on this in terms of audio things. Voting Trump over Piker. Is it commitment to liberal ideology? Is it spite? Is it a psychosexual obsession? We can only speculate. I like what I was trying to do with this, but this is probably, to me, my worst edit. But I don't want to completely shit on myself here.
He privately admitted to keeping alleged CSAM and police are involved now.
Yeah, audio, the background audio, it's bugging me because it's like, I wanted to make it louder, but I didn't want to make it like blaringly loud. I did like this thing where I had like the audio clips of every time like I could see where like Destiny's endlessly yapping on about Hassan or whatever, and put that in the background and like put it where you can hear it, but it's not
this is why I
overpowering
guess
any of the
people were
main audio,
like, you have to watch the
along
Willie
with the music in the background.
Mac Show's new video. One of Stephen Bono, aka Destiny's previous supporters and collaborators, just reported him to police for allegedly keeping CSAM on his computer and admitting to it.
It's because he continued to write. I didn't know this until way later, but the videos she recorded with other guys, the file names are like screen recording, blah, blah, blah. And
I'm trying to think. Okay. What's my first video essay thing going to be? I'm going to do a video essay. I'm going to do it. But I don't know what I want to do necessarily. I have like a couple options on the table. You know what I thought about doing? Is like doing a in-depth research, putting together like a script from the research on the topics that I'm not like super knowledgeable on, like starting from scratch, like learn up on the topic and put together like a script from everything that I could learn about it and the time that I put it in, and put it as my first video essay. I think I want to do that. I have a couple options on the table, but I don't want to like make any like strong promises of like a timeline or specific video topic or anything like that. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did pull this up. Okay, we have to say I have to watch this sometime. Do I have it in my book playlist? Yeah, we'll have it on my books. I don't have a main topic today, do I? This is just a chill stream for now until I find my main topic. This is sexual harassment, by the way. Destiny is sexually harassing Hassan and using AI to do so. This sex pest creep has numerous allegations of image-based sexual abuse and is being sued by one of his victims. It's really fucking weird to do, to be honest. So what is this? Hassan hops into Destiny's stream. Obviously he doesn't. I would have heard about this. This would have been like all over. This is an AI thing.
Hey, Sex Pestiny, I'm here for whichever sex cultist is going around telling people that I killed fish by putting chocolate sauce on my penis. That's a fucking lie, dude. There's not even enough surface area to be lethal. Believe me.
Okay.
Oh, don't mind the... That's just campaign outreach to all my... In Detroit, I'm writing a rap for my low information peeps called Das Kapital, baby.
Okay.
Okay. That says TTS. I mean, in terms of, listen, it's strange. I wouldn't use TTS like that. But that's on the list of bad things or whatever. I don't know. I just can't. I can't pretend to care too much about stuff like that. Not gonna lie. Oh yeah, has anyone watched this EDP documentary? I watched it, and there's like a couple moments that are like really, really funny, but at EDP's expense. Still haven't watched the documentary, but whether you like it or not, this is the normalization of a pedophile. Current meme clipping culture will absolutely have this guy promoted as a funny, haha, goofy guy. This is kind of true. It's just like with the Epstein stuff, where there is a grain of truth to, if it's mishandled severely, like it's the worst outcomes of people just kind of normalizing the idea of, you know, the predator just like not really taking into heavy consideration of how bad this person is. You think when people made Epstein edits or memes, people thought he was a goofy guy? Cheaply says, yes, especially when you start getting segment edits and people wanting to buy the quarter zip. Similar scenario with Diddy. I think EDP will 1000% benefit from this doc and exposure, likely make more money this year than he has in the last 3 combined, and have more access to minors. I'm pretty sure the end of the documentary tells you that he has 2 new charges with he was predating on a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old. Wait, that's not the full one. Where is Mike Klum? Mike Klum. Where is this fucking? Why can I? Is it here? Oh, is it? No, that's okay. Just go to Mike Klum. Like, I think the charges, let's see, EDP solicited sex from a 13 and 15-year-old girl. This is a crime. Yeah, no shit. Could be charged until 2027. There are certain aspects of this documentary that was like, I'm conflicted on this a little bit, because there are certain aspects of this where it's like, okay, like you're kind of showing that this guy is like subhuman, but like almost everyone in this fucking documentary is like worthless. Almost basically everyone for the most part. Almost like every person that shows up here in one way, shape, or form is like a worthless fucking loser. Okay. He made like oh yeah, this was weirdly enough the funniest bits to me, where this guy gets a girlfriend and it's like, who the fuck would date EDP at this point? Well, how low are your standards? And I guess maybe if you're like a pedophile or something, or you're like self-deluding yourself into thinking he changed. I suppose. She is 42 years old. And then, like,
you know, the thing I really love about
there's like a twist to it, guys. There's like a twist to it for those who haven't seen it.
She's always, she's very thoughtful. She's always thinking about me. She's always trying to make sure that I'm okay. And not to mention, she's also very funny.
My name is Marissa, and I am Brian's girlfriend. So Brian and I met on a dating site, and after having some conversation online, we decided to go out to dinner and just kind of meet that way. You know, we were able to just really hit it off. We compliment each other a great deal, and we just have a lot of great time together. he's a genuine, great guy. He really is. He really has a huge heart, and it's a side that people don't get to know about him very often. And I was fortunate enough to have that opportunity. I was fortunate enough to be able to find the true person that he really was, and it's been an attraction of mine ever since.
I swear the way, the things I will compliment, stuff like this is like kind of funny because it's like presented right here. It's like the fucking music playing, man.
She's always there for me, and she's always trying to push me to get better. Sometimes when I don't see the potential in myself, she's always there seeing it. That's something.
No, you'll see D3. I don't want to
really
expose
enjoy
it.
about her.
For those who haven't seen, I don't want to reveal it. Yeah.
So how was the sex?
I think. How do I want to say that? It is something that definitely.
Marissa refuses to have sex with EDP, but this isn't it. Okay, guys, this isn't it. It's funny. It's really funny. I was listening to this at work, and I was just like, dude, this is so fucking fun. Oh my god, this is so fucking funny. There is like one aspect of this documentary that was like, okay, I can see why you made this, because like there's shit like this that gets revealed, and it's like, oh dude, this guy is fucking miserable. This guy is such a fucking miserable fucking loser. He can't get anything. He can't have anything in life. Like, not really. Like, it's to his own detriment. Like, everything. Like, he like, good. Fuck this guy. Like, irredeemable. I'm telling you, the things he says in this fucking documentary, it's like, okay, like, this just shows, like, your whole ass.
Where, not that we don't want to.
I've been with what's her face, Marissa, for almost a fucking year now, right? Still ain't gotten shit. Ain't that a bitch? You know what I mean? Like, come on, nigga. You know what I mean? That's why, my God, she gets mad at me, right? My God, you're so gross. Why do you watch porn? Blah, blah, blah. Because you ain't giving it the fuck up. So I gotta watch porn. Matter of fact, I got a fucking pocket pussy coming shit up in the mail. I'm gonna fuck the shit out that bad bitch tonight. Feel me? I might take it to work with me.
Jesus Christ, man. Severely addicted to porn, which of course is not even remotely surprising. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
Shit. I actually do fuck with lesbian porn sometime.
Yeah, nobody.
Lesbian porn is some good shit.
Hold on. I'm trying to get to the funnier parts. Is it after this? Hold on. I think it's around here.
He wouldn't sext a 13-year-old.
Brian absolutely would not sext a 13-year-old.
Would Brian send a...
Okay, dude.
Simply because Marissa was very fucking annoying. Irritating as me, man.
Okay.
I decided to break up with Marissa simply because she just irritates the fuck out of me, man. Like,
The contrast is so funny. It's like all lovey-dovey. I've got the girl of my dreams, kind of music playing. She completes me.
Some things, man.
I had to break up with this
where
bitch.
I'm just like,
She wouldn't have sex with me. She was fucking annoying. Fuck. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. I love it. Let me help out somebody real quick. They need help with something. I'm gonna do that really quick. Yeah, give me 1 second. Hold up. One bit. All right, my bad. Obese Hela Klein? Yeah, kinda. Very unfortunate circumstances.
Like, Marissa was very fucking annoying, irritating as fuck, annoying as fuck, and there's just certain shit that she did, it just bothered me. You know what I mean? I'd rather be on my fucking own, beat my shit, fuck around, watch porn, call it a fucking day. You know.
Also, I'm pretty sure in the beginning areas, he's like, I've never had sex. I think he says that. Virgin, I think. He said at the beginning of at the peak of this YouTube channel, he's still a virgin.
Yeah, so I mean, at the current point in time, even at the peak of my YouTube channel, I was still a virgin. I didn't have any self-confidence to talk to girls. I just.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if this is still the case. It doesn't really matter that much. Oh yeah, and then like Gideon botches it up, and like basically it suggested that he was like persuading the girl to continue sexting and EDP in order to try to catch EDP. This guy fucks it up. It's like the whole thing is about like people prioritizing themselves over actually doing the right thing and holding EDP accountable, and that's why he like gets away with so much stuff. So it's like enlightening in that way. But I don't know, it's just kind of a strange kind of a strange thing to do where you like hyper focus in on EDP in this way, and it almost like moments like this especially almost like do this weird kind of like, oh, isn't he like just a goofy character, guys? It is a little strange. EDP 445 certified real nibbas. And he's got Andrew Tate, he's got Donald Trump, he's got Sneeko. This is how you know you fucked up in life. Who was his bitch list? His bitch list was full of like horrible people too.
This EDP certified bitch.
Let's see. Bitch list had this fucking loser, although he's like not as bad as the rest, obviously. He's more like just like a coward, so that's Moist Critical. Then you got Keemstar, Muda Hard, loser, so that's 3 losers. Hassan, and then you got Asmongold, total fucking freak show. Aiden Ross, loser. All 3 of these are okay. This is more just a misogynistic kind of list here. Like, I hate women kind of thing. Oh, these women are the epitome of why people hate women. Pokemon just gives off bad vibes, but doesn't seem like an actual bad person in and of itself. Like she just kind of like it's like unlikable is a better word. It's like you seem kind of fake and phony. Like you kind of give off an unlikable aura and presence. But it's like, your actual character doesn't really seem that bad. SS Sniper Wolf, total fucking loser. Colleen Ballinger, total fucking loser. Let's see. XQC, total fucking loser. Destiny, total. We already know. Who else? I Show Speed's cool. He seems cool. Like, kind of obnoxious, but it's like, yo, that's the content, you know? And then, yeah, whatever. So, whatever. Many retarded people in America vote. Calling them retarded won't help. Who said it will help? It's not. I'll watch a bit till I catch up. Yeah. Who's talking about helping? I'm venting out frustrations. It's not me saying I'm helping. I'm saying, oh, they're fucking retarded. They're fucking stupid. Pretty simple. Two of these three women have clips saying the N-word. I think it's okay for a black man to not like them. That's not the reason he doesn't like them. That's not the reason. What if venting is making things worse? I don't know. I could just repress everything. You just want me to repress everything? Just treat everyone like babies? Lie to people about my feelings on, like, any of this? I could just do that. I could just sanitize everything. And just, like, I don't know. Not be myself? I don't know what you want. If it helps you, yes. Nothing will help me. Unethical brain rot. Why are millions watching AI fruit? Oh, dude, these fruit videos are, like, actually insane. Have you ever just, like, watched one of these and like, for whatever reason, you have to, like, you just have to see how absurd they are? You're like, I know this is, like, brain rot garbage. I think the people who know they're making brain rot garbage. Yet I'm still watching this. Why am I watching this? You try to find things that help. Nothing helps. Literally nothing helps. Everything fucking sucks. Literally everything fucking sucks. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Like, everything's total dog shit. So, unless somebody can give me like $1 million fucking dollars, that won't help that much more either. But that would be a start to getting in a better place. Dude, like, when you're stuck in a routine and then you realize you're like, this is like essentially all this time is wasted because of these, like, stuck routines that you're in. When you're aware of how much time is exploited from you, how much time is wasted for the bare minimum, it's like, yeah, of course I'm not going to be fucking happy. Does it suck when you are happy? When am I meaningfully happy, though? When am I meaningfully happy? Like, what is happiness at this point? What You're not stuck. I'm stuck. Not you. Me. Stuck in routine for 40 years and I wasted 40 years. It depends on what we're talking about. People are stuck. Like, it's not just me. Like, tons of other people are stuck too. It's not a pity party just on myself. Everything could be worse. Yes. Yes, everything could be worse. You know, you talk to somebody and you vent to somebody, you're like, damn, man, I think things could be better in life. And you have the self-awareness of like what you can meaningfully fix, that you don't fix, and then the things that you actually can't fix. And you're like, man, I really wish something would change here. If you thought about giving your life to Jesus Christ, no, deadass, I'm thinking about just like blaming any religious or any religion. No, you know what? Any religious figures, any religion. No, they make life worse. All religion makes life worse. I've dedicated myself to this. This idea is true. It makes you not critically think. It taps into parts of your brain that wants to justify certain bigotries, certain ways of thinking that keep you closed-minded. No, I'm good. I'm good. Venting has never helped me personally, just saying. I'm not saying that venting will even help me. If venting helps, I'll stop giving advice and I'll let you vent. It's just venting is venting. I don't know what to tell you. I watched them for the storylines, the fruit things. Oh my god. To be honest, having $1 million does help. Dude, yeah. Somebody give me $1 million, $2 million. You know what? Just $1 million. Just $1 million. That's a start. That's a start. 100,000. That's a start. Give me some money. Let me live on my own properly. Let me feel like I have like somewhere to grow from, somewhere to like, you know. It's just like transitioning in a way to something that like will help alleviate tons of like these unresolved like things that it's just like, I don't know, like what do you want me to say? Like, it's just like you need more time to yourself to fix the things, but then you don't have that time for yourself. The time that you have to yourself, you're too fucking exhausted to fix any of those things or even begin to want to. You get bite-sized like pieces of time to do that. I'm asking, how can I help you? You can't, like, it's not on you to like, it's not your problem to solve. It's not your fault. None of this is your fault. Like there's no answer to like that you can give that would be like, wow, like this alleviates everything about all my problems, you know? I understand it's not on me, it's not my problem, but it feels good to talk to people. I'm sorry. Even just doing what I'm doing right now is already an annoying thing, because I know that people relish in being inhumanely fucking cruel. I can already take that, that's fine, you know, like you get used to that. Showing any vulnerabilities, actually getting into detail about your vulnerabilities and your issues in depth opens up to more cruelty. Even just opening up to somebody on a personal level, let alone just chatters, no offense. You're like, oh, like you get receptive energy of like positivity and like, well, I understand how you feel. This is how I relate to that. But then that can be turned on you in an instant into cruelty at any fucking moment. Like, you never really know. So then at a certain point, you just kind of close off. You're like, what's the point of saying any of this stuff to anyone? You're like, oh, I can't say it to a therapist. Can't afford a therapist. Don't have time for a therapist. Can't say it to siblings. Don't want to put too much burden on siblings. Can't say it to your parents. They don't fucking get it. They don't understand. Can't say it to friends. So, can't say it to chatters. You certainly can't say it to content creators. Like that you're even remotely friends with. In any way that friends works here. So, there is no, how can I help you? I tip you money because I want to hear you talk. For me, it's that simple. Yeah, sure. Yeah. But like, it's going to entirely depend on what I want to talk about. Right? I hate being mean so much, dude. When I'm mean, I'm not able to talk to people. I'm trying to not be cruel. Yeah, no, I know. I understand. Oh my god. I have a mic so we can talk on Discord some. Sure. If you want, yeah. I don't know if you're in the Discord or whatever, but yeah. I know a guy that's always willing to listen to, but you don't want to hear it. Dude, yeah, it's fine. It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like, this is already like one of those things that you already learned this hard lesson, right? It just gets turned on you and you're like, okay, there's literally no point to that. Yo, what's up? Literally no.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Hey, man. Not much. I'm just trying to talk to you. That's it.
Okay.
Do you want to hear what I literally just went through in real life to maybe have some context?
Sure, yeah.
My neighbor just came over to tell me he thought that somebody was about to kill me.
Okay. Why did they do that? Wait, did they actually think somebody was going to kill you or what?
Hey, I just muted the stream. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I didn't.
Okay. Did they actually think somebody was going to kill you or were they lying?
Yeah,
or?
yeah. And it would take me like hours to explain why, but that really happened. Nobody came to kill me, but my neighbor did think that was going to happen. And we just had like an hour-long conversation about that. And now I'm back here to talk to you.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about that or do you want to talk about you? Or anything. It doesn't really matter. I just want to talk to you, man.
Yeah, I know. I just don't know what you want to talk like because I'm not.
I want to talk about the person who just came over and told me he thought he thought somebody was coming to kill me. But
yeah, sure.
I don't think that will help anyone.
Go ahead, tell me
That's extremely personal and extremely emotional, so I don't know if it's good to talk about publicly. But we can if you want.
I mean, it's all dependent on you. Like, there's like less of a risk for you if you're not as
Correct.
much of a...
I do understand that because I'm a chatter. Yeah.
I say this as if like I'm a big content creator. I'm certainly not, but like I'm known enough by this point where me just saying this, Like,
can I try to interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
I want to be a content creator, and I'm not one yet.
Okay.
But you are one.
It's also going to depend on like how comfortable are you with like any of these stories necessarily.
I am really comfortable with it, but I don't think you are, or whatever. Okay, we're getting really meta right now. I am comfortable talking about literally anything, but that does not mean I will not be emotional while I talk about it. Does that make sense?
You're saying I should talk about my issues without being emotional.
Privately. That's the part I would add, privately. I would not do that on.
I don't.
That's what we're doing right now. I'm asking you to talk about your private emotions on stream. I am sending you conflicting messages. I'm not trying to, but I'm just being honest. And we don't have to
how
talk
to respond to
about
that.
Do you want to talk about what was the name? Do you want to talk about men will vote for Epstein in office before getting therapy? We can talk about that if you want. Or we can talk about what you just talked about. I just was not here for an hour, so I don't know what you were just talking about. And I just came back and was just trying to join stream, man.
I mean,
I've always wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, no.
And so the fact that I went through an emotional moment just now is helping it easier. It's making it easier for me to talk to you, because while I am talking to you right now, I am coping with the experience I literally just had. And I just shared a very personal moment with you, and that might feel awkward. And I apologize for that.
No, you're good. You're good. Well,
hey, cool. Thank you. I just needed to make sure you weren't. I just needed to make sure you weren't uncomfortable. That was for me. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I just don't know where the conversation. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't. I know you don't know.
I know you so
I just
well.
don't know either.
We've had. Okay. Do you want to talk about Drake right now? We can talk about Drake for the next 5 hours if you want, but I don't think that's going to be helpful for our friendship, because we've argued about Drake for so fucking much, and I don't give a fuck about Drake. But I would rather talk to you about you. I just don't think that's good on stream. We can fight
I
about
could clarify the Drake thing. It's not that I care about Drake as a person. It's more about the principle of the argument of like what I'm making overall in totality about any artist or any content creator in general. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you the whole time as well, man. I agree with you. What you just said, I agree. It's not about Drake. It's about our understanding of art as a totality and a bunch of other factors that is hard to articulate in a single conversation.
Yeah.
If we were doing a music podcast where we were both experts in music, I bet we could articulate ourselves in a way that neither one of us would get upset. Does that make sense?
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm telling you, neither one of us are experts.
Plenty of experts that like it depends on the person, really. Like there's plenty 100%. Of experts that would probably get pretty emotional about the conversation.
Well, can you get emotional and not show emotion? Can you do that?
And I feel like that's repressing, and I think that's like probably not good for you.
Okay, well, I'm repressing right now the feeling of my neighbor telling me that he thought somebody wanted to kill me, even though none of that happened. I love my neighbor. I'm not going to explain that. He's my neighbor. I am carrying emotional baggage from him still in this conversation. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah.
That's all. That's it.
But like, I mean in the sense of, if you're like talking about, like, say, like we're talking about say we're two music experts and we're talking about the same exact thing that we've been arguing about, and I'm talking about it as if I don't have any emotional, if I'm like not expressing my emotions, like I'm not expressing how much I'm like actually like frustrated with you. It's like passive aggressive. It's repressing like some aspect. I don't think that's overall healthy to the conversation. Like, I think it's like kind of lying to yourself and to the other person.
Can I ask you one question that meant a lot to me? So one word you said. I just want to ask you what you meant by it. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah.
What did you mean by passive aggressive being a bad thing or being repressive? You said passive. You said you felt like
it's more the repression. It's okay, like like denying yourself, like being more honest to the person.
Okay. Why is it bad to deny who you are? I'm just trying to understand what you said, so I'm trying to say what you said back. Why is it bad for you to repress who you are in a conversation? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
I don't know if it always has to be unhealthy, but most times it is, I think.
Okay, so what is a time that you think it could be healthy to repress your emotions?
I'm trying to think practically. I guess in a life and death scenario, but like that's not always realistic.
If I told you that I thought about killing myself till about like a month ago, would that make you feel bad right now?
Would it make me wait? No.
If I told you I was
it doesn't
dealing
make me
with,
feel bad that you said that. It makes me.
I'm not able to talk about my suicide without because I have attempted as well. I'm not able to talk about it without repressing my emotions while I talk about it.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't repress that.
I have no one to talk to, like at all. I can explain that more if you want, because it sounds weird because I just talked about my neighbor. But me and my neighbors are really good friends because whenever I talk to him, I repress all of my emotions and I try to be 100% in the moment for him, with him. And he has gone through a lot in his life and he needed that, but he will never ask me for that. I'm being very emotional right now and very personal.
Good. You're good.
So go ahead. So
And to be clear, anytime you're like uncomfortable to the point where it's like, I don't think I should be on here talking about it, like obviously exit the conversation. That's fine.
But that's never going to happen because it makes me comfortable to talk about uncomfortable things.
Okay.
That's where I am. That's what I wanted to talk about. That's why I'm here. And I'm done now. What do you
Well, what I'm stating is that there are certain topics, certain things that I'm withholding for practical, emotional.
Do you feel like you're repressing yourself right now?
I think you always kind of have to repress yourself a little bit on stream.
If you feel like you have to repress yourself and repressing yourself is a bad thing, does that mean you're doing a bad thing when you do it?
Yeah, sort of. But like, you know.
Does it make you feel bad that you are doing a bad thing?
No, I don't think it's bad in terms of morality. I think it's just bad for you. If that makes
When
sense.
I do bad things that I think are bad, I feel bad. So I'm trying. The reason me and Oz Shadow got into an argument is because he did offend me by the way he treated me. And I couldn't understand that. He kept just trying to say I was offended. I was not offended by the words he used. I was offended that he wouldn't accept that I told him I was not offended. I'm not trying to bring up drama, but I know you saw that fight the other day. I'm using that as an example because I know you saw what happened. Is that okay? Or is that uncomfortable for you that I brought up drama from chat?
I don't care about that. Like,
okay, cool.
I don't care.
Bro, I will come on here and bring drama every fucking day if you want. I have fun talking about drama. But anyways, I'm not here to talk about drama. I'm here to talk to you. But go ahead.
So, yeah, I guess like you're always kind of repressing certain things, but you're on stream. You're kind of you're allowed to do whatever you want on your own stream. But for the most part, you are trying to put on some sort of performance or some sort of like version of yourself where it's like, you know, not totally going to fuck you over, I suppose, is a good way of putting it.
Okay, just let me know. I'm trying to listen. I'm sorry. Just let me know when you're done.
Well, I'm just thinking through what I'm trying to say because I've never like really, especially publicly, thought it through to such an nth degree where it's not like something I'm like commonly thinking of. It's like it's more like on the spot. I'm like thinking of like how I present myself or whatever. I'm saying there's moments where it's like obviously you pick and choose when to repress certain things, when to share certain things, when it's healthy for you, and sometimes you're going to make the wrong choice. So most times I'm over, like, before I even, like, begin to think of sharing anything related to my life or any, like, actual issues that I have, it's like, I'm not gonna, I really, really think it through, and I'm like, okay, like, 90%, it's like, I'm probably not gonna share it. Because, like, there's no advantage to it, really.
Can I talk now? I'm trying to not be condescending. So do you feel like right now you're being yourself, or do you feel like when you're off stream and you're repressing yourself? Because you said earlier you think that we all kind of repress ourselves. I agree with you. I do think we all repress ourselves a little bit all the time. Do you feel like you're more yourself when you repress yourself more, or when you repress yourself less?
If I had to put a percentage of how much I'm being myself, on my streams, I'd say like 70%, 80% closer, and then like the 20% I'm repressing.
Would you say that on stream you're more yourself than when you're off stream?
On stream, I'm more myself than when I am off. It depends on who I'm talking to.
I'm just asking for a yes or no. You can.
I'm technically more myself on stream than I am off stream with people I'm talking to.
Okay, cool. I don't want to
Like,
really dig
off
in.
stream. It'd be like most times I'm like, percentage wise, probably like 40%. Not 40% myself or something like that. If it's just like dumb math, percentages of like how much I am myself, like, it's just a guess.
Interrupt you right now because I don't like when you call something you do dumb. I don't think you're a dumb person, man. I understand you might think you're dumb, but I don't. And I think what you're doing right now is extremely hard and smart, and it's weird to me that you just called it dumb. But continue.
See, I would dig into this more, but that's just.
Do you want to stop now?
Well, the dumb part, it's just like, no, I'm just saying the reason I don't even think of myself as dumb necessarily. I think that's like if I've ever said that, it's like a little over exaggerated. It's more so, I don't think of myself as typically the smartest person, nor do I want to be on the spot. I like to think of myself in a very fairly realistic set of expectations where, I'm not going to get everything right. I'm going to be wrong a lot of the time. I'm going to fuck up on a lot of things, and I know what kind of mental faculties I possess for the most part, what kind of limitations I have, and which ones I don't have. So for the most part, on that end, it's not me saying like I'm dumb. Although sometimes, there are moments where it's like, oh, I wish I wasn't being treated as if I was dumber than I actually am. But clearly, like when you have for instance, when you have like autism or whatever, like people will treat you differently to some extent, depending on like what exactly traits you have that are like standing out, that are not neurotypical. So obviously you'll get those moments or whatever, and there'll be moments where it's like, oh, it kind of feels like at moments you might believe in to this idea that you're dumber than other people, but it's just other people have like maybe better better things to deal with in that moment, if that makes sense.
Well, you asked me a question, so can I answer?
Sure, yeah.
I think that you're a really smart person. And so when you describe yourself as a dumb person, even though you don't mean it as in totality, you just said, I think it's dumb. Well, I think you're smart. So whenever you call yourself dumb, which is not what you said, when you use the word dumb, my brain feels like it's dumb that you said that. And that's on me. You're not dumb. I just makes me upset whenever you describe yourself in something that I feel like is correct and you're calling it dumb. I think you're correct 100%, everything you said so far, because you're talking about yourself. How could you be wrong? And so when you insult yourself, it makes me feel bad. And when I feel bad, it's hard for me to not be upset at myself. And if I'm upset at myself, it's hard for me to not just be upset. Does that make sense? I'm talking about me right now, not you. I'm trying to connect to you is what I'm trying to do. I apologize. Go ahead.
You're saying you're connecting with me in a way where when I disparage myself, if I were to take a guess, if I disparage myself in certain moments where you think, oh, he just disparaged himself when I agree with what he just said, well, what does that say about me a little bit in terms of like thinking this guy is smarter than even he thinks or whatever? And then that makes you feel bad or no?
Stop, please, because what you just said on 100%. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to stop at the disconnect. Does that make sense? That's why I interrupted you. But go ahead. All right, cool, thank you. Yeah.
Well, that's part of the problem that I have is with the content creators I watched and trusted or thought higher of, there's a constant disappointment. And it's not just like content creators, but this is like people in life. You think of them in a better light, and then sure, go ahead.
It's personal to both of us. When we talk about Drake, I feel let down because I think you know better. That's not true though. That's my thought. And that's why I get so emotional, because I think you know better. But you just think differently than me. It's not that you know better, you just think different.
Sure, yeah.
And that's me. I'm talking about me right now. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, we're talking about each other, I guess.
Well, yeah, I'm also. I feel like there's moments where I think I'm severely misunderstood, and part of that is probably not being able to communicate my points as well as I think I am. But then I have to wrestle with: is it really that, or is there like a mental blockade for whatever A, B, and C reason? Whether the person is too captivated by a moment, a way of thinking about the subject, or they're intentionally being disingenuous. Is it both?
I just didn't understand you, man.
No, I know.
Yeah, I'm talking about us. Like, I'm using right now.
Well, yeah, I'm talking. It's not just if I have disagreements with you. Like, it's like I know it's like sincere.
I understand
for the most part. It seems like that's the case. I'm talking about why, just on a wider spectrum of like different people or whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
It feels like what I'm saying sometimes is like this should just genuinely be understood, and even if there's a disagreement, I feel like I shouldn't. I don't know. If it makes you feel better, I be as written off as I am. It's very annoying.
Well, that's why I give you money. I don't give money to literally anyone else in the world but you, because I think you're being sincere. Like, I made the effort. I made you make a Cash App, guy. I didn't know any other way to show you that I care, because you are a streamer. And how chatters show that they care is with money. You're the only streamer I give money to, man. Literally. I used to give money to Keldoge. I found you while watching Keldoge. You talked to Keldoge literally one time, and now I became your mod since then. And you're the only person I've ever modded for as well. But, I'm here because of you, dude.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm trying to think. How many times have I talked to Keldoge?
Keldoge is a very understanding person, but I think he has the same problems that I see in a lot of people. And now I feel like right now I can't explain myself well enough on stream. I want to start making content so I can explain myself better. Ironic, I know.
Yeah. I mean, I procrastinate a lot. But I also just am genuinely exhausted. What was it? Last stream was like 6 days ago, and that was like a test stream that was not supposed to be serious.
The last time we talked, we didn't even talk.
Oh,
You made a post.
That was 9
about-
days ago. That was okay. That was the last stream I did.
When you told me that you were going to make a schedule, it made me very, 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 very happy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just want to talk to you more because of that, dude. I've been asking you to do that for a long time, and now
Yeah.
you are. So, like, thank you. You listened to your audience, and I am your audience. That made me happy. And because you made me happy, I want to tell you that in person. I don't want to. I want to give you money. I don't want to text it. I was very self-conscious about talking to you until you made that post. And right now, I am not making content. I am talking to Emery, and Emery is making content. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that when you make content, you're not yourself, and I think that's a good thing.
I was putting up this schedule primarily because I was worried about, I don't know what I'm worried about.
I don't know if you're worried about either, but like you put up that schedule, I immediately replied. And then the next time you streamed, I was ready to talk to you. And you now have another person to make content with.
Yeah.
I am living what I preach. I want the world to be better, so I am doing better. I want to make content, so I figure the best way to learn how to make content is if me and you make content together first. And who knows, maybe somebody else is going to see this conversation and it will resonate with them.
Aggressive is better than passive aggressive. Yeah, I've always thought aggressive is better.
100%.
I don't even think you have to be aggressive all the time. If you're showing like a form of frustration, you could just say it in a respectful way. But if you have to be like, I'd rather people be straightforward with
tell you that I could be way worse. Does that make sense? I am being aggressive right now. I'm just being very polite while I do it.
Yeah.
And I interrupted you on purpose right there to just
no, I know.
Elucidate the point. I'm sorry.
By the way, not everyone pays attention to my post or whatever on the YouTube thing, but on August 31st, I'm just setting out the schedule of like I think this is what the schedule is going to be pretty much, not to a T, but like something along the lines of Wednesday through Sunday, 5:30 p.m. Central Time to 11:30 p.m. Central Time. Like I'm just mapping that out so I can get a gauge of like how we structure these. And oh man, like the other thing is like there's so many times I could just like sit down and like edit some of these like into segments and post them on as videos. It's just like I'm drained of energy and I don't want to do that. That's the other thing. And it's like, I don't know. I guess the other thing is that makes me not like want to do that, or put the work into that, is that I'm not always confident that this is going to like really work as a video. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
Would it help? We're getting to the part where like I'm starting to tell you things I think you should hear instead of things that I just want to tell you. Does that make sense?
You just tell
I'm
me
not your
what
I'm
you
not your
wanna
therapist.
tell me.
Correct. I'm just trying to articulate every thought I'm having in the moment in a way that is palatable for you and the audience. And I don't want to articulate something that means nothing to you. I apologize. Do you want me to ask my question again or no?
Yeah, ask your question.
And see, I forgot it because I'm being so personal. It's hard to talk about feelings because when you talk about feelings, you're not thinking intellectually. And when you don't think intellectually, you don't think intellectually. And that's like as deep as I can go. These are like kind of the thoughts I deal with when I'm not talking to you. I know that sounds weird. And
I think the thing is that I'm weirdly...
Okay, I can say something. Right, go ahead.
Can I just express this first? Hold on.
Yes,
I think
please.
the thing is that makes me hesitate on tackling things or like, and the way that I think I probably should if I wanted to build up an audience is like, I think I just like am very cynical of like how that'll all pan out. Like, do I actually want this kind of thing? Like, or like I enjoy this, but it's like, do I want the like potential ramifications, the really negative ramifications, like that, like seem like, well, it feels like it'll be overwhelming to me.
Do you enjoy it, or are you going to be overwhelmed, or both?
It's just I'm saying I like way long ago, before I even remotely started it. No, like this is before I was even watching. Almost. I think this was as I was starting watching Destiny's content a tiny bit, but this is way back, and it's just like I've had a community before. And I enjoyed it, but Discord shit gets like really crazy. And I've learned my lessons from that. But like I'm also like hyper aware of how, like, you just even covering some of the drama, like with like DGG versus like Star community stuff or Hassan's or any, I'm just like, there's so many things that happen to like these people, like that's out of their hands, and it's like that's so like mind breaking. And I just like I've been in that position before. I don't want to get into detail about that because it's not that relevant, and it's just like there's no need.
Or no.
But like I know how that feels. Like I know how mentally taxing that is. And like especially when you get like personally involved, like when you feel a personal investment with community members, it feels like it's like you're setting the path for self-destruction. So like I think that's like the fear I have, really, of like getting invested into this. It's like I don't know how shit like will like go down. And I don't know what like unexpected shit or like misunderstandings or whatever will happen. It's just like very worrisome in my head. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I listen. I'm sorry for being rude today.
No, you're good.
The fears you just articulated, I think, are caused by being a member of Destiny's community. I was a member of Destiny.
I want to clarify.
Can I finish? I'm talking about myself right now. Can I finish, please? I did not interrupt you. Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I spent, I don't know, 7 years. I was with Destiny since the StarCraft days. I was with Destiny since the I just got the new Gillette. Gillette's paying me money. You should kill yourself with one of their razors. That's something he used to say, and I used to think that was hilarious. That's not funny at all. That's really mean and really dark. Destiny I'm not going to talk about Destiny anymore. I think that Destiny is fucking up a lot of people, and I think Destiny fucked me up, and I think that is something that a lot of these people that I watch on stream, I've noticed that pattern. Almost every streamer I watch used to be a fan, or even worse, an orbiter of Destiny, and now hates him. I don't hate Destiny. I think I act like Destiny in real life. And so when I understood that all the people that I like hate Destiny, that helped me understand that I also hate Destiny. I'm sorry for being so rude. I'm going to calm down now. I was just trying to talk about my own feelings for a moment.
You're good.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I only interrupted because I thought that you might have inadvertently misunderstood that.
I apologize.
I was
that way. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I was trying to make sure that people were aware. I was never in Destiny's community. I was never in DGG.
That's why I had to interrupt you and overtalk you really loud, because Destiny is a major part of my identity, but not yours. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Closer to part of my identity. This is absurd to say.
You identify with music?
What's that?
You identify with music?
I used to be obsessed with music.
I don't. I used to hate music. I now listen to music. Is that funny to you based on the arguments we've had? Is that a weird thing I just said?
A little bit, not that much. Everyone,
okay,
likes,
well, cool,
I think everyone
cool,
likes
cool.
music. It's just, it dependent on like how.
Right now we're having a moment, Emery, and I love you. Thank you.
It's dependent on how much you actually enjoy it. Like I used to be more like into it, and now I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Like
I was never into it, and now I'm super into it, and so like, I think it's easy for us to talk to because you were into it at a different stage in your life, and I am currently into it now, and I don't have all of my emotions towards music are very simplistic and not deep like we're talking. I like music because it makes me feel good. I have deeper thoughts on why it makes me feel good, but music itself, Drake makes good music. I could have always said that. Like, it's fine. I like Drake music. I don't like Drake though. I like his music. And like now I'm getting really, really meta. And so when you get really meta, sometimes it's hard to look for an exit, and that is the exit. I'm done talking now.
Mr. Girl was technically a Destiny orbiter. I mean, yeah.
Mr. Girl was the first person that made me stop watching Destiny and started watching Mr. Girl. Interesting fact.
Yeah, Mr. Girl was kind of there was always certain things about Destiny's content that I was like apprehensive of. I couldn't put it into words exactly, and I'd never looked into it deeply enough because it was just like stuff that happened before I even watched any of his. I was more of a YouTube watcher of like his content. I never like watched him live as he was streaming, unless it was like an exceptional drama moment when I got actually involved in listening to the Mr. Roll stuff. The Anna stuff always kind of was like, I don't know how to put this into words at that time. I was just thinking to myself, this feels kind of gross, but it was hard to put it into words, but I was like, it does kind of feel like both parties are wrong and this just shouldn't be happening at all. But Yes.
I agree with you. Go ahead.
So I think Mr. Roll was like a good, door to open into, where it's like, what I always want to do is like, I want to open up that empathy door as much as humanly possible.
Analogy you just used, we sit in what you just said, and that'll make it. Okay. I think that, so I want to talk about the Anna Destiny drama through the lens of Mr. Girl. That's why I want to talk for 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I think the problem with Destiny is he wanted to not face any of the drama in public. And I think the problem with Mr. Girl is he wants to face all drama publicly. These are not who they are as people, but that is something I realized about myself and something I do, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I address drama very publicly. That's why it's easy for me to talk to you right now about my feelings, because it helps me when I know people that don't know me are listening. And I think Mr. Girl's the same way, but I don't think he knows that about himself. I think that's why he likes silent pauses. And I think silent pauses are very helpful for growth. But when you make somebody sit in a silent pause, it's not helpful because they probably feel discomfortable. But if someone is silent, let them be silent. And when they talk back to them. I fucking hate when Mr. Girl makes people sit in their silence. They are trying to articulate their thoughts to him, and he is telling them their thoughts are wrong. I'm sorry, I just went on a tangent that has nothing to do with you. But when you mentioned Anna, Mr. Girl, and Destiny, you mentioned something for me that made me think about myself. And I think the way you articulated it is what I was feeling. So you don't have, you can ask me more questions, but the way you feel about Destiny, Anna, and Mr. Girl, not as people, but the way that whole drama was handled was unacceptable by everyone. That's what I feel. I don't know if you feel the same way. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just basically saying, like, I just like want to open my empathy door more. That's like the goal.
I do love you for that. I want you to do that more too.
This is why I also, when I'm having some of these conversations, when I had the, I don't know if you ever watched this content. This was way back. It was the, I would hop on Kinklemore's. I had a shitty mic then. I didn't have this mic. I had like my phone basically. As the Drake versus Kendrick beef what was going on. And like,
I had no clue about any of that, dude. I'm sorry.
I even talked to Queeman about this. And it was like, I felt like they misunderstood the entire point of like, somewhat understood, but it was like irrelevant to them. And it was really driving me insane because it was like a very basic take where I said, okay, like for the Drake Kendrick stuff, like if Kendrick's right, if you have enough evidence to prove, if you have enough things to like go over on the pedophile angle of stuff, then it's like, of course, like Kendrick's going to be like the winner ultimately. Like it's like much easier to win this kind of battle with stuff like that. And they were like, what do you mean with what to prove or whatever? And I was talking about, I was like, you can't say like certain things are objectively like a fact of the matter, like, or some things won't age like worse or whatever. Even Drake saying like Kendrick beat his wife or whatever. Like if stuff like that is not proven to be true or whatever, it's like, well, it doesn't really hit as hard into like music, does it? Like it hits harder when like, you know, there's like a grain of truth or it is the truth of the matter in their lyrics. And it just felt like it was like I was like basically just like, well, this, you know, who I think would be like a better, who's probably going to be like the winner in my eyes is like based on how well this ages in time, I think, for the most part. You know, like it's like Jay-Z and Nas are, you know, there was more substance to like what Nas was saying about Jay-Z, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
So, I don't know, that turned into some... Also, there was like the hypocritical nature of some of the comments that Kendrick was making where it's like, that like you're actually like collaborating with a rapist or whatever. So I had to argue with Queeman about like, well, when is it, you know, like, well, yeah, Kendrick's kind of like a hypocrite, but like, you know, shouldn't he be allowed to collaborate with a rapist at that point? Like, isn't there a rehabilitation? It was like, it goes into like tons of different arguments and it's like, this is fucking ridiculous. It's like kind of stupid. Like, I think you guys know the point I'm trying to make. And it like feels like the conversation is more catered to, oh, we hate this person because of vibes. And it's like, yeah, it's correct to hate Drake more because he's like, he actually is like a disgusting, filthy, like degenerate. But it's like, is it just vibes, or do you want to go to the heart of the matter of some of these things? Because it's not like Kendrick is necessarily like a good person, whole and whole. You know, it's, I don't know. It's just
right now you're talking out loud, but you're also incidentally asking questions. And every time you do that, incidentally, I know you don't mean to. You're just asking in general. Every time you ask a generalized question, I do impulsively want to answer you. Just to let you know, I'm not saying you need to change. I guess I'm trying to let you know how.
I guess what I'm saying is, I relate that with like Mr. Grohl and Destiny stuff. It feels like a lot of people were catered to vibes with Destiny stuff. Yeah,
they are. 100%.
It's like vibes is like, well, Destiny on paper, for the most part, by comparison to Mr. Grohl, doesn't give off the vibes that Mr. Grohl gives off. Where
can I give a concise? Give it an concise analogy relating Mr. Grohl, Drake, and okay. I think Drake is famous because of vibes, and on paper, he is not good. I think Destiny is famous because of vibes, and on paper, he is not good. I think that on paper, Mr. Grohl is horrible. Or on paper, Mr. Grohl is great, but his vibes are horrible. It's hard for me to articulate feelings, man. That's what I was trying to do there.
I guess that's adequate.
I'm saying Drake is the Destiny of music. Does that make sense? To be very point blank.
No, I think Destiny is a worse streamer than Drake is as an artist.
I think Destiny is like the worst part about Destiny is that he is famous.
Like I'll agree that a lot of it is vibes.
Yes,
But I do think Drake has actual more talent as an artist.
I agree with you that. I think that Drake is a better singer than Destiny is a better talker. Does that help?
I mean, that's basically what I'm saying. So yeah.
Okay, cool. So yes, that is what. Okay.
Like I understand what you're saying. Fundamentally, like there's more substance. There's more that you can get out of on a technical basis out of Kendrick's music.
100%.
Objectively, there's a lot of things about Kendrick's music that's more artistic and worth merit.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I've been trying to say.
Kendrick also is limited in certain.
Kendrick also made a song called "Faggot" where you just said "faggot, faggot, faggot" or whatever. Like, just because you're a good rapper doesn't mean all your music is good.
Sure, I'm saying like Kendrick is kind of severely limited in certain areas that Drake I think outperforms him on. Is what I'm saying. Like,
a lot. I think
music is like
Kendrick
a lot more versatile in terms of like what kind of vibes are you going for? Because music is vibes ultimately too.
100%. I think I can even explain those differences too.
Sure, yeah. So there's a lot of aspects to it. That's why I say it's like the merit of the talent is like you wouldn't be on such a high strung like high 10-year like run where like most of your music is receptive to a vast majority of audiences. For the most part, you wouldn't be at that level.
Well, I think Drake's music
if you didn't
is
have
made
any
to be
talent at
receptive
all. Is
to
the
many
point
people as
that
possible.
I was getting at.
Sorry, see, it's a weird thing because
It's the same for Kendrick. I wouldn't say like it's like Kendrick is winning Nobel Peace Prizes not for no reason, you know. Like he wouldn't be getting the accolades if he had no talent. You know,
he's
so
won
it would be the
Pulitzer
same kind of
prizes,
argument.
not Nobel. And maybe he's won a Nobel Prize, but specifically he's won a Pulitzer Prize. That
Oh yeah, the
distinction.
Pulitzer Prize. Sorry, not Nobel. Yeah,
It's all right. It matters to me. That's why you
No,
said
you're
it.
good,
'cause
you're good. I just
public
misremembered.
review- Yeah, exactly. You remembered the accolades I care about, and you just tried to remember, but they're not accolades that you care about. Like,
It's not that I don't care about it. It's just I just don't remember.
are
it
they not
wholeheartedly.
meaningful to you? You asked earlier about like what is meaning. I don't think you care that Kendrick Lamar has an award. I just
In
don't
some
think
way,
you-
I don't, but it's like it's also like that's not
In the ways that
nothing
you,
to
I'm
scoff
being
at, you know.
Mr. Right now. And the ways that you don't are the ways that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
the
sure.
ways that you matter as well. Okay, cool. We're done. We're not done. I feel like I was able to articulate myself there. Thank you.
So yeah, that it's the same argument with the Michael Jackson thing too, where it's like Michael Jackson's like, as far as I'm concerned, like
I think
based
we
off
probably-
everything I could tell, seems like he was like a predator, like, but it's like that it wouldn't take away from the merit of like the actual talent and artistry of the object, like what he was doing, that captivated so many people and making him arguably the most iconic musician of all time.
I mean, yeah, you think he's iconic. I don't.
Well, it depends
I
on what
think-
your definition of iconic means, I guess.
You want to know what my
I think
definition of
objectively
iconic?
he's iconic if he's known worldwide.
Okay, well, I don't think you can be objectively iconic. The way I define iconic is uncomparable. So whenever you say he's the most popular, you are by definition comparing him to other artists. So I just don't feel like that's an iconic person. Michael Jackson's iconic because we don't compare him to other. We just talk about Michael Jackson. Michael Jordan's iconic. George Washington's iconic. Napoleon from the French Revolution is iconic.
Is
Jesus
it relating to or the nature of an icon regarded as a representative symbol or as worthy of veneration?
Yes. You don't compare them to other things. They are symbolic of the thing they represent.
Respected
Jesus
photograph.
represents Christianity. He is iconic in Christianity. That's a simple way to put it.
I guess by your definition, it seems like nothing can be iconic. I don't.
I just gave you a list of iconic things. I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know what you don't understand.
Like
Jesus
I
is
guess
your-
in the terms of as an artist in any way, shape, or form, I guess other places could be.
I don't compare
objectively
Drake.
iconic,
I compare Drake to Kendrick Lamar. I don't compare Kendrick Lamar to Drake. Does that make sense?
I think both are iconic musicians.
That's fine, but that's fine because you don't compare them to anyone else. You look at them individually. Does that make sense? You're looking at Drake for who he is. That's like what you're trying to do. I think.
I guess I accept your definition. It's just like that's not the typical definition I'm adjusting
If you
to.
accept my definitions of words, you can understand what I'm saying.
I can understand what you're saying. It's just like I was just, okay.
Okay. Well, do you understand now why I think Drake is not a good artist? Or no?
I think you did say he makes good music.
I think he's a good music. I don't think he's a good artist. I think those are separate talents. I think many good artists die broke and unfamous, and then later become famous artists. Like they themselves didn't matter. Their art did.
Wait, isn't a good piece of music like art? Like
yeah, I don't think
or like good art or something, right?
We can be very blunt now. I don't think Drake makes good music.
Wait,
I think Drake music makes me feel better when I feel sad. That doesn't mean it's good. That's how I would articulate pop music. Pop music is music that makes you feel good when you're sad.
Isn't that good? Isn't that good artistry then? If it can make you uplift you in a moment of sadness.
No.
I would say there's merit to that.
I would say drugs. Okay, then doing drugs is art because whenever I do drugs, that forces me to be happy.
Well, doing drugs would be fundamentally different. It's an alternate state. It's a different task altogether. It's a different thing that you're doing. Music is, I think, putting in the work to make a piece of media that would put you in a good mood or a bad mood, or make you express any certain feelings. Like House of the Dragon, for instance. I'm not going to go into spoilers, but there's like one moment of a specific character doing something, and it's like, wow, that made me feel something very like sad. It's like, I think there's some merit to moments like that, where it's like for moments like that, it's like, okay, maybe the episode as a whole I wasn't a huge fan of, but there's certain moments where it's like, oh, that's a moving moment. I think they captured this moment really well. This is moving me as an artistic expression.
Okay, can I go now or no?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I know every time I interrupt you, it might feel like I'm trying to cut you off. The reason I stopped. Okay, cool. For me, art doesn't make me feel the artist. For me, art helps me feel what I feel. So if I listen to a song if something is making me happy when I want to be sad, that's not art. And that's just how I define art. Art helps me feel myself. I don't think art makes me feel happy at all. I think when art tries to make me feel happy, it actually upsets me a lot because I'm not a happy person.
I don't know if art is intending on doing anything super specific.
I'm just replying to your definition. I just told you my definition.
Sure. Yeah. I guess it depends on what the artist is intending to do, but I don't think it's always going to connect with people the same.
I guess to respond to you then, I think art is when the intentions of the artist meet the feelings of the viewer.
I don't agree with that.
That's fine, but that's how I feel art is.
Because I think by that token, like nothing is art if if you didn't like
nothing is art. Art does not exist without the observer. I can bite that bullet right now. But go ahead.
Okay, then I guess it's meaningless to me if you say this isn't art.
Art is meaningless. I think art is meaningless.
Well,
I think art gives meaning to other things. Art itself has no meaning.
That's not true.
That's fine.
It's both meaningful and meaningless dependent on the observer.
Okay, if it's both meaningful and meaningless, define what something being meaningful and meaningless is without using the word art.
If I listen to let's take 6ix9ine for example. I listen to 6ix9ine, Garbage Rapper, and the idea of the I'm actually pulling up a song here to listen to.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
I could tell you literally what the art is trying to go for, or the expression, the artistic expression is trying to go for.
Yeah, I think that means you understand his music. They just don't connect to it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there's a meaning to it. There's an objective to it. There's an intent to it. But it's meaningless to me on a personal basis. Now, there's objective qualities of the art that I can be critical of. Maybe there's some redeemable aspects to some of it that I can pinpoint. But altogether, I might just look at it and be like, yeah, it doesn't connect with me. But to another observer, it'd be like, well, this does connect with me. I might severely disagree and think their taste in art is trash, right? But nonetheless, it is a piece of art.
Are we explaining art or meaning right now?
I'm explaining both, like art precisely,
Is
in
art
terms of
mean-
what meaning, like how art connects with meaning.
I agree with you, but is art meaning?
Is art meaning?
Yes.
I would say so, yes. In terms of like
I
most
agree with-
art, if not all art, you are
can explain
gathering
more,
some
but-
sense of a feeling, some sense of intent, some sense of theme, structure, like something being communicated. Like, yeah. Art is generally something that like is expressive. It's expressing a meaning. It's expressing a message, usually some sort of message.
Can I ask you another question then?
Sure, yeah.
Can a conversation be art?
You might find this to be like silly, but I think kind of, yeah.
What if I told you that I think all conversation is art?
Like we don't directly think of conversations as art.
I didn't say we.
We
I
usually,
said
I'm being clear, and I'm being clear before I answer in
Correct,
terms of
but
how
you
I
said
see
we.
all this.
Go ahead. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think the distinction is usually if there's a conversation piece, or people are just communicating with each other day-to-day basis. There's an expression, but I think we usually associate art with creativity, a more intentional aspect of making something. But like, I guess if you wanted to say that conversation can be art, like this conversation we're having right now can be art in a way, yeah. But like usually we're not connecting socially with that exact definition of it.
Hey, webmaster, are you still watching? If you are, do you think what we just made is art? Anyways, I'm going back to our conversation.
Well, yeah, expression of, here's what I'm saying. The expression of application of human creative skill and imagination. This is usually what I'm talking about.
Heck yeah.
I
Can
mean,
tell you
like,
something? Okay, go ahead.
if you
Go ahead.
wanted to talk about conversation pieces being art too, what is the creative skill and imagination? Well, I suppose you could say the creative skill is to whatever degree, and people can be free to say this, that, well, I was listening to Emery and Zoo have a conversation, and as a piece of art, it fucking sucked. I hated it. I got nothing out of it. Here's why. And then another person could say, well, I got a lot out of this. Here's why.
Would you care about someone's opinion about our conversation that sucks?
Yeah, I would.
Why?
Because I would want to know where I could, or you could do better in terms of communicating our thought processes, communicating our ideas, why it didn't resonate with somebody. You know, sometimes like somebody can give critiques where it's just like there's no critique that's going to be helpful. It's going to be cynicism or just an expression of insults. But then there's other people that are going to be like, well, I think this could have been cut short. Like, you lost the point of the conversation. You guys detracted a lot or couldn't focus on this and that. And therefore, I didn't connect with the conversation as much.
Do you think everybody would be comfortable having a personal conversation critiqued by a stranger?
Do you think everyone would be? No, absolutely not.
Do you think that you critique your friends and families maybe sometimes and they don't want it?
Yeah. I think, everyone does.
Do you feel like I'm critiquing you right now and you don't want it?
No, not at all. I think the conversation's actually interesting when you do that.
Well, I came here to criticize you being a streamer, and then that helped us have a good conversation. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's good. I think critique is good.
Did it help that I met you in the language you spoke, which is critique, it sounds like?
Yes.
That's all I want to say. I don't really have any else thing to say. That's kind of, I guess.
Yeah, like in terms of the art thing, it's like, yeah, people don't think of it like that for the most part.
Hey,
I think the intent matters. Again, content creation is like, we. Do
you want to hear a mantra that I tell myself to come? I just made this up like 3 weeks ago.
Sure, yeah.
Would you like to hear it?
Go ahead.
Art is meaning. Meaning is conversation. Conversation is art. And that's the entire mantra. Would you have any questions based on what I just said?
No, I have no conversations about that.
Did you understand what I meant?
Reservations with that necessarily, no.
Or critiques or anything? Did it make you feel?
The only thing I would ever say about that is that most people are not going to think of that like, say you're sitting down at a dinner table with your family. People are not going to be thinking of like the conversations that you're having with your family members or whatever as art pieces, obviously. But that's only like in terms of like what we usually associate with art, which is a very specific piece of drawing or media or anything like created with like the intent of, showing to an audience.
But okay, well, I guess then I guess then what I'm trying to say is I view every conversation I have with everyone all the time, even strangers, as art. And if I am making the person I am talking to emotionally dysregulated, they won't be able to make the art with me. And if either one of us is emotionally dysregulated, either because they don't understand me or I don't understand them, it's going to cause a disconnect. And then we're going to get upset and yell at each other. Not necessarily
that's part of the art sometimes.
That is the art. Yeah, 100%.
That could be a bad thing. That could be a good thing. That could be like, it just varies on person to person of what they get out of the conversations. Maybe it's necessary sometimes for somebody to be emotionally dysregulated and
I agree with you.
Getting out their truer feelings out there in that moment. Maybe that's important for the conversation. Maybe that's important for clarifications of like the stance of the dynamic between the other person, like the relationship, the friendship or whatever. Or it's probably important sometimes.
It's definitely important sometimes. Do you ever try to make yourself emotionally dysregulated? I know that sounds weird.
Do I try to make myself? I think it just naturally happens. I don't think I genuinely, I don't think I have that much impulse control in terms of a lot of things, but emotional impulse control, I think, is sort of there, but it's not as there as I would like it to be.
So I guess a better way to frame it is you don't feel like you seek out emotions, but sometimes you can't control your emotions. Like impulsively, you'll get upset. I
genuinely think some of the things that I would genuinely say out loud about some of the subjects that I cover, I would say more extreme shit if it weren't for TOS.
I know that. That's why we both say TOS. I mean, I think we're both on the same page.
No, but it's like,
no, I understand.
It's hard to discern whether it's emotional.
Want to change the world with TOS actions. I get what you're saying.
What I'm saying is like, it's hard to discern whether it's more emotional given that state of like, or logical in terms of like some of the feelings that I've associated with like tons of people that I think very low of.
Okay. So you have an emotion that is being caused to be regulated or repressed. Your emotions are being repressed by TOS, and that doesn't feel good, does
Well,
it?
it's not just TOS. It's more so even just my common decency of a human being. As
TOS.
Do I actually think this? Do I or am I just saying this in emotional, heavily
you feel like
dysregulated state? And I don't actually mean this when I think it through. It's both.
Yeah. Again, I apologize for interrupting so
No,
much.
you're
I'm
good.
sorry.
You're good.
Don't let me. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're
I was
doing
just
great.
saying I was just saying it's both. It's like TOS, and it's like, do I actually mean this, or am I just like heavily emotional?
Is it okay for me to say that TOS represses people's voice? Would you agree with that? Not just
think,
yours.
I think
other people's
I think
voice.
TOS does, and I think it should for way
And
more
it
than
should.
it actually does. But yeah.
And you okay? Not only okay, you think it should. Well, maybe not more, but maybe different. Would that be an okay word? You don't like necessarily agree with the rules, I guess.
Well, not all the rules, but like
Not
a
all
good
of them, but
assortment of them are structured there for a very particular reason.
Would you keep all the current rules as they are and add more, or would you change some rules, or would you just change some rules? Maybe. I don't know.
The thing I would do is that if you're not going to abide by TOS fairly, then you should maybe cut out if you're not actually living up to, like, say, like Twitch's standards. If you have Asmongold saying that I want to shoot children, like unironically justifying killing children and shit like that, and you only give them a 2 week, it's like maybe cut that out of your rule list because you don't actually.
Maybe
know how to
Asmongold
follow
should
that.
have banned like 2 years ago forever whenever he said we should glass all the Muslims or whatever. I agree. He should probably banned from all social media. I don't know if you agree. I shouldn't say you agree. I do think Asmongold should be banned for the way he talks about geopolitical issues. Like point blank, straight as, simple as. Do you agree with that at all, or did I just
I'm
say
saying
hogwash?
if he's allowed to do that, then I should be allowed to say some extreme shit about him.
Okay, cool. That is the
I should be
opposite
allowed
way.
to say the most unhinged at that point, at least for that particular person. If we're not abiding by this like TOS standard, in my head, I should be allowed to call for like some crazy shit on him. I should be. Should I actually do that? Probably not. Maybe that's not actually morally just, even if I
mean,
find
you're
himself human.
correct. You're correct. I want to just be sure that you are correct, but continue. You are right. You should not do that, but continue.
I should not. I don't think I should, even morally. But
I agree with you there too. I agree with you there too.
Yeah, it's like the Charlie Kirk stuff. You're like, I don't care that it happened to you. I think I'll make fun of you because it happened to you, but I'm not going to call for it.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Let's just agree to disagree, but I understand. It makes complete sense, dude, for sure. 100%.
Like, I think if we get to the level of like, justifying killing kids, justifying slaughtering, genocide and stuff like that. Yeah, at a certain point, it's like you've given up your,
Yes, when you are justifying violence at some point, we should just all agree that, hey, you're justifying violence and this is a problem.
Well, some acts of violence are justifiable.
Correct. That's like the weird. There's a lot of things we talk about in society that are just like violence, where violence is never acceptable except for when it is. And we don't talk about when it is except for when it is. And then we just don't even talk about, I don't know. We don't really talk about violence.
Well, part of why we don't is because it's severely restricted by TOS.
Correct.
There's plenty of people that I feel it's very much justified. In fact, probably necessary, but I cannot say.
We can talk about violence. Like right now, we are talking about the nature of violence. That's completely in TOS. And I think that's okay. And I don't know. I'm trying to be clarifying that right now just because we are doing TOS. We're having a heavy conversation, and I'm just trying to like check in with the viewers and YouTube, as much as stupid as that sounds. I just want everyone to be clear that both me and Black Plague J do not want to do violence. We are talking about the nature of violence. Is it okay that I did that? I'm sorry.
No, that's absolutely fine. Clarifications are good. Because I don't want to do violence.
Correct. And like
actually, that's kind of the most upsetting part is that
We can't talk about the way we want to talk about. That fucking sucks, doesn't it?
I'm saying that's the most upsetting part is because I don't think anyone really, for the most part, unless you're like a total psychopath, and you've justified it to yourself.
I agree.
I think most people don't want to do violence unless it's absolutely fucking necessary. That's what I'm saying is like that is the sad part. I don't want to do violence. I don't think anyone really wants to do violence unless they deem it necessary.
Yes, 100%.
And it's getting to the point where it kind of feels like sometimes, not all the time, but I'm like, what actually is the other option? And then like that's a conversation I have with myself where it's like, am I on full cope and saying, well, I think we can get out of this if we vote the right candidates in or electoralism. I think we could, but I don't know that for certain. And it seems like, you know, at times I'm like total doomer pilled and I'm like, well, I don't think that's, even if we do succeed, I think it's too late.
Yeah. And what if we are too late? What do we do?
Man,
do we not want to talk about that? Is that scary? Is that scary, Emery?
It's not that, well,
it could be the end. We could all be
I'm not
right
pretend
now.
Like it's not scary.
I have two kids, and the end of the world could happen in our lifetime.
I am saying it is scary. Objectively, it is scary. But I'm
okay, cool.
I'm not gonna put on a brave face as if like there is no like fear that I have.
Well, you
but
did say
I think what makes it more easy to swallow, at least for me, is being aware of it to such an extreme where it's like, it's almost like you can't really mentally prep for it, but it's the closest you can get to mentally prepping for it. It's the closest you can get. Sorry.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry. I had my wife said something to me. I'm back.
Yeah.
And see, that's also here. How many times do you think that a streamer has been in the middle of a debate? I mean, we could use Destiny as a specific thing right here because he'll even say it like a dumbass. How many times do you think someone's been in the middle of a passionate debate and then somebody they care about just wants to be like, hey, you're screaming really loud and I'm trying to sleep. And so they have to like take themselves out of the moment to be like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. I'm just trying to talk to some dumbass on the internet.
It happens a lot more than it should.
Than we all realize. Yeah, it happens a lot. I'm laughing right now because that literally just happened and I'm not even a content creator. You are. So I imagine that happens to you a lot.
You should probably, if you are going to do content creation, you should probably
have a time and a place
to blockade noise for the other people, like so that way they don't have to hear you screaming.
I have a spare room that I can completely soundproof. I just haven't done that yet.
Yeah. I haven't done that for myself, but I need to start probably thinking about doing that.
And then also, okay, cool. The reason I've always told you to have a schedule is I do feel like sometimes you want to talk about things and there are things happening in real life that are making it hard for you to do that. I just didn't know what they were. And that's why I always tell you to do a schedule. Because I think that if you had a schedule, it will help your life.
Oh, yeah. That was like...
You said that, by the way. I'm just kind of reaffirming why I was...
Yeah, that was like day one of like doing streaming is like, I need a schedule. But like, I always knew because of my job and what it entails is that didn't seem feasible. And up until this point,
can I say something real quick?
I just put my foot down and I'm like, I need to set this schedule. I can't. Go ahead.
Did it feel like you needed something that you were not able to do? Does that make sense? Did it feel that way? Not was it that way? Did it feel that way?
It felt like I needed to do this for my own sanity, actually.
Correct.
It's but it's weirdly enough, it's less about the stream, although that's a major factor. But it was more about like, I'm not sitting here saying that I'm the most sociable person outside of this and work, because there's like a lot of limitations of like
that's something that's funny
money,
as fuck.
Car distance of like certain like more favorable places to go and talk to people more and like get out there more.
Do your coworkers like you?
What's that?
Your coworkers like you?
I mean, they're fine. Yeah, they're fine.
Well, you always talk about, I don't know if it's the same coworker, but you do bring up at some points a black coworker that you talk to a
There's
lot.
like multiple coworkers that are like.
Well, you're very good, because you're trying to be a streamer, you're very good about not giving IIP, what is it called? So I'm trying to do that right now as well. So I'm trying to curtail my questions to make sure you don't say anything personal.
No, you're good. It's like there's like multiple different people that like every once in a while you like talk to, but like the job what it entails is.
No, but I didn't ask about your job. I said, do the people at your job like you, Emery?
I mean, yeah. I'm not an antisocial person. Like I'm not incapable of being likable or I don't completely close myself off. It's just if I'm being realistic, it's just like it's one thing for that particular job in and of itself. The people there are like not people that I'm like, wow, I want to socialize with you all the time. And also they have their own lives, Yeah,
100%.
So
but
that's another thing. It's like they have all their own lives and their own chaotic schedules, and it's like, it's not really worth it for me to try to meaningfully be friends with or even romantic partners with anyone there. Like I don't care.
Yeah, that, but I'm glad you're sharing it with me because that's what you're thinking about right now, and I appreciate that.
That's fine. Yeah, I have no reservations about. Oh, am I able to make a friend? It's like that's not even remotely on my list of concerns. Am I able to get a partner? It's more so. Can I slice out enough of my life to make that work for me in a way where I can manage my schedule properly and still get value out of making more friends and more importantly to me at this point, possibly a romantic partner. But even that part is not as I'm invested in. It's more so because I want to be somewhat at a mentally healthier place, but also financially healthier place. So it's not like a rush, but it is something that you're like, I do want more of this. I do want more of this. I just,
Hey, I'm gonna really eye open you right now. I hope.
Sure, yeah.
The only reason I've ever given you money is because I felt like that would help you. I'm actually struggling myself financially. I do own my house.
Yeah.
My struggles are nowhere near yours financially. I own my house. So I don't have money problems. But I felt like maybe you did. And I just felt like maybe if I gave you a little bit of money, it might make you feel better. And that's why I gave you money.
Sure. Yeah, you shouldn't do that just because it would make me feel better. You should do that because you like the content.
Right? I shouldn't do it because it's parasocial, correct?
Well, yeah, but just do it because you like the content. Just oh, this is actually good content. I want to, or you have something to say or something like that. Don't do it because I feel bad for this person or I think this person. Because believe it or not,
I give you money. It's because you make me feel happy, and you make me feel happy.
Yeah,
because when you were on stream,
that's the main reason you should do it.
You exude happiness when you're on stream. When I listen to you. Even when you're angry, even when you're upset, even when we talk about Drake.
Sure, yeah.
I feel like you're happy. But it upsets me because I also hear you being angry. I can't sit with the fact that your happiness was making me angry. And because of watching people like Destiny and Mr. Girl, I now understand that about myself. I want to thank Mr. Girl for who I am, but I also think Mr. Girl's actually a bad person. I understand myself because I see the bad things in Mr. Girl, and in turn, I see those bad things in myself. I just was talking about myself for a second.
This goes into another conversation. I think I said this on stream. I don't know if you remember this.
I've watched a lot of your content, by the way, just so you know, it might add to you. I've watched every Mr. Girl stream at least 3 times.
Okay.
So that means every time you've talked on Mr. Girl, that is informing my mental picture of you. And when you were doing Mr. Girl interviews, I don't think you were Emery the content maker yet. You were still Emery the chatter. Does that make sense?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, cool.
I don't know. I don't think this is you. I don't remember. Yeah, this is definitely not you. I was actually sent some links to Mr. Girl Hotline stuff of my calls.
It was not me because I actively avoided that.
Yeah, it's
because I did not want to talk to you about that because I understood that when I listened to you on Mr. Girl stream, that was a different man than who I am talking to now. So bringing up Mr. Girl streams, I don't think fucking helps you because that's a different. You were in a different mindset at that time in your life. Does that make sense?
I actually don't know if I would revisit these and say I was that much in a different mindset.
I don't
have no
need
idea,
you to.
though. I have to go back. I have to go back
Exactly.
and watch.
Well, so maybe you should. I think that'd be good for you then. I thought it'd be.
Hotline caller argues with Mr. Girl about rape and consent. So apparently my face isn't in this one. And there's like, I guess, a disagreement I have with Mr. Girl about this.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, here, you want to know some? You should. Okay, you should also delete this app. Oh no, you're doing a face reveal anyways. So you do what you got to do.
I
didn't really.
I want to reveal my face in my own time, in my own like it's already revealed. If you really wanted to look for it, it's already there.
Okay. I appreciate
I just want
you.
it on my own
I'm
time.
trying to
Like,
tell you.
yeah.
I'm trying to open to you right now.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I actively want to know what you look like when you are ready to show me. I've watched all of his streams, but I don't know what you look like right now because I don't think about that when I watch Mr. Girl streams.
Well, the funny thing is, if you looked
I could go back
cartoon
and
image, that's basically what I look like. Just it's not that.
But just so you know, that's not what you look like, and I still don't know.
Yeah, it's not what I look like verbatim, but you know what I mean.
I'm trying to be nice right now, Emery.
Yeah.
Please let me be nice. Can I do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to see your face till you are ready to show me your face. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, another title here is, and this one has my face. It's not even on the thumbnail. I'm not even going to say this title because never mind. I'm not going to.
Exactly. Okay. Do you understand why I tried to explain what I just explained? Or am I being mean? I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Whatever.
You're good.
I want you to stop talking about your face till you're ready to show it, man. I'm sorry to laugh.
It's not like.
So you're ready. It is what it is. It's complicated.
Well, I literally couldn't show my face if I wanted to. I don't have a camera.
You know what's
literally
funny?
Couldn't.
Girlfriend I ever got to visit me. I told her I was poor and I couldn't afford a camera. And she came to my house when I lived with my parents. My parents owned like a $3 million house. She showed up from Singapore, not ever seeing a picture of me. And when she saw my house, she laughed and said, "You just think you're ugly, don't you?" And I said, "Yes." And she goes, "Ah, ha, 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 ha." And then we had a great 3 months. I didn't have a camera to show somebody something at one point. Maybe that's why I understand you, man.
I don't
Who
even
knows?
think of myself as ugly. It's just there's things I can definitely
I did.
improve upon.
I did though, but
I hid
myself. I'm just trying to articulate a moment of my life where I'm trying to connect to you right now.
Yeah, no,
I did. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really have. It's more like, obviously, it's weight issues. It's that's it. It's
I have a ton of weight issues. I need to stop yelling because my wife doesn't like when I talk about my girlfriend, even though she's not been around for 15 years. Life is complicated. When we are ourselves, it will upset people around us. That's just life. And until we accept that, and that's everybody, not just you, not just me. That's literally everybody. Anyways, back to our point. My girlfriend, or my ex, I should stop saying my girlfriend. That's what's upsetting her. My ex, one day, 5 years after we broke up, just screamed at me, "Matt, I don't give a fuck that you're fat. You're very attractive because you stay in shape and you take care of yourself. Stop talking about being ugly. It makes me upset." And then I stopped talking about it. And I feel like a beautiful person because of her. She just had to bluntly hurt my feelings in that moment. And it she was so mad at me. She didn't give a fuck that it hurt. Does that make sense? You mentioned earlier that sometimes people need to be emotionally dysregulated.
Yeah, no, I agree.
My girlfriend needed to be emotionally dysregulated to be honest with me because I couldn't handle it. And I needed her to be emotionally regulated. I'm trying. You said something earlier that is true, and I'm giving you a real life example. I'm sorry for explaining things so deeply, but I'm just trying to connect. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's more so these are things that could be improved upon. It's not like
Does it bother you when I talk about personal stuff? That's why I keep getting uncomfortable.
No, not at all.
I won't act that way next time. I promise. I'm sorry.
It doesn't bother me at all.
I'm kind of giving myself therapy while we're talking. I've never talked publicly. I've never been able to be calm. I've always wanted to talk to you, and now we are, and we're having a good conversation.
Yeah, you're good.
I've never
It's not bothering
I've
me at
never
all.
experienced
Really,
what is happening right now. For me, this is new. So I'm just, I'm just being, I guess I'm doing what Mr. Girl claims he's doing. I think I'm just trying to like talk with no filter at all. And at the same time, I'm trying to filter out the information that I think is relative to you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mm.
So I'm talking without a filter by filtering myself. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying what I think you need to hear. I'm not saying what I want to. I'm not saying what I feel. And then by telling you what I think you need to feel, that's helping me feel my emotions. Is any of this resonating with you?
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain emotions, basically. That's what I'm trying to do. Go ahead.
I was just saying, yeah. I mean, it's weight issues, but that's not anything new for like.
I was
people.
368 pounds 5 months ago. I am now 328.
Okay.
Like I'm bringing that up just so you know that I have weight problems and I'm working on them. I think that matters, and I'm proud of that.
That's good.
Thank you. But continue.
No, it's like that's really good. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
I think I weighed myself. It's hard to mentally. It's willpower. It's like hard to mentally. Especially with my schedule. It's fucking
Can I say
insane.
something else that you might connect with? It's hard to understand your emotions when you are carrying the emotions of everyone around you because you feel like you can help them and they won't let you. Are you resonating with any of that at all?
Yeah.
That is my problem. That's been my problem, man. And I just figured that out. And I think I figured that out because I just stopped. I just stopped doing it. I keep telling people thank you. Like I keep thanking individual people. You're like the 5th person now. And I'm realizing I think I'm putting a lot of pressure on people. Because like you're just a streamer. You don't know me. And I'm telling you that you mean a lot to me. And that, I don't think a lot of people say that to you. And but you do. And like whatever, I'm trying to not cry.
No, I appreciate that. No, seriously, I appreciate that.
Okay, cool. I'm just
not
trying
just
to
saying that too. Like I do appreciate.
I believe you.
That.
Go ahead. I believe you. Go ahead.
That does mean something to me. Don't
Don't change who I am, Emery. I'm not going to. God damn it. Thank you for saying that, though.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Did it help when I talk like that to you?
It's a little. It's not like uncomfortable,
Was
but
it
it's like
calming?
it's like.
Was it calming when I like?
It's good. It's good. It's good to be. It's good to be.
You were able to hear my words and not my emotion when I said it like
I'm
that.
able to hear both.
There we go. That's what I'm trying to say right there. You heard my words and my emotions. I don't think that we do that very well. And I think we don't do that well because of social media, man. And I think social media wants us to be upset at each other. And I think that's because it makes them money. No one has done anything bad. It's just, you said earlier the word cynical. If you look up the word cynical now, cynicism is about money specifically, not just greed. I do think money is the problem of the world. Does that make sense? I'm not going to explain it deeper, but does that make sense?
Yeah, pretty much. Capitalist structures, money, financial greed, investment. Cool. I think I don't know if I wholly agree with this take, but Mr. Roll was saying something along the lines of billionaires like Elon Musk aren't necessarily evil. They have a problem. They're addicts. And it's like, I think that's partially true, but it gets to a certain point of like, if your addiction is affecting everyone else to such an nth degree, you do become an evil person through the means of fulfilling your addiction.
I had we've talked about this before, I don't know if you remember, but I had a really bad addiction problem, like a really bad one. Like to the tune of 6 figures in 1 year problem. If you want to talk about it, we can, but like...
That's up to you, man. I
No, I honestly don't think you want to hear about a rich person spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on drugs. Do you want to hear about that?
It's all entirely upon you.
Okay, well, you don't sound interested, so I don't really care. Does that make sense?
It's not that I'm not interested. It's just I
know
think
you
it would
are, but you don't
detract
sound
from like
interested.
the overall point. Not detract,
Cool.
but like it would.
No, 100%. It would, because we're not here to talk about my addiction problem 4 years ago.
I was just saying, like in general, it's like addiction makes us like go a little insane, and at a certain point, you know, if you prioritize your addiction and the things that derive you pleasure, at a certain point, like, you know, that is the outcome, that you become basically like a self-centered evil person. Yeah, at the expense of others. Yeah.
The way you just described addiction is how I would describe addiction as well. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And it's like, yeah, it's very sad, but it's like, at a certain point, I should be able to describe people's motivations as what they are, or the actions as what they are, you know?
Can you describe your motivations and actions based on your feelings? Not to me or anyone else.
Have you ever seen this video? Hold on. Because this actually relates. I was going to cover this video at one point, but I was debating on whether or not I ever wanted to go into this because I didn't know what I wanted to exactly say about it. Have you ever seen this video called...
Hey, I've never done any of this ever. If we're about to watch a video together on Discord, you're going to have to talk me through how to do that, just so you know.
It's very straightforward. Just give your thoughts and opinions. Just tell me what
How do I see the video? Because the stream
I
is
shared
like,
on the if you look in the actual chat, you're back in.
Yeah, okay.
There should be an option to click a watch party thing.
Where would it be on the screen?
It should be the third one on the actual Y Live thing. Like as you're looking at my icon, there's another option to click.
Okay, cool. I just had to highlight your name. I didn't know that. There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
And I don't need to push play or anything.
Can you see
right?
the video?
I can see a video with a guy in front of pink.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's called "Ordinary People Are Evil," which is an interesting kind of thing to think about, where overall what it takes to be an actual decent person, like an actual good person, is is an incredible feat. Like I think by this premise, genuinely most people are generally bad people. And I was gonna say something along the lines, I think I've said this before, is that I don't consider myself necessarily a good person. And I think you should be comfortable with the idea that in a lot of instances, you are probably going to be a bad person in a lot of ways, but you should not take that perspective and go to the extreme max of, I'm going to be like an evil, self-centered person. I think you should try as much as humanly possible to do good, but do not overwhelm yourself with the idea of A, being perceived as a good person by yourself or others, and B, well, actually, never mind. It's just A. Like, yeah, you should just try to do good in the places that you realistically think you can.
100%.
Without expecting a reward, I guess, like some sort of like even just feeling good about yourself. Like it does feel good to be good, as much as it can feel good to be bad, but you should just do it because, you know, what if you like example, say you're like drowning, and you know people are just watching you drown or whatever, and they're just watching you die. It's like that would be awful. You wouldn't want to experience it. Just basic empathy, you know. Try to help where you can. If there's a person drowning, save them.
Help
Yeah.
to save yourself. Are you a bad person if you have to drown someone else to save yourself from drowning?
It would, yeah.
Should you just die so that the other person could live? Is that something we should all start
Are
doing?
you a bad person if you drown somebody else to save yourself?
If two people are drowning and the only way to save yourself is to drown the other person, are you a bad person?
I do think you're probably a bad person, yeah.
So people should drown if they're drowning?
I think you're making a active choice at that point to kill the other person if you're saving yourself.
I agree with you.
If you have to drown the other person, yeah.
If you have to actively choose to drown somebody to save your life, would that make you a bad person?
If you have to actually drown the other person to save your life, yeah, I think that makes you a bad person.
What if the other person is a convicted criminal and you have a wife and kids at home and they killed their wife and kids? Should you still die so that they can live?
Taking the context of that in mind, no,
Yes.
not really.
Okay, cool.
Like, yeah,
That's it.
It would depend on context and intent.
Context is...
Now, let me be clear. If the person is a stranger and you're not aware that this person is a very, very bad person in that kind of way, and you choose this option of drowning this person over and prioritizing yourself, I think you're a bad person.
Okay, so here's the next level then. What if you thought they were that person and then after you killed them? Are we on the same page? You are drowning with another person. You know that they're a convict. You know they killed their wife and their kids. You saved them to get out of the water. You find out that you were mistaken. What happens now?
Intent matters. You're not a bad person if you save that person.
Okay. So the fact that you killed a man that also might have a wife and kids at home, but you thought they were a bad man, does that mean it's okay that you killed the father and the husband of kids and a wife?
To save yourself, yeah, I would prioritize
Correct.
myself, who I,
But you,
by
because you
comparison,
never,
in my
no.
perception especially, am not
Correct.
even remotely close to the same level of evil.
Correct. Yes. Okay, cool. That's it. That's all I
Yeah.
have to say.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
No,
Every
these are
point you
good thought experiments to go to ponder over.
It's a very
Most people can't do what we just did. Thank you.
radical conclusion, and the problem is, it's very hard to see what's wrong with the argument. The argument seems like a good one, and it has seemed that way to everyone who read this paper since 1972. Today we're talking about an absolutely revolutionary paper published by a philosopher named Peter Singer in 1972. The name of the paper is Famine, Affluence, and Morality. And the basic idea is that the moral stance that you have, your attitude towards your moral obligations, and the things that you may or may not do in your life, and the attitude that all of your friends and all of your relatives have, the general moral outlook that everyone around you has, is deeply and profoundly wrong. And the crazy thing about this paper is that, on the surface at least, it's very persuasive. Singer seems to be right. It seems to be, once you go through the argument that he lays out,
Let's
it's
jump
the
ahead.
technical term, here you go.
You should jump
Talk
ahead
about the distinction
because,
between the
sure.
Supererogatory versus obligatory.
Supererogatory and the obligatory. Imagine this. You're getting together with a group of friends or coworkers or something like that, and you decide, you know what, this is a pretty early gathering. It's a pretty early meeting. And so wouldn't it be nice if I went and got everyone some coffee and danishes? Because some people are going to be rushing out of their house and they're not going to have time to eat breakfast. And so when everyone shows up, surprise, surprise, there is some coffee and donuts. And
These are the supererogatory. These are the, you don't need to do these things. These are nice little things. If you're doing these things with the intent of like manipulating people or getting something out of them, like then obviously they can be nice things in the moment for the people still, but you're doing this with ill intent, maybe. Like maybe you're, yeah. Did you have thoughts on this?
I agree.
It's like it would be like the same concept of like, I don't know,
People
grooming
can
somebody
use-
into
People can use small acts of kindness to do evil things. Yeah, I get that.
Treats or whatever that you brought for everyone and you paid for, and you're just giving it to them and you say, hey guys, I brought these for you, I want you to have them. That action is supererogatory. It's extra. It's super. You didn't have to do it, but it was a really nice thing to do. It was an extra thing that you did, and it was a good thing to do. It was not obligatory. Something is obligatory if you have to do it, right? So if someone is assigned in the group to bring coffee and breakfast to every early morning meeting, and you signed up, you promised, you committed to bringing coffee and breakfast on that day, well then bringing coffee and breakfast is obligatory. And of course it would be nice if everyone thanked you for bringing those things, even if you agreed or promised to do it. It wasn't extra. It was something you had to do. You had committed to it. You were obliged to do it.
Okay,
One more
I think
example.
we understand that. Let's skip.
There's something going on in supermarkets where when you check out in the supermarket and you're paying for your groceries or whatever, well, there's some of the payment is obligatory, right? You have to pay for the things that you are buying. But then there's this extra payment. They say when you're checking out, they're like, would you like to donate $1 to, and then they name some charity. Would you like to add $1 to your bill here at the supermarket? That additional payment, that's extra. You don't have to do it. It's up to you. It's supererogatory. If you do it, it's good. That's a nice thing that you did, right? But you didn't have to. Supererogatory. That's what that word means. Okay, here's the claim of this paper. The claim is that there are these organizations that exist in the world now in 1972.
The claim is basically that is not supererogatory. It's going to be obligatory.
Correct. Like
Yeah.
tip culture. I don't know if he's gonna say the word culture at any point, but this man is just describing culture. That's my thoughts right now.
Says Singer, right? And these organizations like Oxfam, right, and UNICEF, these are organizations.
I just want you to know, I think the reason I understand that so quickly is I really hate culture. I was actually writing what this man is talking about. I was writing about in my journal this morning.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Wealthy places on the planet. And they take that money and they use it to do amazing things for people who are suffering under things like famines, right? If there's a famine in some place in the world, there's not enough food and people are literally starving to death. They are dying because they don't have enough food. So someone donates a little bit of money, and these organizations take that money, and a very high percentage of that money with a great deal of efficiency gets transported to this other place on the planet where there's a famine.
Also, I hate
And
charity, and
literal
he's about to talk about the problems with charity. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Well, the claim that
Not that charity is bad, but that is what he is talking about right now.
the claim that Peter Singer is going to be well, this guy's explaining what Peter Singer's paper is about. Ordinary people are evil. Is the claim is that it is an ought that if there is something
100%.
feasible that you can do to aid in pulling people out of famine, it is an ought that you give what you
Charity
can.
is an ought. Taxes are you have to, or you'll go to jail. I don't know what the fucking shit is right now.
He's saying it's an ought morally.
Correct, I understand that,
Yeah,
but I'm saying if you don't pay your taxes, even morally or whatever, because all morality is oughts. You're using words that I know. I just haven't used them in a long time. I'm sorry. We do things because we ought to, and instead we should do things because we should. The problem with culture is we do things that we are not doing what we ought to. We are doing what we want to. That probably sounded bad. I just haven't talked about it in a long time.
Yeah, part of the problem with the paying taxes thing is there's a lot of good that you're supposed to be providing with those with that tax money to your country, to your people, for the government to potentially do good in other places, in other foreign places, but the government is not utilizing that money properly and is instead utilizing it in terms of benefiting themselves and causing more harm. So then the idea of paying your taxes, morally at least, avoiding paying taxes, is it really morally bad to not pay your taxes? At that point, I don't think it is.
I mean, is not paying your taxes objectively morally good or bad? I don't think that even matters. I think people should pay taxes because if they don't pay taxes, society will not work. That's a pretty deep thing I just said. If you have any questions, let me know.
I think if your society functions in the way that if you pay your taxes, you are as a collective, as a society, if you're paying your taxes, you're contributing to more negative outcomes for other societies, especially.
Do you
And
understand
you are doing a moral wrong, even if it's with the intent of providing for your society.
Are you familiar with the phrase "paying it forward"?
Can you
If someone does
refresh my
something
mind?
nice,
I think I know what it means, but I want to refresh it just in case.
If someone does something nice for you, sometimes you'll say, "Hey, can I do something back?" And sometimes that person will say, "Hey, don't pay me back. Pay it forward."
Yeah.
You understand?
Like do kindness onto others.
Basically, taxes are a legal attempt to do what is morally right. It has failed. Do those words sound like anything to you? You can even think about it for a second.
Can you ask that question one more time?
Taxes are an attempt to do what we ought to do, but we have failed. And the ought is doing good things for other people because other people have done good things for us. Taxes have just failed at executing that desire of humanity or morality. I don't know the specific words because I don't know you well enough. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to connect my thoughts to yours, and I don't know your complete vocabulary yet. The more we talk, the better I'll have a picture of you in my head, and the easier it'll be for me to articulate my opinions. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Parker, we're talking about the concept of ordinary people being evil. Like Peter Singer has a paper that he wrote on how daily life, how our society is structured, how our culture is structured a little bit, especially in America, places like in the Western Hemisphere for sure, is that we often make choices for our own self-interest when it could do more beneficial good. So, for example, one of the examples in the paper is that if you do not pay a certain amount to charity, if you do not do all that you can to help out, causes like stopping famine in other countries, then you're no better than somebody who is watching somebody drown and you choose to not save them. You're no better than that kind of person. That's what the concept of the paper is, generally speaking.
Lives are saved. Normally, we, you and I, and all of your relatives, and all of your friends, everyone in our society, in our broader society, we think of these sorts of acts, giving charity in this way, giving money to Oxfam or UNICEF or whatever, we think of these things as supererogatory. Giving to charity is supererogatory. It's nice, it's good, but you don't have to do it. If on any given occasion you don't do it...
I'm 25 minutes behind, but you should do a throwback stream where you review your old call-ins with Mr. Gold. I eventually will.
You're not a bad...
I just want to do that on my own time. I have to, first of all, watch those on my own accord and deeply think about these things and what I would want to say. And then secondly, also already have my face on cam and stuff like that.
What Parker just said and then you added is what I wanted to say earlier. So that makes me feel good. I was going to suggest to you, we're not friends yet, so I didn't feel like it was appropriate. But I was going to say, hey, I think you should go watch your content before you were a creator, and then you'll get to see how you were as a person. I think right now you might be like do you know the phrase being on? Do you know what that means? Like you're putting on a mask even though you might not think you are?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then I'm not going to explain it any deeper. I do think if you watch your old content, you might see yourself the way I do. Because you were more confident back then, if I could say so.
Was I? I don't know about that.
Well, I think you might have been more confident because you weren't thinking about what you were saying and you were just talking to Mr. Girl.
Maybe.
Do you want to keep talking about this? We can.
It's just I would have to rewatch these to have a full.
So we'll put a pin in it then.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. I think it'd be good for you. But let's continue.
I really want to say the title of one of these, but I don't want to just immediately.
Stop. I get it.
That is the mask. That is my mask talking right now.
Exactly. Cool. I'm glad you understand. Continue. Let's talk about
I think
the video.
that's kind of, I think what you're saying is kind of true, but I don't know if it's as true as...
It's true for me, but that doesn't mean it's true for you, man. You were more confident back then. I can't tell you why. I'm just telling you it might be because we talk now. That might be why you feel more confident.
Just
It's 'cause we
more on my
argue
tippy toes in general, I guess.
Maybe, but let's, like you said, if you want to talk about it, we can, or we can get back to this.
We'll go back to this. Well, we'll stay on one topic.
Obligation that you had. Singer says, no. Here's an argument that proves, Singer thinks, that giving to charity, giving extra money to famine relief, if you're affluent, if you have extra money, is something that you must do. You must do it.
Well, what does it mean to be affluent though for Peter Singer? That's the thing that like I struggle with in terms of this paper.
I can tell you right now, this is a Greek principle. Actually, this is like one of my core principles as a human that took me to this place. The Greeks believed that to be very blunt, the Greeks believed the richest people in society have an obligation to society. It doesn't matter if they're politicians, does not matter if they fucking own Walmart, it doesn't matter what they do. If you own capital, they did not have that word. They used their own way of talking. It was Greek. They believed, though, if you had capital, it was because society exists. Capital exists because society exists. Without society, there is no capital.
Mm-hmm.
So people with the most capital owe society, period. End
I
of
agree with
discussion.
this. I agree with
This
this
is how it
wholeheartedly.
ought to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
and I didn't mean, okay, you heard my words and not my feelings. I was actually getting angry while I talked, but you didn't feel that way because I was saying something you connected to. Or maybe you were angry too. I don't know. What matters?
It's like right now I'm not like angry. I just accept that. I accept that anger because I do share that anger most times, but I'm not in this current moment like angry because it's like you like a dull
I'm
acceptance of like
explaining
that
right
shit.
now a social situation, just so you know. I'm right now I'm going to attempt to explain the difference between me and Peter Singer. Me, I want to specialize in one-on-one interactions, which is what me and you are doing right now. We are watching philosophy about society, and I find that it's easier to talk about one-on-one interactions when we talk about society. I think you brought this up because this is what I care about. Does that make sense? Are we connecting?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I think affluence. It would entirely depend. Like for me, example, does this bracket me in terms of affluence? There's like certain parts that I might be a little bit more privileged, but overall, in terms of like greater financial means, like I'm pretty much a brokey. But like
I would say you're affluent in like one specific thing only, and sounds kind of weird, but
maybe, yeah.
In the world of me and you are the affluent person. Does that make sense?
No.
In your audience, you are the content creator.
Oh yeah, well in that sense, yeah.
And like that is the sense. That's
But
what affluence.
It's not that meaningful because.
What do you think the word influencer comes from?
I don't.
Affluence.
Here's what I'm saying. It's not that meaningfully different to me in terms of me being the content creator and you being a chatter, because when you look at my life count and when you look at my total views, I feel like anyone can really get to this level. It would be, you just work like a little bit. It's not that. It's not like it's not like I'm 100K subscriber channel.
You're arguing with me right now, but whose stream are we on? Yours or mine?
Well, you're on mine, sure. Yeah.
I've never made it to where you are, Emery. So it still feels easy to you because you've already done the hard work that I'm trying to do now.
Sure, yeah.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not even saying this as a put down on myself. I'm just saying this as
no, you're not. I'm being mean because you're upsetting me. I'm being mean right now because I'm being upset by the way that I interpreting your words. You do not know how to talk to me yet, so you're going to accidentally upset me sometimes. I'm over it now.
It's good. But I'm thinking affluence and more in terms of like financial means. So when I think of affluence as like,
I agree with you.
There are certain privileges I do have, but like, am I always? I think there are going to be times where I probably decline giving to charity when I could. You know,
as you should.
Yeah.
Because like the world is not always about charity, Emery. Sometimes you need charity. So sometimes it feels nice to give yourself something instead of someone else. And so whenever it says, "Hey, give to charity," well, in this exact moment, I'm not going to help anyone else. I'm going to help myself by not helping someone else. Does that sound kind of like a thing? Not with you or anything. I don't think. Okay, cool. Never mind. I'll stop. Go ahead.
As a philosophy major, I hate Peter Singer. Interesting. I don't know enough about Peter Singer to hate him.
A lot of philosophy people hate Peter Singer, so I'm not sure you read that, but yeah, this is a common thing.
Everyone starts somewhere. Well, that is true. Thank you, Moon.
Same way that you must not murder, or you must catch someone if they're falling and you can just reach out your arms and catch them and save them. You must do it. That's the thesis. Okay, so Singer has an argument for this thesis, an argument for this conclusion, but we're gonna get to the argument in 1 minute. First, let's just skip to the end of the paper and see his statement of that conclusion. Here's what he says.
Does he have the paper linked down? I can't remember if he does. I don't think he does.
Hey, I find it's always better. We can go to the paper if you want, but just something I've stopped doing because I do that too. Anytime that someone says something, I try to like prove them right or whatever. It's just a bad habit that I have. I don't know how to read scientific papers, so I've stopped doing that, and it's helped me a lot.
It's a philosophy paper more than a scientific, probably.
I understand philosophy very well. I don't understand academic papers very well because I have not gone to enough academic rigor.
Well, that's kind of me too. I try to understand them, and sometimes I'll just parsec. I'll read through it just anyway. Just
you try to get what you can out of it,
yeah.
And I don't feel like that's always helpful. I have that problem. That is a problem I have, just to be honest.
Here's what Singer says. Because giving money is regarded as an act of charity, it is not thought that there is anything wrong with not giving. The charitable man, or if we want, because this was written in 1972, we can say the charitable person. The charitable person may be praised, but the person who is not charitable is not condemned. People do not feel in any way ashamed or guilty about spending money on new clothes or a new car instead of giving it to famine relief. Indeed, the alternative does not occur to them. What's the alternative? The alternative is
yeah, that's the thing. It's like, do you need a new car? Do you need new clothes when you could give to help out others who are in severely worse conditions? Is this like the common evil of the culture? Is this the common thing that you neglect to think about, you know?
Well, I think this man, I don't know who this man is, but this man is doing the common evil right now, and I can actually tell you where he's already done it. Do you want me to elucidate?
Sure, yeah.
He said, I don't remember exactly what he said because I can read the words, but he doesn't have what he said. But he said something along the lines of, this was written, okay, here we go. This was written in 1972, so he said man, but he means people now, and we say that for obvious reasons. Man, sexism is still a problem. So when you just say for obvious reasons, that doesn't, you're like, there is more knowledge that is needed to understand what this man is saying, and he just left out. He just assumed that everybody watching knows that in 1972 it was more sexist than it was now. There's a lot of people that are alive right now who think sexism does not exist and never has. So that person will never understand what this guy is saying because he just made a weird fucking comment about sexism that's actually really relevant to this whole topic. But go ahead.
I think he's just catering the language to what audience he wants to see it, and that he generally thinks the audience is going to understand.
But like, if we already understand, why do we need him to teach it to us?
I think it was unnecessary. Like, for instance, there's you could just read that and everyone kind of understands this would apply to women and men. So it was like an unnecessary comment, but I don't think of the comment as like a common evil.
You think what he made was
a common evil.
Comment. Do you understand what he's... Okay, I'm asking now. Are you saying what he said was unnecessary?
It's unnecessary, but it's not a common evil. I think there's a distinction.
I would say the unnecessary part is the fact that he elucidated that there was a change, but did not explain why. Does that make sense?
It doesn't bear relevance to explaining why the change is there.
Yes. He didn't do
it. It detracts from the overall video.
Point. Yes. Yes. That's all I was trying to say. Yeah. He is detracting from. He, for no reason, added a variable that no one was asking. No one asked why it said man. He just told us we're going to say people now, and he's not going to explain why. Well, there's people that now want to know why he did that. Well, just shut up, guy. Whoever. I don't know this guy's name, and it's making it hard to talk about it.
Wouldn't the common sexist... Well, there's variations of like what kind of sexist person you are. But wouldn't the common sexist kind of understand like what's being said anyway, for the most part?
I think I guess what I'm trying to, and even more so, 'cause we're talking about it now. You're helping me articulate. I think he should have just said people and not even acknowledged he changed the word. I think acknowledging that the word is changed was stupid. If someone has a question, if he was like talking to somebody and they said, "Why did you say people instead of man?" He should say something.
Well, I would say unnecessary and stupid is accurate. The distinction,
there we go.
The disagreement I think I have with you is describing it as a common evil is what I would say.
There we go. Okay, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
You just wanted me to know your distinction. I'm sorry, that was rude.
Yeah.
And I understand now. I agree with you though, it was stupid and unnecessary. And we both agree that it was stupid.
But it's like who cares? Like I don't know
Exactly.
why this comment was made.
Yeah. And right now I'm being pedantic. And I would say being pedantic is evil. I would. We could now pedantically argue about that if you want.
Well, being pedantic can be fun, but it can also be severely annoying.
Being evil can be fun too.
Yeah. Yes, it can. Yes. Yeah. It's just like,
Let's go back.
like this is the complaint. When I was making the complaints about SKs or Cinema Sins or channels like that, yes, being pedantic and making content like that can be fun, can be interesting to watch somebody pick apart something. But then if you're making the problem I would have is if you be pedantic to the point where you're saying, this pedantic criticism I'm making as a serious criticism on the validity of how well this movie is actually made, then it gets really fucking annoying because you can do that with like almost anything. Okay. And then I'm like, okay, then like, what are we doing here?
Okay, so, Yeah. Oh, 100%. I made a pedantic observation that has to do with our conversation. Does that make sense? That's what I want to say. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. I made a pedantic. Okay, cool. Go ahead. I'm just trying to articulate myself better now.
You're good. Getting those new clothes and not getting that new car, and instead taking that money that you would have spent on new clothes and just, wearing your old clothes and taking that money and giving it to an organization that will help people, that will save people who are dying of famine, right? That possibility, the possibility of not spending money on luxuries, does not occur to most people or to virtually anyone. This way of looking at the matter cannot be justified. This way of looking at the matter is the way that we all look at the matter. That is, we think that giving money to famine relief is supererogatory. It's nice. It's an extra thing. That cannot be justified.
I think we think this.
Okay, I disagree with what he just said. Do you want me to say something, or do you want to talk? You can talk first. You stopped it, but like,
I think subconsciously people think it's obligatory, but they don't.
Yes. Oh my God! I wanted to say. Oh yes. Go ahead.
I think subconsciously everyone thinks it's obligatory, but then they want to proceed and justify that it's supererogatory. Because they want to prioritize themselves and their own self-interest.
I think people are viewing supererogatory ideas as obligatory because when they need other people to be obligatory towards them, they're actually wanting subligatory help. And it upsets them that they're not getting, I can't even say the word I'm staring right at, supererogatory. People are upset that they give supererogatory help to other people, and then when they need supererogatory help, they feel like it's now obligatory, and since they don't get it when they need it, it causes civil discontent. That's what I think. That's, once again, I don't know who this man is, and I don't know who Singer is. I just know a lot of people hate him, so I never really looked into
I
him.
think the other thing is, I think people do this as a coping mechanism with their choice.
Yes,
but also as a means of like realistically almost survival, because
it helps your brain. Yeah.
In America, 100%. Especially, you operate in such a way, because especially nowadays, job security is not guaranteed. You operate in such a way that like, I want to live comfortably.
I want to not need help, but I also want to help other people, but I am not in a position to not need help.
Yes. Yes. But then, so now you have to.
And that's only one part of it. Continue. I'm sorry.
Well, you have to quibble over the line of like, what's justifiable?
What is help?
How much luxury, how much comfortability is justifiable to where like you're actually doing a bad thing? And I don't think people like to actually examine that thoroughly, because it makes them feel like awful people and people don't like actually feeling like that way.
And see, I view it the opposite way. I think people like to help but not be helped. Because I think when you ask for help, it feels weak.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of what you just said, if that makes sense. I think. I was trying really hard to focus, and that's just how I communicate. Like you say, you made it a positive statement, and I replied to you with a negative statement, and then you thought about it, and you agreed. And I'm being really meta. I keep saying this word for a reason, but like we're having an extremely meta conversation. And so like it almost feels like we're coming in and out of a conversation. Do you agree with that or no?
At times, yes.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm just wanted to say that out loud. Let's continue with the video.
The only thing, according to Singer, that can be justified, and we're going to get to the argument for this conclusion, the only thing that can be justified is the way of thinking where you think that giving to famine relief instead of buying new clothes or a new car or whatever, giving to famine relief is obligatory. That's the only way of thinking that can be justified. The upshot or the punchline is this. If you don't give to famine relief, Singer thinks, you've done something wrong. You've done something evil, bad. Every time you buy new clothes that you don't absolutely need,
ironically, I think I'm starting to like Singer a little bit. Ironic.
Or you buy a cup of coffee that someone else made for you because it's more convenient for them to make it for you and it tastes a little better than if you were to make it at home. Every time you do any of those things, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something bad. We don't think this way. No one in our society, not in 1972, and even though this is a super famous paper.
Part of the problem is the societal structure is set up in such a way where like
great culture sucks. But continue.
There is no such thing as ethical consumption for the most part under a capitalist system.
100%. I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, like even the coffee thing is like, okay, even if I make my own brand of coffee, I'm usually probably buying a brand of coffee that was made with child slave labor, right?
If you sell chocolate in America, there is a kid in South America most likely was involved in about 10% of the chocolate or the cocoa that was harvested.
Yeah, it would be like, what's the meaningful distinction between that and like going to buy a cup at Starbucks?
100%, dude. We're seeing each other right now. We're talking language.
Yeah, it's the societal. It places an onus on the individuals who have to live through how corporations run as a system unethically, and it's like no matter what, in one way, shape, or form, you are participating in the destruction, or financing the destruction, are the No, just I should keep it simplified. It's just you're participating in one way or another in a bad thing,
I would say, and this is something I had to deal with, and I just think I'm about to say something true. I would say that American culture comes at the expense of many other people's cultures.
Yeah.
That's it. Do you resonate with that?
I mean, it objectively does, yeah.
Okay, so for someone, we both agree, so I don't need to continue anymore. I would if you wanted to, but we agree right now. So why would I say anything else? I'm asking you now. Now I am asking. Like, we both agree and we're talking about this. Let's go back to the video.
Yeah, before I go back to the video, I'll just add this in. If there's like, if I go in line at a grocery store, I buy a chocolate bar, and it's like, would you like to give $1 to helping out the famine cause over in Africa or something like that, for example? And I'm like, yeah, I would like to actually aid in that. Well, what chocolate bar did I buy? Was it a chocolate bar from a corporation that like aids in that exact thing, or another thing like that's equally as horrendous?
If we really wanted to help the people in those other countries, we should stop consuming products at their expense.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah,
so I feel like that's what I'm saying is like there's like almost it's an almost impossible thing to really discern of like if there was a god doing a god up there doing a calculation of every bad thing you've ever done or inadvertently done or participated in with your money. It's almost impossible to calculate it, like where it would probably be evened out, if not like.
Can I just talk, man? I'm sorry to interrupt, but this I think is important.
You're good. You're good. Yeah.
To put it simple, I think American culture is making Americans evil, and it's hard for us to confront that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to say.
That's
and
what I was
think
saying
that's
with
what
Israeli society.
That's what I think you're trying to say, and now I'm done.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Israeli society right now, like Israel right now.
That's how I feel about yes. I think okay, cool. I think Palestine, just how I mentioned the Destiny thing a while ago. I think Palestine, Israel is another example of where there's it's obvious that Israel is at fault, but people have supported Israel for so long that it's become part of their culture. And they're not able to like just acknowledge that Israel is rich as fuck and they are killing people that are throwing rocks back at them. Like,
well, here's the other thing.
There's no way that's ever. It's never okay for a man from the army to kill a kid with a rock. I don't care how evil the kid with the rock is.
Yeah.
The man in the military with armor can protect himself.
Here's the other thing is like if the argument is basically that sometimes people would make where, the people of Palestine, they justify killing Israeli citizens because they hate Jews or something like that. And it's like, well, based on this metric, it's like you can justify the murder of American citizens. You can justify the murder of any citizen that like hates another country's citizens because of like, whatever reason you can chalk up to. Like, it's just bad. Objectively, it's unprincipled. It's savage. It's animalistic to just justify slaughter of like civilians, like haphazardly.
You heard people say that we shouldn't import cookies to Israel because they can make rockets out of the sugar. Have you heard that argument?
I've heard about that. That was one of the arguments Destiny made.
Is that fucking stupid?
Yeah, it's really stupid.
It's hard to articulate why that's stupid, man. But we all know it's stupid. If I talk to Destiny now, I could possibly do it. The problem is Destiny has been talking and defending his bullshit for 15 years or whatever. You're receptive to learning. Destiny is not. I guess in a weird way, I dreamed one day that I could talk to Destiny the way that I'm talking to you right now. And I don't think Destiny is ever going to be able to do that. I think Destiny has a horrible life. And I try to just not think about it anymore.
Yeah.
Like, fuck Destiny. Like, for real.
Parker saying this argument presupposes that there's a universal moral imperative to ignore desire. Oh, yeah. That's
desire has nothing to do with morality. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
I was gonna say, like, I think desire can be a part of morality, but desire as in and of itself as a concept is not morally bad or good. It just depends on what you're desiring, I guess. How strongly you're desiring as well.
Has Parker been on stream, or am I imagining that?
Oh, he has multiple times.
If he would like to join in the conversation, he can.
He's welcome to. He's always welcome to, but he joins when he joins.
I'm just letting him know. I'm not going to argue with him unless he's here. That's all it is. I just wanted to say that. He wants to argue with
that. Okay, yeah. I haven't really thought this through on the desire part. I think the desire part, I might lean towards what Zoo's saying here a little bit, where I don't know if desire is necessarily relevant that much in terms of the overall argument of like what you ought to do or what you ought not to do.
What's up?
I guess desire, he isn't here. I guess desire could be relevant in one way, where desire could be a part of like survivability. And that way, I think it's a lot more relevant.
All desire to survive, I think.
Of course, yeah.
And I think desire is an innate quality of life. I think I use that word, innate. I think that means always.
I think so. I think you use that word correct. Parker's muted right now.
Yeah, I see that.
There he is.
My Wi-Fi always fucks up for some reason when I join the conversation, so I was also waiting for you guys to get your shit off. Would you like me to explain?
Sure, yeah.
Parker, I want you to shut the fuck up and never talk to me. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. If you wanted to talk, I just felt like it'd be easier if you were here. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's probably like a lot to unpack here. I mean, I think the first thing I would stress to you guys is that this deals in the field of applied ethics. So there's a different
You feel
framework
the need to
for
tell us whatever you want, man. I'm here to listen to you. Well, I'm here to listen to Emery, but you're here now, so I'm going to listen to both of y'all.
Okay, let me explain my statement, why the argument presupposes that there's a universal moral imperative to ignore desire. Okay, so desire can be observed as a metaphysical material phenomenon, meaning I want more stuff, I want a Mercedes, I want a new house, I want this, I want that. Desire, in my case that I'm referring to, has more to do with implicit psychological phenomena, meaning the desire to improve your life or your living conditions, or
interrupt to ask a question.
Your moral philosophy. Desire can be more abstract than just referring to material conditions. It can also be an abstract argument about material conditions too. So part of what I'm trying to get across to you guys is that Peter Singer's paper here argues that there's a moral imperative to totalize, right, to deny desire. Now, when I say deny desire, I'm talking about the psychological phenomena where you decide that the conditions in your life require you to ignore your desires, whether those be material. I mean, listen, those can be sexual desires. Those don't have to.
Hey, can I ask you a question since we're talking? Can I ask you a question? Why do you want to improve your life?
That's a more complicated moral question than maybe you think it is.
No, I think that's a question. That's why I asked you, because I figured that's how you would reply. Actually,
improve my life.
Why? Yeah, why? Why do you want to improve your life? What's your name again? I'm sorry, Parker. I see it there. Parker. Why does Parker want to improve his life? I'm sorry, that was rude of me. I'm just acknowledging my feelings right now. I am sorry. It helps me to apologize a lot sometimes. I've done that all day. I'm sorry. But continue,
sure, no worries, bro. I'm Canadian, so I apologize frequently.
I'm gonna apologize more now until you tell me to shut up then, because I think Canadians. But no, I'm joking. Continue.
So why I want to improve my life is because I believe it's the universal moral imperative. Okay, so my version of applied ethics is that your desire to improve your life.
Can I ask a question based on what you just said? Mm-hmm. And you're probably about to answer it. It'll just help if I ask it. It just helps. Why do you feel like? Can you rephrase what you just said and then let me ask my question? I think you said something along the lines of, you feel like you want to improve your life because you feel like it's
it's moral. Because it's the moral thing to do.
But you said something about universal or whatever. Okay, then okay.
It is. I believe that it's universally morally imperative on everyone to want to have the desire to improve their lives.
Okay, so why do you care about morals then? I'm sorry. That's if I would have let you talk to me, we would have got there. I apologize again.
No, because it's the right thing for anyone to have done. So let me not use the word moral for a minute. It's the right thing for everyone to believe that they should improve their lives.
What is the right? Why should everyone believe that it is the right thing to improve their lives? Is that what you said?
Yes, because again, the reason why it's a universal principle is because it's a universal uplifting fact. So if your neighbor decides to improve his life.
Can I just, you answered my question, then you keep, I'm trying to like answer, after you've answered my question, I'm trying to respond. You're not giving me a chance. I'm sorry. Why do we care about universal? Why do we care about universal anything? You've used that word a bunch. So I guess that's what I'm trying to ask. What does universal mean to you?
Because universal means applies to everyone.
I don't know what that, to me, universe means.
So everyone can feel this way. Everyone should feel this way. This is what I'm talking to you when I mean universally moral.
Why should everyone feel the same way?
I mean, I will get to that. Because it's a universal principle.
I don't believe in universal principles. That's where our disconnect's happening, Parker. I'm trying to ask you that.
Okay, well, it's not really relevant whether you believe in it or not. So, like, again, I can't really answer questions based on your feelings.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. It doesn't matter what I feel. Go ahead.
So, what I'm trying to express to you here is that it's the reason why it's right for everyone to do and not to ignore their desire is because those desires are not always material. So there could be a desire to improve nature, to improve the quality of your interactions, to improve the quality of your community. It doesn't necessarily have to be a material thing. I want a new car, I want a new house, I want more money. It could be a desire to improve your life in any sort of metric that you decide needs to be improved.
Desires to destroy their own life.
That's not even true fundamentally, but okay.
How does the person who wants to destroy their own life fundamentally not understand that, Parker?
What?
What are
you trying to say?
There are people who want to kill themselves.
I think Parker's
Yeah.
trying to say that it's usually an irrational part of your brain
I can agree with that.
wants
It
to go
is.
and do that. Usually, fundamentally, most people, even the people that are rationally thinking, I want to kill myself, have survival instincts and impulses. Even the
Correct.
ones that end up following through on the
you're-
suicide are attempted suicide. They usually regret doing that in the long end.
Are you saying that people
Correct.
desire to do undesirable things, Emery? Did I hear that right?
There are moments where people desire to do undesirable things that in their head are they believe is rational in that moment.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. You understood why I was asking, and yeah, I agree with you 100%. I'm sorry, Parker. It's just you were upsetting me, and I didn't know what else to do about it. That was rude. I apologize.
Fine, bro. I don't take offense to anything anybody says. I guess my point with saying that is that, yeah, I mean, you absolutely can have a desire to destroy your own life. Okay, so like answering your question, you can absolutely believe it to be a moral imperative to kill yourself as well. You can believe I've done something wrong or I'm irredeemable and still feel that moral imperative, still feel that desire. Right? That's why I'm saying to you, you can have this in the negative or the positive. And again, the argument that's being presented presupposes that the actual moral thing to do is ignore those desires. That's not fundamentally true. Like, yeah, in certain cases it can be, but that's not fundamentally true.
Just said, but I also think you should ignore your desires. So I don't agree with it's a fundamental observation or whatever.
Well, I mean, it depends on what your desires are, right?
Exactly. That's why I don't like the word, man.
Well, I understand, but there's no other real category that you can put in it. Again, this has more to do with
We can talk
your
about
feelings.
human actions. We can talk about actions instead of desires. Desires influence our actions.
Actions are not necessarily corollary to desire, though.
Can you desire a
You
thing?
might want to do something and then do something else.
Can you desire a thing and then act upon that desire?
Yes, of
Is
course.
that a real statement? Okay, thank you. I think it's more important to talk about people's actions than desires. Based on how you, okay, I'm going to calm down now. I can already tell you I most likely agree with Singer. I've never read any of his work ever. Based on how you have, let me finish, please. Based on how you have articulated him, I think Singer is right that we should ignore our desires because you have said that. You said, am I wrong? Am I wrong, actually? Did you say that Peter Singer thinks we should ignore our desires? Am I understanding you?
Yeah, I would in layman's terms summarize his essay that way.
Okay, you can define all those words however you want, but did I just say something that you agree with?
Yeah, in layman's terms without any sort of clarifying points, yeah.
Cool. In layman's terms, I agree with Peter Singer. Does that help you feel better?
I have no feelings about that one way or the other.
Okay, well then I don't care about your feelings anymore. I'm going to be mean again. Is that okay? Emery, is it okay
Sure,
if I
man.
mean to Parker?
I don't care as long. Look, listen, guys. In terms of moderation, I
I'm gonna
will
stop.
only mute where I feel like it's super appropriate. I will only budge in where I feel like it's super appropriate. Where you guys are going a little bit too off the wagon, and
Well,
that's
I
kind of a
believe right now-
vibe-based kind of thing. But for all intents and purposes, it seems chill so far.
Right now, I'm having immense pleasure and fun.
Okay.
I also do not think it's appropriate. I believe both of these things at the same time. I'm checking in with y'all to make sure I'm not upsetting you, and I'm sorry in that
I was just gonna say the universal moral imperative to ignore desire is kind of being it is kind of the point of the paper. It is like you have to at times ignore your desire in ways that would benefit others.
Ignoring the desire to ignore your desires will help you achieve other desires. I believe that's a true statement.
Like, for instance, Trump desires to be a corrupted child predator. You know, it's probably morally imperative that you ignore these desires.
I would say Trump desires to do TOS things with kids. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't use the word corrupted because to him, he's not corrupted, and that's stupid, but he's a dumbass. He's a retard. But go ahead.
So, like, the paper basically says that you should ignore these desires. So, you say that there's a universal moral imperative? You say, like, it's like universal in terms of, like, what? I'm still a little confused on that exactly.
You and Parker are going to... Yeah. I'm going to step out. I'm going to listen, but I'm...
Yeah, sure, you're good.
No, I'm not going to interrupt anymore. I just was making myself mean. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's the point that they're stressing right now when they're stuck on superrogative and objective.
Yeah.
Okay, the point of that is that you feel like your desire is superfluous. Okay, you feel, and there's a bunch of reasons for that. You can get into like Lacanian psychology, like there's a bunch of roads you can take to get there. But the point is that you feel like your desire is not moral. Like there are many instances in which your desire is not moral.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to say everything you said is fucking beautiful. Thank you. Keep talking.
The universal part is the universal part, meaning in terms of I don't understand that part.
Everyone
like,
feels
is
it.
universal meaning in terms
feels
of everyone's fundamental understanding of like morality as it whole. Because I don't know if that makes sense. Because everyone has, believe it or not, different like variations on their own morality or like what's good, what's bad. Actually, you know.
And that's my point about saying that it presupposes this, because you may not feel that it's a universal moral imperative to ignore your desire. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at here? Like the argument that Peter Singer is making is that this is indeed a universal objective.
Oh truth. Shit! I'm so sorry. I should have fucking registered this immediately. I understand what you're saying. Yes. The idea that you're the idea is that correct me if I'm wrong on this. What you're saying is that Peter Singer presupposes that everyone has the same understanding of morality.
Correct.
When that is absolutely incorrect.
Or at least should or could.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, okay, you just said three different things. You just said contradict. Either we all do, either we all should, or we all could. You cannot all do, all should, and all could.
I think those are, if you were to ask my opinion on like how everyone views morality, I think it's very clear. I was actually reading about this. There are certain people that when they have brain tumors, they unironically, it fucks with their brain in such a way that they end up being a pedophile.
Did you know there's a famous story about, I believe he was a lawyer, that I think it was a nail gun. It was some kind of construction accident, but he got hit in the head with a long piece of metal. Basically, he gave himself a lobotomy. After the accident, he became an artist and could no longer be a lawyer, and his wife divorced him. And she said, he changed so much, he was no longer my husband anymore. It's like a famous studied person.
Yeah, well, the brain tumor thing was like, he was a husband and he had a stepdaughter and he was attracted to her or something like that. I think he tried to do something to her or something as well. But as the brain tumor was fixed, he didn't have that attraction anymore at all.
Oh, that's crazy. That's scary to think about.
It's so.
I mean, you will hear the same kind of anecdotal evidence about childhood concussions too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever heard the story like, oh, my kid was in a car accident or like had a bad football injury or something. And now they're more aggressive. They're more confrontational. They've had like a dynamic personality shift. And that's also my point about saying universal too.
Yeah.
So universal not only implies that everyone feels it, it also implies that it is static.
I should have
that
understood
it's
this immediately. I'm
unchanging.
so sorry, Parker. I don't know why the fuck I didn't
Yeah,
understand
but-
this immediately.
It's all
because of
good,
me.
bro.
It's because of me. Me and him are like there's two different conversations happening right now, actually, not one. And it is what it is. That's
Yeah,
fine.
there's actually like many, but there's
Exactly.
many universes in
Okay.
which this
I was
exists.
just
but-
trying to acknowledge that there was more than one. You can continue to argue with me. I will argue with you back every single time.
Oh, I think the
say
thing
what
that, I'm so sorry.
I mean what I say, and I say what I mean, just like you, Parker. I apologize that I don't like what you're saying. I don't think what you are saying means it.
Makes
I
no
don't-
difference to me.
I understand you don't give a fuck, Parker. Keep saying you don't care. That's gonna make
I
me
don't.
more angry. Keep saying that.
Webmaster says,
picking
"Is
that
it
up.
just me, or are Zoo and Parker voice twins?" I don't hear it.
It's funny how that's happening, isn't it?
I
I'm
personally
doing it
don't
on
hear it.
purpose. Oh, well, I'm treating Parker the way he's treating me, so I understand why somebody would say that.
It's all right, bro. Like again, this is who I am as a
thought you didn't
person.
care.
so-
You want to fucking apologize to
don't.
me if you don't fucking
Don't.
care what I have to say?
Well, because listen, I don't want you to feel bad, but I don't actually care.
So you do care.
No, I don't.
Do you
I don't
care or not?
No, I don't care.
Then stop
But I don't
fucking
want you to just
apologizing.
deliberately have a bad time.
Stop fucking apologizing.
I will not. I refuse.
Fine, do what you want. That's fine. I don't really care about you either. Okay, we can go.
Anyway.
So, anyways, that was my point about universal, is that it's both prevalent and also static, right? There's always this
I
moral
don't see how it's
imperative.
universal if I could give someone a brain tumor and their morality changes. That seems like a fucking direct contradiction to what the fuck you just said. I would prefer you address what he said. I would prefer you address the anecdote that just got brought up.
Just
instead
stop
of
yelling
talking about
for a minute,
bullshit.
Autismo. So again, we're talking about applied ethics here. Like, you can crowbar in physiology all you want, but
Yeah, exactly. You can
again,
crowbar fucking morality in anything you want too. That's what fucking sucks about morality. So I'm crowbarring my morality into this conversation. Let's keep talking though.
well, that's why it's subjective and non-universal.
Oh my God.
And
If something is subjective, how can it be universal?
I'm not personally implying that morality is universal, bro.
Why did you say that it is?
No,
Why
he's
did you say
saying
that
no.
it's a moral
Parker's saying the
imperative?
opposite. He's saying Singer's argument presupposes that there is
Right.
a universal moral
I
imperative to
understand
ignore
that.
design.
I'm asking
I'm not
him
saying
to
I agree.
explain Peter
Yeah.
Till's argument, guy. I'm not asking him to explain Parker's point. I've never read Singer, whatever the fuck. I said Peter Till, didn't I? Peter Singer. I've never read Peter. I don't know who the fuck this is. And he's attempting to explain this person to me. And whenever I see a disconnect, I'm asking him. And then he just says he doesn't care. And I'm saying I do care. And when he says he doesn't care that I care, he's sending me mixed messages.
Zoo, I don't think he cares because it's not
About
that
me.
deep to him. He's saying he's saying I care about the conversation, but not to the extent that it would leave me in a
It is
emotionally
deep to me,
vulnerable
and I'm
state
having
or
trouble getting
dysregulated.
That is correct.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
That is
You're
correct.
You're saying that actually. You're doing a good job, Emery. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, that's what I'm saying.
He's trying to communicate that. He's not saying that directly, but that's basically what the tone indicates. That's what he's trying to communicate.
I agree.
Thank you for communicating on behalf of Parker. We can continue.
Okay. Parker, did you want to watch the video with us, or did you? It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm because I'm gonna stay out of it. Like, I'm gonna let you guys sort of chit chat. I'm here as like the Peter Singer guy. If that makes any sense. Now I hate
No,
Peter
that
Singer.
does not make sense to me at all because that's what I was treating you like, and you wouldn't answer my questions. And you kept just talking over me when I was trying to ask questions. I'm sorry. Continue.
Never heard of it. And so it didn't seep into the whole society. Even now, right? People don't think that buying new clothes or buying a cup of coffee from a coffee shop is a bad thing to do, an evil thing to do, a wrong thing to do. But Singer thinks that it is. And here's his argument for that conclusion. Okay, here's the argument. Singer doesn't lay out the argument like this with 4 premises and 1 conclusion or anything. I'm pulling these out of the paper, but this is indeed...
Let's read this out. Number 1, if it is in our power to prevent something very bad from happening, without thereby sacrificing anything of moral significance, then we must morally do it. We agree with this, right? Or do we disagree?
I want you to think about it. That's what I was trying to say. for like 10 seconds. I'm just
I'll
gonna
think
read
about.
it.
I'm thinking about it for 10 seconds. Give me. Yeah, hold on.
I agree with
this
that.
is true.
I agree with number one.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree
this.
with number one.
Especially, it depends. Yeah, without sacrifice. Yeah, this is true. Yeah. Okay, number 2, hunger, disease, and other sources of suffering, disability, and death are very bad. Obviously, everyone thinks. Unless you're a psychopath, I suppose. Not everyone thinks.
Unless you're retarded. Unless you're retarded, I agree with this. Yeah.
Number 3, the luxuries on which we spend money are not of moral significance.
I disagree with this.
I don't know how to feel about this, actually. I don't know if I agree. I think I'm closer to agreeing with this than I am disagreeing. I don't exactly know how I feel about this fully.
I can explain exactly why I agree.
I thought you said you disagree with this part.
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm agreeing with myself out loud. You're funny. Thanks for catching that. I disagree with number 3. The reason I disagree with number 3 is because everything that is significant to ourselves is significant because it is significant to ourselves. It might objectively not be significant, but that doesn't matter. It's subjectively significant to us. That's why
I'm going to point out. I'm going to point out 2 readings.
I thought you were just going to listen, but you.
Because I think this. No, I think this is important. So I'm going to point out 2 things about this current reading of Peter Singer's work. In point number 1 that you guys just referenced and agreed to, and fine, I'm happy to talk about that if you want, but I have no concerns.
We all agree.
So they referenced power. No, so in the first one he referenced power, and in point number 3 he referenced luxury. Okay, so I want you to keep mental note of the fact that those 2 things are interlinked.
I don't think those are
this
related
reading
at all. I think power can give you luxury. I don't think luxury comes.
That's the point of this reading.
I understand that, Parker. I'm telling you, I disagree with what you just said. Is that okay? Can I disagree with you, Parker? Do I have permission? Zoophilip.
Again, you're making this about me, bro. It's not a.
I am making it about you.
I can write the shit. You understand?
100%. I'm disagreeing with Parker. Do you want to disagree on that?
All right, cool. But I'm not presenting my own arguments.
That's
I
fine.
just want you to keep that in mind.
That's
This is not my shit. I don't own it.
Fine.
Not my pig, not my farm.
In your mouth. However you want me to articulate it, we have a disagreement right now. Would you like to talk about it, or could me and Emery go back?
I'm trying to get across to you. It's not my disagreement. I'm pointing out things to you that are happening.
I'm saying,
I'm
trying to point out to you this is my disagreement. I'm not trying to point out to you the things that are happening. I am saying, yes, I am upset, Parker, and I am making this personal. I am acknowledging what you are saying, and you keep running from those words. So it's making me upset. Parker, I am personally upset with you right now, and I am sorry.
You haven't asked me what I think.
Parker, what do you think about the connection of power and luxuries?
They're not necessarily correlated.
Okay, I don't think
they can be. They can. There's certainly a world in which they are, but they're not necessarily correlated.
I understand why you do. Do you want to talk about it?
Or what? I'm sorry, I didn't catch any of that. What did you just say?
I'm sorry. I will restate my point. I'm calm now. Thank you for talking to me. I don't even think there's a correlation. I understand why you think there's a correlation. I understand what that word means. I understand what you're trying to say. I don't understand Singer. That's the part I'm trying to keep coming back. This is the first time I'm learning of this, so I can only interact with what you are saying. And so whenever
I understand.
And so whenever you say, I'm just speaking on, whenever you say you're talking on behalf of Singer, that means literally nothing to me, and it's upsetting me. I'm sorry. I apologize. But I think we already talked about, you wanted to say, you feel, or no, okay. Did you want to say that luxuries and power sometimes are correlated? Some are related, would be a better word, I would say. Do you need to think about what I just said? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
I'm trying
I
to
just
think of
lied right there. I did just put you on the spot. That was very fucking rude of me. I just did to you what you did to me. You made it very personal, and I felt like this was personal, so I made it personal. And I just needed to address that.
I'm gonna get my thoughts out on number 3. I think I have a little bit more nuanced opinion the more I'm thinking about it while you guys were talking. It depends on what exact luxury, what luxury is, what luxury item it is, in terms of moral significance, what you get out of it. So say a luxury item technically could be, like, do you need video games? That's more of a luxury.
Yeah, 100%.
But if you play specific video games and you get something out of it that might end up putting if you consume certain art, consume certain video games that might have a better output on your life potentially, that might be of moral significance potentially. Maybe it changes the way you approach other people or think about things. It would depend on what luxury item we're talking about. If it's like clothes, moral significance in terms of there's very little, if no, moral significance. I don't think, at least. It could be that you present yourself in a better way, where you put yourself in a better position, but that's doing a lot of heavy lifting, I think.
100%. Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. 100%. Hey, Parker, if you're still listening, thank you. I'm sorry that I was so rude. I'm going to continue now. I did listen to everything you said. I just wanted to say that. Like an example, what I would say is a luxury that I think most people would not like. Just to understand how I view luxuries and why I don't want to connect power to luxuries. I would say ice water is a luxury, but I don't think in America, I don't think we view that as a luxury. Do you agree with that? I can explain why that is, but I'm just saying if you agree with that statement, it makes it easier to explain. But if you don't, we can just talk about that.
Everyone has, I think, different perceptions of. It's the metric scale of what kind of luxury you can afford.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, like most people would probably think of luxury as in like.
Well, then can I redefine how I'm
closer to?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so then what I meant to say, like, I'm working on having conversations, and Marie, I appreciate you a lot right now.
You're good.
What I was trying to say then, I think a luxury is when you spend resources on something you do not need. Nobody needs ice water, but if that's something that you can afford, like let's say you have like $5 to your name and you owe $100 on the electric bill, it might be better for you to spend that $5 on some ice cold water than paying the electric bill that you need to pay. Sometimes luxuries will just help you get through life. And not one person's. Have you ever heard one man's trash is another man's treasure? Have you heard that phrase?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
It's kind of the same concept, but not really, because I'm not saying ice water is trash. It's not. It's ice water.
Would you apply the luxury of of needing something like personally for you as like it would be more about survival at that point in some ways than moral significance?
I would say that like luxury are things that you need that are not moral. I'm trying to connect them to add to what you just said. Yes, I would say that like luxury is more of like it's not necessarily a moral idea, but morality can be used to talk about basically anything. It's just like I spend money on luxury because I want to feel luxurious. Maybe my life sucks right now and I just need to feel luxurious right now. Maybe it makes me feel better to have something I don't need. You know, I could have just went and got water out of my water hose. Instead, I went and bought fresh water and I bought ice. That would be a luxury because I didn't need it. Like that's how, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think
that's not really a luxury.
I think more people should have those should be closer to essential needs than actual luxuries. Some of these things like ice water, I think more people should have access to ice water.
I agree. I think that most I think we were talking about utilities earlier, right? I think most utilities were luxuries for the rich at one point that we realized would help society. Electricity was a luxury. Now it's a utility. What changed? The price. Most like the price. That is what changed.
In fact, I would say if more people were living in better luxurious circumstances, that is going to put people in better mind frames or whatever, and that is morally significant, I think, in terms of society.
Emery, this is fucking art that we're making right now. You're making me feel good with your words. Thank you.
Okay. Number 4. By donating money to relief agencies like, is that Oxford? I think Oxford. We could prevent hunger, disease, and other sources of suffering, disability, and death.
I agree with that statement too.
Yeah, I think this is true.
Hey, I was really rude earlier, Parker. Can I ask you one question since you do know more?
Sorry, bro. No running here. My Wi-Fi fucks up every time there are multiple people in Discord. So
I
had to reset my shit.
Parker, you want to hear something funny? In the last 2 conversations I had with my best friend and my sister, these happened. My best friend was yesterday. The sister was the day before. In the middle of a very heated argument, the phone call dropped. Both of them called me back instantly to apologize to me. And I just started laughing at them because it's like, well, I'm sorry. But like, I know that sounds weird, but that's kind of what just happened. We are not friends. We don't know. This is the first time we've met.
That's true.
But I'm saying the fact that you disconnected helped me center my thoughts. And I just wanted to apologize.
I'm happy you were able to do that, bro.
The green writing on the wall that's on this screen. Mm-hmm. Are you following me? Mm-hmm. Is that directly from the singer guy? Or is this who is on the screen? That's the most important question. I need this answered.
I forget
who is
his
the
name.
guy?
Hold on, let me see.
Okay, dude on the screen.
Jeffrey Kaplan.
Okay,
Kaplan.
Are these
Jeffrey
green
Kaplan.
letters Jeff's words as he understands singer, or are these singer's words? Do you understand what I'm asking, Parker? And I'm sorry if that was condescending.
I don't know if he heard you. I think the Wi-Fi probably messed up here.
Okay, but do you see where my disconnect is now? Why I was getting...
Yeah, you're asking if Jeffrey is...
Asking what Jeffrey is saying, and I'm asking what Parker
is
is
bar
saying.
for bar, word for word, like singer's argument. Yeah.
Correct. And at the same time, I was also just trying to have Parker talk to me as Parker.
Yeah,
and he was, but I didn't see that because I was upset.
I think if I were to take a guess, I think he's just restructuring it in the way that it's bullet points. I don't know if it's I don't think it's
that's
bar
how I
for
would
bar
describe
exactly. Yeah.
He rephrased it or whatever.
It's more of a reading of what Peter Singer originally wrote in his essay.
Okay, cool. So these just to ultimate clarify, so we can continue.
Yeah.
There is no direct words from Peter. Is it Peter Singer? Is that who we're talking about?
Yes. Yeah.
There's no direct quotes of Peter Singer that we have even talked about yet.
Wait, I think the direct quote here on the left might be a direct quote. I think that's actually a direct quote.
I believe it is without remembering everything that's in the essay.
I'm sure he did say that. I'm sure, but he didn't say direct quote, and that's my disconnect. He probably said this is an excerpt from his book or some bullshit.
Probably. I can't recall, but I think he did, yeah.
Here's how it goes.
Okay, thank you. That was my disconnect. I am so sorry. Continue.
Let's play a little bit more.
1. If it is in our power to prevent something very bad from happening, without thereby sacrificing anything of moral significance, then
now
we
he's going to
must
go over it. What we all just did.
Oh yeah, let's. We've already gone over our thoughts on it a little bit. I don't. Fuck. Actually, he's going over the whole thing, isn't he?
You can play it if you want. I was just laughing that
I just want to see if we can get to a point where there's something a little bit let's go to the example. Fuck it. Let's go to the example.
Cool. I agree. That's a good idea.
Because I think it's less important what this guy's fucking talking about instead of talking about the actual ideas presented on the screen.
I care more about what Singer said than who the fuck Jeff is. I agree with you.
I like this Jeff guy, but yeah, I agree.
Correct. Yes. I agree with you.
One, this is the controversial premise. What does Singer say to support
we are
such
in
a
violent
that
agreement?
The child, including the I.
Example.
You are walking by. You can easily.
Okay, so if I'm walking past a shallow pond and see a child drowning in it, I ought to wade in and pull the child out. This will mean getting my clothes muddy, but this is insignificant, while the death of the child would presumably be a very bad thing. This is just true.
Can I bring up something I think is very ironic?
Sure.
When you brought up this video and you started to talk about it, do you remember the example I used before this moment?
I think it was something like this, wasn't it?
Exactly. Isn't that kind of crazy? I don't know anything about this, but we're both right now using drowning as a reason. I think that's because we're speaking to something universal, to use a word that like Parker was using. I think the reason that for all you know, I pre-watched all this and I fucking lied. I need to acknowledge that right now.
If I'm being,
no, that's for me. That's for me.
I mean, if I'm being straightforward, obviously I've watched this before, so I brought it up because I remember it from this.
Okay,
but
cool.
I feel like I would have used that example or something very similar anyway.
Okay, cool. I couldn't remember why, and I wanted to talk about that. Thank you. That's all it is. Go
Step
ahead.
in and save the child. The cost to you will be just a few moments, and, well, your clothes are going to get wet or muddy, right? Muddy if it's a pond, or
So
wet
yeah,
if it's
okay. Here, the moral quandary is basically if it's like slightly insignificant,
when you brought that up
if it's
now.
not
I'm
meaningfully affecting you in such a way, it is morally imperative that you contribute to a charity that is helping stop famine or any other significantly horrible crisis. This would all, now the argument comes down to, well, it depends on the person and their affluent nature, how affluent they are, what significance they have in terms of financial means or comfortability. This all depends on that now, how bad this is. So say the average person that is like living paycheck to paycheck, they're obviously a little bit more tiny privileged than probably, the average homeless person or something like that. But, they need rent money. They need to keep up. There's no job security. Is that person not contributing to a charity because they want to be safer than sorry? And they have some luxuries to themselves. They buy for themselves to live comfortably enough. Are they doing something wrong then? That's a question I have.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just zoned out for a second. Like my wife talked to me. Could you just repeat your question again? I'm sorry.
I was just saying, like, if you're living a little bit more comfortably than like a homeless person, but you're still surviving paycheck to paycheck.
Can you give me specifically what you mean by a little bit?
I mean, you have an apartment, you have a home, you need to make rent money. You need to be able to afford where you live.
Like you have enough money, but you don't have enough money to save.
You're like
money.
Scraping by, basically.
There we go.
You got just enough, but you need to spend wisely.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm following. Continue.
So, like, the question comes down to level of like, okay, what does that mean for that person in terms of like the moral quandary here? If the person goes to the grocery store, they spend like $365 on groceries. They have rent coming up. They have car payments coming up. They have, one luxury or another to keep themselves sane or whatever and feel like they can like live a meaningful life, go to the bar every once in a blue moon with their friends, socialize or whatever. At that point, it's like,
are you asking?
You should probably give the dollar anyway because it's $1. But like, what level of like moral crime is it to not give enough money to charity? Like, what level of money is not You know what I mean?
Can I reframe your question to see if I understand you?
Yeah, reframe it, please. Yeah.
If a person who is not surviving in society, aka a homeless person, like they're just homeless, they have nothing, and a person who is at the bottom of society, aka like someone that's flipping burgers, I guess. I understand a homeless person could also be flipping burgers, but just like for sake of argument, are we saying that should the people at the very, very bottom of society and the people that are literally right above them, however you define that, are the people right above them morally obligated to help the people right below them? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Is
I do not think so. Would you like for me to answer why in a clear way that's not all philosophy and whys and shit?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I think that those people are so close to each other that it's unrealistic to expect them to view themselves separately. But they do. They do view themselves separately. I just do not.
Can I make this a little earthy for you guys and a little?
I just tried to do that. But yeah, go ahead.
Utilitarian. I'm going to do it. I'm actually going to use the example that the guy just used.
Yeah.
So there's a girl driving.
Oh, he just broke up real quick.
You broke up real bad, yeah. Just so you know, we talked about drowning a lot before you joined. That's probably why we're not. That's why we're changing. That's why me and him are
The
not
significance matters more in terms of like the comparison of the shallow.
It's
pond
easy to
thing.
talk about someone that is literally about to die, that is drowning, than it is, and it's hard to talk about people
compared to saving someone's life.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
It's easier
I'm going to present actually another utilitarian scenario for you here to ponder.
Talk about the one.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Go ahead.
So let's take the same example of girls drowning in a pond. Only let's put it in someplace dangerous. Let's put it in someplace like Mozambique in Africa. Okay.
Drowning dangerous? What's more dangerous than drowning?
Let me just finish my scenario, and then we can get into all your little caveats. So they're saying the same little girl is drowning in a pond in Mozambique, which is in Africa. Okay? Inside of that pond are alligators, are dangerous wildlife, and this child is like in serious jeopardy of something happening to them very shortly. Also, in this scenario, it would present additional risk to somebody else. So let's say there's another little kid, about 10, 12 years old, coming along the road, and he sees this little girl drowning in his village, but he knows that pond is very unsafe. Now, let's also suppose that this child has siblings because maybe his parents are incapacitated or maybe there's a problem. Childhood poverty in a place like Africa is not a big stretch. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. So let's assume...
I literally said shallow pond. The guy's talking about a non-dangerous situation.
This person is responsible for other people. They've got a family at home, and putting their life in jeopardy to save this little girl would put additional lives in jeopardy. Okay, are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think his Wi-Fi broke up.
Yeah, me too.
While we're waiting on him, I think the disconnect in my head is there's a significant difference in terms of
yeah, for sure. The more apparent the more apparent and obvious the danger of the more apparent and obvious the more apparent and dangerous a situation is, and the more safe the person who could save them is, the higher the moral obligation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. The other thing is,
that's me
you should
making it-
donate. You should, when you can, donate to charities
Yeah,
like that. I think it is. I do think it's morally imperative to a degree. That being said, I think there's a significant difference in terms of moral character because, you should probably presuppose for the most part that even the existence of a charity in of itself, and that it's able to especially platform themselves at like grocery stores, that they're willing to, they're getting enough charity at that point to be able to service and help others in of itself. So it is not as morally imperative, necessarily speaking, as you would think probably. Does this make sense?
Yeah, you're saying a lot of good
like
stuff.
you should. It contributes
You
to
should.
growing it
Everyone
more.
should
but
help everyone, for sure. Everyone
it's
should
meaningfully
do that.
different compared to, an instance of seeing a child drowning immediately and you have to save them right then and there,
Yeah, but see, I feel like I feel like, okay, this guy is using an exact quote, I think, or whatever. I'm trying to use the pink scenario on the screen word for word, and it helps that it's written down. I feel like the most important word is shallow pond. I feel like that's what the hypothetical is trying to The hypothetical is trying to talk about when people aren't really in that much danger, should you still help them? Because if a kid is in a shallow pond, most likely they're not going to drown. But they could. Because, like, what is shallow? A foot shallow. What if the kid's 5 feet tall? He could just stand up. What if the kid's 2 feet tall? He could still just stand up. I think it's really important to remember this is a shallow pond and a kid is drowning. The reason why it's matter that it's a shallow pond is because that implies the kid could possibly save itself. I don't see any other reason why we would add the word shallow. Like, whoever made
I think the reason it's added is because despite the fact that the kid might be able to save themselves,
correct.
You should still contribute to saving the kid anyway because
it's easy. Because they might not know that it's a shallow pond.
Well, yeah, it's also insignificant to yourself. Like, what are you really sacrificing? You know.
The implication is that we know it's a shallow pond. The kid might not. Because the reason that implication that we know it's shallow is because we're being told it's shallow. You understand that there's a shallow pond. I understand there's a shallow pond. If there is a kid drowning, would you save it? I don't know. Could the kid save itself if the kid could save it? But, there's a lot of... You have to address that the kid is actually not in that much danger. But to the kid, it appears the kid is in danger. The kid is literally in danger. But to you, it might not appear that way. And it might appear that way. We don't know. I don't know. It's hard. Like, the point is the point of a hypothetical is to be how all three of us are going to have different interpretations of this hypothetical. That's the reason we have hypotheticals. And now we talk about why we have differences. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think Parker wanted to say something earlier, and the Wi-Fi fucked up.
Yeah, he got disconnected.
It's all right. My Wi-Fi fucked up again. It was a utilitarian argument about whether, again, more implicit danger, but also other related parties.
I would not
so
say
the point about
describing implicit danger. You were saying a more dangerous. You were explicitly telling us there is more danger. There was no implicitness.
I actually wasn't finished my hypothetical, so I wasn't finished expanding on it.
Words more danger, man. What else does that mean?
Let him finish it so you can get his thoughts across.
Goddamn, let me finish and I'll get to it.
I thought you didn't man.
Dude, I can't. Anyway, let me just continue on. So the point about me saying that there was a deeper pond with alligators in it, and you were in Africa, and maybe that child was the only breadwinner of the family. Maybe he's looking after other people, right? Maybe he's in a very precarious life situation on his own, and it requires him to be responsible for more than just himself. Okay? So the argument here is the life of the little girl drowning in the shallow pond worth as much as the people he's responsible for?
Yes.
Right, like there's that. That's what I mean about a value, a luxury and power argument here. So, like for us, it's not a big deal. For him, not having another change of clothes, exposing himself to additional danger, or possibly being hurt and killed, where he can't provide for other people in his family, he can't provide for those for which he's responsible for.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's a version of the trolley problem, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to. Like,
I was going to ask a ridiculous hypothetical. I don't even think this is that ridiculous. It's on par with, like...
I mean, I know the answer to the trolley problem, too. The answer is...
There's no answer to the trolley problem.
There is an answer to the trolley problem.
There's not.
Wait,
that's the point of the trolley problem.
I'm going to ask a hypothetical. I want both of you to answer this hypothetical that I'm about to present here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Let's say... Okay. Spider-Man saves a little kid's life, but at the expense of saving the little kid's life, Spider-Man dies.
If I told you I can't answer this, I can't. You've already made it impossible for me to answer.
Okay. Well, just let me flesh it out.
Because of Spider-Man, I'm sorry, in Spider-Sense. I can explain why, but like the way I perceive Spider-Man is so different than you. I can't use him as a thing.
Let's say, okay, fuck, who cares? Spider-Man, any hero, just Okay, a hero saves a significant hero that could save more lives in the long run. Let's say that.
Yes. Okay, cool. That's a good way
hero
to say it.
saves a kid's life.
Correct.
Okay. At the expense of saving that kid's life, though, overall, we all know the net outcome of how much more good the hero could do in the long run. A lot of other kids, a lot of other people are going to be harmed in the process because of the villains left unchecked that are not being able to be stopped. So I guess the question is, was it the correct thing ultimately, like utilitarian wise? Is it a positive outcome? Is it a good thing necessarily in of itself in the long run to save that kid's life anyway?
Can I ask one clarifying question then? This is like I can
ask a clarifying question.
Okay, so we know for sure things will be worse.
Yes.
Correct? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Do we know what that means, or just like we just know for a fact, however the word worse is defined, it will be that?
Should you do the right thing in of itself, even if you know
I would say if it's
at the long run there will be ramifications that are highly negative anyway?
I would say if you know objectively that your outcomes are going to be worse, you are making the wrong choice. If you know the outcomes already.
See, that's the flexibility and morality. The problem. That's the problem with morality is that
with hypotheticals, man. You just told me things would get worse.
Well, I mean,
things are going to get worse.
No,
I'm saying you can make an educated guess that things will definitely get worse.
Okay.
Right.
Well, then if you tell me that, I say there's no answer.
I know that's what I'm saying is like there is no correction. Like you should just do the right thing anyway, regardless of the outcome or the consequences anyway.
Okay. I agree with you. You should do the right thing right now. The only caveat I would add is because you don't know the outcomes. You never will.
I agree. But you should do that even.
You should do things because they're right, because they're right, Emery.
Even knowing, even having a doomer mindset of, because even if you know that saving this person or whatever is going to stop a lot of like potential good that you could do in the long run, as a hero, you should do it anyway.
Why?
Because it's the right thing to do.
If you know
it's not worth. You can't make a moral quandary on like I should sacrifice this one person for the potential countless lives I could save anyway.
Right. I understand that.
Like you shouldn't put a value judgment on a moral on a kid, especially on some stranger, just because I could save more lives. You shouldn't do that. It's dehumanizing in of itself to yourself and others.
100%. I agree with everything you're saying right now.
Yeah.
My pedantic argument is from this statement, knowing things will get worse. If I know that things will get worse, I won't do that. It doesn't matter what it is.
Well,
I don't know that things will get worse or better, Emery. I don't know the future. If I knew the future, I would know what to do today. But I don't.
I think you shouldn't sacrifice lives even if you know things will be worse. Because it is a wrong thing to do, to sacrifice.
Okay,
lives.
so I hate to be whatever pedantic dick. So should we have not gone to war in World War II to stop Hitler?
Well, it's a bit significantly different.
Way more nuanced than this hypothetical.
It's way more nuanced. It's a lot more complicated because there's a lot of other factors to consider. But for most of the people that are, serving the military at that point, are doing so at least under the presumption that you're fighting for your country as a whole, and you're stopping things that you see as irredeemably villainous and bad. You're told that at least. It depends on what we're talking about, what fights, what countries are fighting exactly in World War II. It's a complicated one.
Okay. My favorite part
it's a little bit more gray. Sorry.
I can't remember the exact phrasing of what you said, so pardon me. But during that tangent that you just had, which was very beautiful, you said they believed what they were doing was right because that's what they were told. That's not exactly what you said, but that's what I heard. Is that right? Some kids, not everybody, but some people in World War II believed what they were doing right They believed what they were doing was right, and they believed what they were doing was right because they were told by other people.
Oh yeah, that's you shouldn't. I think.
So yes,
I think obviously you're going to be told lies, but like, here's a meaningful difference. Here's a meaningful difference in terms of like how bad a person is to me.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's say it this way. There's a pedophile that genuinely, sincerely believes that harming children, like that the kid can consent and that they're not actually harming the children and that it's a consensual relationship. If they genuinely believe that. There's a meaningful distinction to me in terms of the moral depravity, however already depraved as it is and harmful as it is. There's a meaningful distinction in intent of that person and what that person thinks, like how that person processes morality between that person and somebody like even EDP who goes out and rapes children knowing that like it's wrong.
Like that. I think we both know streamers. I know who EDP is, so that made me very.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the way you just described morality is kind of the way I view morality in a nutshell.
Sure.
And it's really hard to talk that way. That's because you just talked to me from your soul. You used examples in your life that I think you felt we both would understand, which you did. The distinction, the meaningful distinction you just made is the one that I agree with. There is a difference between people who want to do harm and people who do harm unintentionally.
I suppose what I'm saying too is that in this hypothetical where the hero saves the child, knowing that even despite doing that there might be long-term ramifications that are negative because the hero will no longer be able to stop them themselves, you have to have you have to give up a level of control at a certain point. You have to understand that it's not your responsibility at all times to save everyone, so to speak.
I need to let you finish your thoughts. I'm sorry. I think I've gotten better just in this one conversation. But
you can't save everyone is what I'm saying.
Correct. Would you agree with the reason why Spider-Man should save kids is because he's a hero and heroes save kids? Would you agree with that statement?
It's not.
You don't have to. It's not you.
It's not that you're a hero. It's that like it's just the correct thing to do when you can.
Correct. I'm talking about your hypothetical. I'm just trying, like what you just said. Yeah, I agree with that.
Sure. Yeah.
I was just trying to. Yes, I agree with you, and I was trying to reframe that in the way you framed your hypothetical. But yeah, I agree with that. You should do things because they are good. I agree with that.
Like genuinely long term, I think having empathy for others, trying to do the correct thing, the moral thing, even when it's at its most difficult, even if it leads to a bad conclusion, you tried to do the right thing, and that's good. And I think most times it will lead to better outcomes in most cases. We're not in a perfect world, unfortunately, so people take advantage of that. But you should try to do that anyway. I think with the Brand New Day, for example, I'm just pulling this out of the Brand New Day, where he does save Jean Grey, potentially almost dying. But like, there's no guarantee that when you save Jean Grey, that villain of the movie, who held an entire city hostage, there is no guarantee that Jean Grey becomes like a good person or a hero. You have to have some sort of faith that doing this, that there might be a chance that like maybe, just maybe, like this person will do the correct thing. You have to set an example, I suppose. And I don't think a lot of people set examples. They don't abide by principles of morality at all when they should. And I think that's like part of why society is dysfunctional, why a lot of us are too self-interested to where we kind of socially destroy ourselves. Yeah. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense for the most part.
I pushed the wrong button on my push to talk. My bad. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Agreements are very boring, Emery. Like once we get to the point, said agreements are very boring. Once we get to the point that we agree, like, you know, it's fun to watch me and Parker argue. I get that. That's
It's
probably
not
why
my
I
fault
did.
you agree with me, buddy.
I know it's not, but I know it's not my fault. It's your fault that I agree with you. I'm sorry. But it's also my fault you agree with me.
I liked it when you were screaming at Parker. It was funny.
I know it was funny. I could do that the whole time, but it doesn't. It's very. I didn't come here to scream at Parker. I came here to talk to my favorite streamer.
To be clear, I don't want you to scream on behalf of entertainment value. I do want to be sincere.
See, right now we're in agreement. It's boring.
I don't want to abuse Parker inadvertently for entertainment.
I do. Fuck him. It's just
Sounds like a lot of Christian ethics.
I was purposely yelling at him so that I could like literally just stop in a second, so that I could be like, "Look, I'm not actually mad. I don't know. I didn't know what else to like."
It's just.
I was feeling mad,
Yeah, but
but
it was funnier that you were screaming. So it's like, might as well egg him on.
I'm talking to Emery.
Yeah, it's like wrestling.
Yell at you again? I can yell at
It's
you.
not. It's not about Christian ethics. It's not about any religious ethics. It's just basically like. It's so
Parker,
simple. Do
yell at
unto
me.
others what you would do for yourself. Like try to treat others
Be more
respectfully.
entertaining. Emery likes entertainment. Emery likes when we yell at each other. Let's yell at each other.
I do
more.
like that, but it's like I don't want to force it. I don't want to force it. It's like.
I mean, listen,
That's
I like
cool.
it too. I could listen to it all day. People yelling at each other, but
It feels good to be mean to Parker right now. It makes me feel better. Being honest.
Or whatever. This sacrifice.
Does that make you feel better, Parker? You've made me feel better now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Emery. Let's continue.
Yeah, let's play a little bit more. Hold on.
Not of moral significance, right? It is insignificant that your clothes are going to get a little wet. Oh, and you're on your way to something where you didn't want your clothes to be wet. Okay, that's not a very significant sacrifice. But the death of the child, the drowning death of the child, in almost all circumstances, would be a very bad thing. Well, the thought is, go from this example. If you agree with what Singer says about this example, and I suggest, of course, that
The
you
dude couldn't even say that a drowning child is always bad. Even in this own video, the guy had to caveat, sometimes it might be good when a kid dies. No, it's never good when a kid dies, you dumbass. Jeff, you dumbass Jeff.
Well, Zoo Philip, what if the kid is an immigrant?
What if the kid's Hitler? What if the kid's Hitler,
is
Emery?
an immigrant? What if the kid is an immigrant? Asmongold says we should
So
shoot
what
the
is
kid.
is it a white immigrant or a brown immigrant?
Well, it's a brown immigrant. So
Oh, kill him.
yeah, Asmongold says kill the brown immigrant.
Exactly. It felt so good to say that because we understood that Asmongold believes that, but we don't. Like, fuck that, dude.
At a meeting and said, hey, there's this kid
Fuck
drowning.
Asmongold. Continue.
But I didn't want to have wet clothes for this gathering, so I just let the kid drown and die. You would be horrified. You would think that this person was evil, that they had done an evil thing. You would not let your friends or family associate with this.
But you wouldn't be mortified, Jeff. What if the kid was a bad kid, Jeff? You just said the kid could be good, Jeff. Why would they be mortified you killed a bad kid, Jeff? You said that, Jeff. Answer the question, Jeff. He can't answer the fucking question because he made a video and he didn't understand what he was saying. Go ahead.
If you agree with Singer about this specific case,
What if the
then Singer-
kid just killed another kid? What if the kid just killed an adult?
What if the kid killed 20 kids? What if the kid just raped Jeff's mom? I don't know. Like, who cares, Jeff? Save the fucking kid.
Says we should be able to abstract from this.
Have you guys ever seen Monster, the anime Monster?
No, but I've seen the movie Monster and I love it. Or
That's
Monster's
like
Ball.
the exact dilemma almost where, well, not the dilemma. Well, it is. Where
it on Crunchyroll?
I think it is, but it's definitely on Netflix. It's definitely on Netflix.
I have Netflix. I'm gonna watch it tonight. Cool.
It's an amazing show. I think it is my favorite anime. I was gonna say Death Note, but it's like no, Monsters is a better story in all regards. So he the main character he saves a kid.
It's literally the word monster, no weird spelling or anything.
It's just literally the word monster. You can find it on Netflix. It should be an anime.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
You'll know what I'm talking about. It should show up on there.
But-
Unless they dropped it and I'm just not aware. I don't think they did.
I'm gonna look there first, and then I'm gonna find it. But thank you. Continue.
Where he saves a kid, a kid's life, and that kid ends up killing a lot of different people and being the main antagonist of the story. It's
Is
like
this the shit? Did this about the bus? About some event that happened on a bus, or am I thinking about something different?
no, that's different.
Okay.
I don't
There's
remember
another
the
story on
bus.
Netflix.
Yeah, it's
There's another anime about a kid who dies on a bus, and they like go back in time to save themselves, but then because they save themselves,
Are you looking at the screen right now?
yeah, I am.
Like John Lieber is the main character. This guy and
Okay, cool,
is the main
cool,
villain.
cool.
This is as a kid. I forget his name right off the rip. Tacoma, and I don't know why I want to say Tacoma. It's not Tacoma. Why the fuck am I saying Tacoma? Anyway, Johan is saved by a doctor, and the doctor's the main protagonist. He saves this kid's life, and he ends up being like a mass psychopath killer. That wants to like end every trace of his existence. To sum it up short. Anyway, the point is you can't predict outcomes like that. It's just like you can't possibly figure out that if you save a kid that it's going to cause like negative ramifications, even if the kid is a sociopath killer already. Like you don't know that. So it's like a ridiculous assertion of like, I saved the little kid, but I didn't know like it would have so many ramifications. This was the wrong thing to do. It's not the wrong thing to do. You should save the kid because it's the right thing to do, you know?
I'm definitely gonna watch that show. And you said it's your favorite anime, right?
I think it is. Based off all the animes I've watched so far, like, yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Do you feel like since you've watched an anime that through art, which is anime, is art, showing you that you should save the kid even if they're going to be bad? Do you think that might influence your opinion when you talk about hypotheticals about saving kids even if it's bad?
Well, it wasn't outright in my head, the example until like a little bit later on.
So you were able to.
It is influential, yes. It is like a small influential part.
That's what I'm trying. Okay, cool. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
The thoughts you had while watching that anime, for me to like create those feelings with words in a single conversation, I'll never be able to overcome in a hypothetical. You might be able to. That's like your personal growth. Like that's the reason why we talk about hypotheticals. Hypotheticals are to explain things to ourselves, not to other people. So if you're trying to explain a hypothetical and the other person doesn't understand, it could be that they don't understand. It could also be that you don't understand either.
Is this going back to the Jeffrey Epstein hypothetical?
Correct. Yes. Thank you. I'm glad you caught on.
Sure. I think there's a huge disconnect that people aren't actually addressing within
Jeffrey
themselves.
Epstein is a horrible person, and he's like the most evil. It's easy. Well, can I finish? Well, can I
Yeah,
now?
Sorry. Yeah.
It's easy to talk about Epstein and Trump and MAGA and fucking Asmongold because they are so obviously not moral actors. Like that's not in their consideration at all. That's why they're able to do what they want to do. So, in a world where we have non-moral actors, how do we use morality to change non-moral actors? And I don't think you necessarily can. I think you have to use actions. I'm trying to elucidate to another part of the conversation that doesn't matter anymore. But that's all I was trying to say. That's what I was
think
trying to...
my frustration with the hypothetical that Hutch brings up is the normalization of
Hutch is a retard, by the way. But
we should participate in a system that incentivizes voting for a lesser evil, widely known child predator because, like, well, it's going to be beneficial to us, the American people, when that's not, first of all, that's not even a guarantee. And I think that's just pervasive of society and of itself. It makes society worse. It normalizes, like, an already societal problem, which is child grooming and molestation.
I agree with you. Yeah, 100%.
It's like the conversation in of itself is disgusting. Like I feel the same way basically about like Kamala Harris too. Like I feel like these are to me an impact. I
feel like I understand.
Basically morally equivalent.
I understand why you agree. Wait. I understand what you just said.
Yeah.
I disagree. But I cannot properly articulate that disagreement, so I would never bring it up in this moment. Does that make sense?
I think it's going
I
to
understand
feel,
what you're saying, but I don't understand why I disagree with you. is what
yeah,
I'm
I
trying to
know.
say.
I'm going to guess of why. I don't know if you subconsciously think this or consciously think this, but like my guess is that it's vibes. It's easy to look at Jeffrey Epstein and his reputation and be like, this is a morally duplicitous actor. This person is subhuman and irredeemable. You look at Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, and even though their impact is committing, like basically funding a genocide, you think of them as like pragmatic, trying to do the best for the country and of itself. But it's they mean well for us, but they don't actually mean well for others. They don't care about others. They see others as subhuman. So to me, Epstein and Harris and Biden fundamentally to its core are subhuman, rotten individuals.
Okay, so now, okay, cool. I love having conversations. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
So what I want to say is, I would say that Epstein's corruption, morality, whichever word you want to use, is surface level. We can just see the shit. Nobody has to explain it. Whereas with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, a lot of people think that they're good, and we as in me and you, may not always be able to articulate the disconnect that we are having from other people. And that is because the evil that we are perceiving from Kamala is vibes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, it's vibes, but it's also, I'm trying to tap into this more. And I think
you know more. I think you know more than other people's.
I think a lot of other leftists are trying to tap into this vibe more, to be more critical of this, is that it's they tap into American supremacy and self-preservation.
Yes, 100%. I feel
that's the problem. That's the common evil.
Okay, I think Epstein and MAGA as a whole, they do feel like those are connected. I keep connecting those two. Do you agree that those issues are connected? Epstein and MAGA, are those connected?
Absolutely,
or not at all? Yeah. Okay, cool. And we were just talking about yeah. I think that those people are surface level representations of the surface level problems of America. Kamala is we don't have the word anymore, but she's like we use the word subconscious, I'll use that. Kamala is a subconscious understanding of the subconscious problems of America. I know that America doesn't have a subconscious, I just forgot the philosophical word we were just using. Do you get what I'm saying?
I speculate that she's more conscious than
I speculate she is too.
Yeah.
But she hides it. That's the part that I'm saying. Epstein and MAGA are so obvious they can't hide it anymore. Oh, that might be another disconnect. Epstein hid himself for so long. So that part of Epstein and Kamala are 100% in sync. And I agree with you. I think that Kamala lies about who she is just as much as Epstein. I just think Kamala's a better liar about it. And so now we're getting in a metaphysical discussion. I think that's the word Parker used earlier. Is it better that Epstein is evil at a surface level, or is it? And there's no or. They could both be just equally bad. Or is it worse that Kamala?
I think
you get what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Harris and Biden do a little bit more damage in the long run.
I agree with you 100%. Okay,
in some
so now
ways,
that I understand what you're saying, I can agree with you that Kamala Harris is as bad as Epstein, and I will even go further. I actually do agree with you that Kamala is worse than Epstein because most people cannot see the evil. Do you agree with that? To some extent. Agree is a weird word. Are you having any type of connection to anything?
I have a connection to that. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if it necessarily on the way the actual sins or whatever. Like, I don't know if it makes it objectively worse, but like there is a.
Well, I think it does. I do think it's the word I'm choosing to use, and I was just asking if anything I said in any of that sentence made sense. And you're right now telling me you didn't like the word objective, and I'm telling you I agree. We can just throw that word out.
It's almost. It almost doesn't matter in terms of who's technically a better person. It's it doesn't matter to me at that point.
You want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
I've been telling people lately, technically correct is the worst form of correct.
Yeah, it is.
Because like, cool, you're technically correct. I still feel like shit. Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
You beat me in an argument. You won. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay, I still feel dumb. Help me not feel dumb, person. That's what I'm trying to ask you to do. I'm sorry for laughing. That was a weird thing to apologize to. Go ahead.
Case.
Let's play more of this.
To a more general principle, and you should hold this more general principle, and the more general principle is premise one of the argument. The idea is that, well, a child drowning in a pond, that's a very bad thing. But it's not bad because it has to do with water or children. You know, an adult drowning and dying is also a bad thing. Or even an adult dying by someone.
And I keep hating doing this, but like he's saying that he said in this same video, when he was talking about the hypothetical, he said, drowning a child is almost always bad. He said that. We made jokes about it. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And now he's saying we should always save kids. This gentleman, Jeff, has said two different things in the same. We're breaking the video up too, so that doesn't help at all. But I bet in like sub 2 minutes, this person has just said, literally, we're not talking about the meaning. We're talking, he has literally said, you should always save children, almost always. And then he just said you should always save children. Well, Jeff, I want to talk about, why do you think we should not always save children, Jeff? Why did you say that a minute ago, Jeff? But he's not here, so me and you are talking, you know. Go ahead.
If I were to take a guess of his thought process, maybe he's thinking of the extremities of like.
Give me an example when it is okay to let a kid drown. That is what he just said.
Yeah,
I don't
think there is.
So that causes, you know what the term cognitive dissonance is?
Yeah.
It's when your brain can't hold two opposing thoughts at the same time.
Yeah.
He just did that in real time while trying to teach us philosophy.
Well, it's part of the it's the part of the brain that slips out a little bit more when.
Yes.
I think you're able to bend on your morals and principles.
This gentleman believes it's okay to kill kids sometimes based on what you just said. We don't know that.
Yeah.
But based on what you just said, we could now. Do you agree that that's an okay implication I just said?
Yeah, I would say that's a safe thing to presume.
Doesn't mean he did that at all. Do you think if we now said that to him, he would get upset?
I think he would, yeah.
Yeah. And I think I just explained why people get upset while we talk about these emotional
For
things.
all I know, though, he might be like doubling down on that and being like, well, let's hash it out. Maybe there's a circumstance in this particular point of view where you know the child has murdered somebody and you see them drowning or whatever. Should you save that child or something? You know.
Emery, in this moment, I'm refraining from using a word that I used in person. I think you could figure out if you think about it later, but I'm not going to say it. It's a very positive word that we tell people that we really like. I'm not going to say it. Okay. This gentleman, I'm so emotional right now. I'm having a time articulating because I can't. Whatever. Just thank you, man. I'm telling you, like, I've been trying to explain stuff to people my whole life. And I feel like I've explained something to you in a way that has been like you understood it. And that feels condescending. And now it feels condescending because I am attempting to teach you my emotions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
I think I'm also willing to say this with this perception that he has where somebody might bend on a moral and justify it to themselves with, you know, the kid's actions of like killing a person, but ultimately it's a kid. You have to give people room to grow and change and evolve, especially if you don't know the life circumstances of every single bit of their story and why they do what they do and what kind of fuck that you have to give people a chance. And so I don't think you could justify it to yourself to be like, I'm going to let this kid drown. You could try to justify it in the moment. And I can understand why somebody would, but it's wrong. I think it's ultimately wrong. You're doing a wrong thing.
Can we go back to the Spider-Man analogy right now? And I think I can. Okay. If you were a superhero and you knew that saving a kid would cause more harm, because superheroes don't exist. We agree with that, right?
Well,
that's the meta. Yeah. Okay.
As far as I'm
aware. If you were a superhero and we already caught up. The correct answer is to save the kid and now mentor them. because you know they're going to be bad. It doesn't, to save that kid doesn't stop at keeping them alive. To save that kid, you now have to help them not do more evil. Does that make sense? Because we're talking about superheroes. This is an unreal expectation for a human. We're talking about a superhero who knows saving this kid does cause harm. Does that make sense?
I think you should try to be there for them and mentor them when you can, realistically, and put them in rehabilitation or therapy or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I have one final question now. If you knew the future and you knew exactly what you had to do to make the world better, would you do that?
If I knew exactly what to do to make the world better, would I do
Yes,
that?
sir. Yes, sir.
Unironically, I say this, but it's easier saying this, knowing that it will never happen. But I unironically think if I knew the whole outline of what I would have to do to literally make the world go in the direction, the guarantee of socialist utopia or like world peace or anything like that, I would try my hardest to do everything I could. Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry. I'm glad you pushed through that.
I'm saying I would
Okay,
literally,
cool.
I think I would literally, if I literally had to, if it's a guarantee, especially, I think I literally would sacrifice my life.
I would too. 100%. I would sacrifice my life.
Again,
to save
it's
my son.
easier said than done. That's never going to happen. But I do
I
honestly think
it
that it would be a miserable kind of way of like living your life.
There
in a way,
are men
but
who have
I
had
think I would do
to
it.
save. There are men who have had to die to save their son's life. It's not unrealistic. You could have a kid one day, and you could die saving them. You most likely won't, but it could happen.
No, I'm saying just like the grander spectrum, the grander scale, not. I'm saying that hypothetical honestly never would happen. Obviously, I'm just saying on the grander scale. Yeah,
I understand. We will never know the future, Emery. I understand that.
Yeah.
I would just ask if we did. That's all I was asking.
Yeah.
And you answered the question. And now we're continuing to talk about it, and I'm just trying to.
I guess what I'm saying is like I don't know for certain I would actually do this. But I would like to think I would. I would like to think I would at least, in the very bare minimum, try desperately to do it.
Can I ask you another question?
Sure, yeah.
If you knew what was good, and you knew what would help you, and it was easy, would you do it? If you need any clarification, let me know.
Oh, if it's easy, yeah. That's the struggle as well. It's the hard thing.
That is the struggle, man. The hard thing.
The hard thing is the struggle. It is putting the work in. And
if it's not hard, you're not struggling, Emery. I agree with you.
Part of the problem with putting the work in and the hard thing is never knowing if there's actually a guarantee and feeling like you're wasting your time and putting more on yourself that doesn't ever feel like it's going to be tangible.
Part of what makes things hard is that you don't even know if it's worth it.
Yeah. It is. It is.
And
that is the dilemma.
Do you feel like you have? I'm going to stop what I was about to say. I'm saying, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Here is not that it's a child or that it's a water-involving death. It's that this is a easily preventable death. The death is a bad thing. And the fact that your clothes would get muddy, that's a morally insignificant thing. But the fact that it's your clothes and it's mud, that doesn't matter if it's something else that you have to sacrifice. If, for example, instead of your clothes getting wet or muddy, your car is going to get dirty. Or you're going to lose.
Just to elucidate for the final time.
Yeah.
All that matters is it's a kid. That's what this guy's trying to say. But he said earlier that sometimes you don't have to save kids. I've explained that a lot now. That's funny to me. That just makes me laugh.
Gone forever. You'll have to sacrifice your shoelaces. And you'll have to get whole new shoelaces, and that'll be kind of a pain in the butt. The point is this. The difference between one way of dying and another way of dying, or one morally insignificant sacrifice and another morally insignificant sacrifice, the difference between these doesn't matter. So you can go from a specific case like this to a general claim like one. And the thought is, if you agree with Singer about this specific case, then you have to accept premise one of the argument. Okay, so there are two ways in which you might think
Do we probably already talked about proximity to some degree.
We've talked about this entire video. This video was
presence.
This video is a vehicle for us to get closer to each other. Abraham, it was good of you to bring it up.
I'm just saying like what we haven't hashed out and what might be more particular to go into. Let's go to proximity a tiny bit here.
Yeah, we can. And I just want to say one more time, and I'll say when we're done with the video again. I'm sorry for being rude to Parker. I had no other way to, I needed to talk when he kept talking. And, I know that sounds rude, and I know that he feels like he had a point to make. I was literally going to, every time I ever interrupted him, when he finished, I asked him the same question. I think one time he did later after he understood what I was looking for, because he is smart. Parker is smarter than he thinks, I think. Sorry if I'm insulting you, Parker, if you're listening. I just wanted to say, I am sorry, Parker. I just felt like I needed to interrupt you. I apologize. Go ahead.
I'm seeing in the transcript if there's anything specific I want to go into before we drop this video.
I think ending notes might be okay because his ending notes are going to kind of be about what we talked about.
Yeah,
he's going to say,
let's go into that.
Going to say something along the lines. So in summation, and he's going to try to attempt to explain morality in a 5-minute video.
The fact that there are other people.
A 33-minute video.
That just seems totally irrelevant. Okay, a few ending notes. 1, how much do we have to give? I mean, it's one thing to give up, 1 cup of coffee, right? Made at a fancy coffee place, right? But do I have to give up all the coffee that I might ever buy? Do I have to never buy coffee and never get a new car and never get new clothes? Am I allowed no luxuries at all? Do I have to give away so much of my money that I'm reduced to the level of the person who's suffering from this famine or near to that level? Singer says, maybe yes. He considers 2 versions of premise 1, right? And this is more specific and it's in the paper. I think it happens on, where does it happen? It happens on page 231. He considers 2 versions of premise 1, a stronger principle and a weaker principle. And this is the weaker one, right? According to the weaker principle, you just have to give up some luxuries. You don't have to reduce yourself all the way down to the level that's near equivalent to the people that you're saving. But according to the stronger principle, you do. And Singer actually thinks this argument basically works for the stronger principle. You have to give up a lot. Here's an objection, an additional objection that Singer considers. He considers this on pages 230.
But here's the other thing that could take into consideration. This is going to come from a selfish perspective, obviously, of justifying my little luxuries, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But what is the point of saving the person if they have to reduce themselves to a level of, simplicity, I suppose, or just barely making it for others, Isn't it just shouldn't we strive genuinely to improve all of our lives to one degree or another to the point where we all have a little bit of luxury that we can all afford, a little bit of comfortability in our lives?
Yes.
Because if I save the child's life and the child's life is, it's fine for the most part, but isn't really as satisfying as it could be in order to save another person, another person. I don't know. I guess, does that make for...
Can I give you another more simple analogy that I think might be more applicable that we've gotten this far?
Can I finish my thought really quick? Does that make for I don't want to say a healthy society, but a satisfied society, right? A satisfied community, a satisfied life? I don't know.
Are you asking if we all do more for each other, would that make society better, even the people at the bottom?
Well, obviously it would, but...
okay, cool. Yeah.
It shouldn't be... I don't think it should be too much at the expense of the person's individual life, necessarily. I don't know if I agree with this wholesale of you should give up a ton of these luxuries because it's the right... because it satisfies... Then that just folds onto the other person's life and the other person, and I think we should strive for more, right, is what I'm saying, for everyone's life.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we've used a lot of extreme analogies today. We've used death and money and people being in all that.
Yeah.
So now I want to ask you, ask you, if you make someone else happy, but it makes you sad in the process, is anyone happy or sad, or is any? Yeah. Okay, cool. I need to reframe what I'm saying. I'm just going to say you something. I'm not going to ask you a question.
Is it worth doing that?
I'm going to say, if your happiness comes at the expense of another human being's, no happiness in the world was gained, because your happiness was lost in the process of giving them happiness. Philosophically, you did nothing. Morally, that might be better. Morally, you do nothing. If you make someone else's life, if one person makes one other person's life happy at the expense of their own, no morality has happened, because everybody has gotten what they want. Does that make sense? Or do you kind of vibe with that a little bit?
I think so.
I think you'd have to really think about that, because I'm trying to say a lot.
I agree with what you're saying for the most part. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the
Prove me
disconnect.
where I'm wrong. That's what I'm looking for. Prove me wrong.
I don't
That's
even
what
know
I
if
am.
it's about what you're saying necessarily. I'm trying to provide more in terms of like what I think this argument's going for. Is that I think this should be taken into consideration of, yeah, it's going to be at the expense of my happiness a little bit, but I think saving somebody from actual, like an actual disease or crisis or whatever that's going on as much as possible should probably be prioritized overall. Yeah, I don't know.
I was listening. I just had to grab a drink. Sorry for that extra long pause. Okay, so now can I say something then?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
The way that what you're talking about is something I had to deal with for a long time. So the issue is, the reason why I believe that whenever we help somebody at our own expense, the reason why nothing morally happened is because your moralities were not aligned. When our moralities align, me helping you helps me, and we have now helped two people, and now we are both happy. So making you happy makes me happy. We have just made one extra happy person in the room. If you want to get really deep, if I was not happy, we've made 0 people, now 2 people that are happy. Are you following? And that's about it. That's all I wanted. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm right, but that's just my train of logic, or my logic, whatever the fuck. Like,
yeah, and I guess another comic booky way of thinking of this kind of quandary is,
hey, can I use a comic book analogy now? Maybe
sure.
That'll help you.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay. Professor Xavier and Magneto traditionally present. Do you know a lot about the X-Men? Before I continue, that'll help.
I think I know enough to where you're getting at. I'm not like a super
Charles
expert,
Xavier.
but I think I know enough.
Okay, Charles Xavier or Magneto is a bad guy or a good guy, depending on how the story is written.
Yeah. I guess it depends on exactly what story at what time. Like
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Depending on which comic book you're reading. I don't know that I'm not a super. I think we have the same knowledge of comic books. I think we're both comic book movie fans. I've read some.
Yeah,
comics.
it's
I've
mostly
not read
from that, but like I sometimes look at like little lore stuff or whatever on videos.
Exactly, me too. That's how I engage as well.
Yeah.
I know a lot of the lore, but I don't read many comics.
Yeah, I think we're probably about adequate for the most part.
Okay, so like the meaning of X-Men, if you ask the guy who created it, is that like it's a symbolism for oppression.
Mm-hmm.
And Xavier and Magneto represent opposite sides of the same coin that is fighting oppression. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So like, do you think, and we don't, I'm just now asking what you think. So I am asking for your thoughts now, finally. Do you think Magneto or Xavier are good or bad people? And if you do, which one? Which do you, okay. Yeah, just talk now. I think I've
I
said
think
enough.
this would go into like a larger conversation about Hamas and the Nat Turner rebellions.
100%, dude. 100%. Magneto
related to Magneto a little bit, where
he was a survivor of the Holocaust, and that shit does relate to why this shit in the Middle East is happening.
I think what was it? I forget who said it exactly. I think it was Finkelstein, but he said something along the lines of, "Oh no." He said yeah. Like way back when the Nat Turner rebellion happened, black people refused to condemn Nat Turner directly, even though he did horrendous shit while doing that, like some really truly depraved shit.
For sure.
It was more about condemning this system that created the Nat Turner rebellion in the first place.
100%.
That's how I think of October 7th at this point.
You want a modern? Okay. That was a story about how we discovered systemic issues. Kind of. Do you get now what I'm saying?
Yeah, the Magneto is a villain in a lot of places for the most part. He did a lot of heinous shit.
The real event you just talked about, the Turner Rebellion, I believe is that what we were talking about?
Well, Magneto's kind of a representative, like extremist
of the
reaction
black
to
people
oppression.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Okay. Thank you. Yes, you breadcrumbed me to your thoughts.
Yeah,
Yes. Thank you. It's hard to think about thoughts, isn't it, man?
Can be.
I mean, sometimes it helps to just feel them.
Well, the other problem is that sometimes extremist stuff kind of has to happen. Here's another thing. I don't know if you've ever seen Andor, but Andor is amazing. And like,
I'm gonna watch Monster first. I actually hate Star Wars a lot. We just talked about it because
Andor is like Star Wars.
But after
it's like
Monster,
Star Wars for people who hate Star Wars, to be honest.
I understand that, and that's why I've tried to watch it. But the way we connected on Monster earlier, I'm actually like super into that. I'm gonna watch that first.
Watch that first. Yeah.
Okay, but you can now talk about Andor. I just want you to know I have no.
Both are incredibly well written, nuanced stories that like dive deeper into like the things we're talking about right now.
Cool. That's okay. Cool.
So like with Andor, there's like one sequence where they're like they're stealing money from the Empire to be able to fund the rebellion.
Yeah.
One of the circumstances, they don't dive too deep. I think that's one of the critiques I think I could make of the show is they do dive into it, the moral depravity at times of the rebellion. I think they could have dived into this aspect a little bit more, but Disney probably restricted them from this because I can kind of understand this part.
Okay, cool. You know how
they do have to hold hostage one of the leaders and his wife and child, and it's like you are kind of putting a gun to a child at that point. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, 100%.
But like in the greater good aspect of things, like
baby, as they say.
Yeah, it's like it's for the right thing ultimately for everyone, but you know these circumstances, oppressive systems cause backblows in extreme ways, like 9/11, for instance. Also,
100%.
So you have to think of it from like a nuanced perspective of like, yeah, this is some heinous shit. I can never see myself doing this. I would never want to do this. And I do condemn those actions in totality. But it's like, in some way, you can empathize with how somebody could get to that circumstance where they'd be willing to do shit like that to free not only themselves, but their brothers and sisters, their people.
Yeah, for sure.
I kind of get that.
I have a question for you about me now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you surprised that I'm able to have this conversation with you? Like, be honest.
No, I'm not.
Oh, cool. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny.
It's not
to me.
even
Cool.
remotely surprising.
I'm very proud of myself. Ever since you made me a mod, I changed how I act in your stream, if that makes you feel better. I don't troll people here because, like, I'm your mod, and that would make you look bad.
I mean, I really appreciate the respect for that. Yeah.
I think that's why we're able to connect, because when I'm on the internet, I'm just full troll, 100%. I think actually I do. I have a thing where I say, I don't know what I do this weird thing where when I understand something, but if I don't think the person I'm talking to will understand, I minimize it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't need to do that because you do understand, or you will understand because you did all this stuff. I I was trying to give you links for a long time, and I think you were, I don't know what it was. You had apprehension about making me a mod. So one day you finally just made me a mod. And
I don't
think it's because
remember
you
having apprehension of making anyone mod.
I don't know what it was either. I'm just saying this is my feelings. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like no offense to making you
It was,
mod,
I didn't know it taken from you at all.
Yeah, I didn't
was
really
being-
meaningfully
well,
think
I wouldn't-
about like, wow, I need to make this person mod because I trust them.
Well,
I
was,
you know, seemed
okay,
like a
well,
nice dude, you know.
Can I talk about myself? I was trying to talk about myself.
Yeah,
Emery.
you're good.
I was being a troll, and I figured that's why you were being apprehensive. And you're telling me now you weren't? That makes me feel better because I was insecure about that. Thank you for just being honest.
I mean, like, I'm just gonna tell you, I don't remember being apprehensive about any mod decisions.
All right, can I finish now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyways, because you did that, Emery, I stopped trolling and I was able to like be more myself here. You treated with me, you showed me respect, even though you didn't mean to. It was just a happenstance of reality. You just, okay, I'm gonna make Zoo a mod, so I did. And because you did that for me, I became more mature in your chat. Or actually, no, I was already mature. Because you made me a mod, I began to articulate myself in more mature manners. And because I did that, it made it easier for us to talk as a chatter. And because of all that, today it made it easy for me to just call in.
Good.
Cool.
Good to know that.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me say all that. You know what's extra cool right now?
What's up?
I can, if I don't know, if you do decide to hide this or whatever, I forget what it's called, please send me a copy. I'm going to rewatch this later because I want to be able to hear how I am talking in a conversation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I severely doubt I'm gonna private this anytime soon.
Okay,
if ever.
cool. I was just letting you know, just in case.
Yeah, gotcha.
36, 237, 238, if you're looking in the text. This is just too demanding. This is too much to ask for people to give up all these things. To that, Singer says a couple things. One thing he says is, look, that is a standard, objection to utilitarianism. And Singer is himself a utilitarian, or at least he's a consequentialist. I can't remember. Anyway, he's close to a utilitarian, and he could be for the purposes of this paper. So, well, it's a standard objection against utilitarianism that it's too demanding. But Singer just thinks that this is a very weak objection. Maybe morality is very demanding. The argument seems to work. The fact that you don't like the conclusion, which is really what the too demanding objection comes to, the fact that you don't like the conclusion is not an argument that the conclusion is false. He considers another argument. This is on page 239.
There's a lot of unforeseen consequences to utilitarianism, and morality is very demanding, even in that perspective of being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
Just so you know, Singer's trying to say the opposite. Singer is trying to say utilitarianism is facing the unforeseen consequences. And the way we face for unforeseen consequences is by just doing the thing. And then as the unforeseen consequences happen, we use utilitarianism to address them as they come. Just like you said earlier, we should save the kid because it saves the kid.
Yeah.
Even if we know that it's going to cause bad things, motherfucker, address those bad things when they're happening. Right now, a kid needs to be saved. So save the fucking kid.
That's the other thing to take into consideration. Making the active choice of not saving the kid at that point, trying to be pragmatic or whatever.
Can lead to worse outcomes right there.
What if doing that in the long run too makes you turn into more of a unsympathetic sociopathic person that would be willing to justify a lot of other heinous shit?
And I mean, and here's kind of the catch-22 of all this. If you are going to use pragmatic arguments for why you shouldn't save the kid, that is also a utilitarian argument. I think Singer is trying to say that we're all utilitarian whether we admit it or not.
I mean, pretty much.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm glad you... Okay.
Yeah, I think...
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's like a given. I don't think people do realize it all too often, but I think it comes down to having the conversations about morality and all that. Like, it always usually ends up like that.
Is Parker... I mean, I wish I could just ask him. I wish he was still here, but do you know, is Parker utilitarian?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
He's not in the VC, so...
It would be funny for him to no, it wouldn't be funny. It would be... This is the part I feel like Parker would have been more helpful. Because I am a utilitarian. I don't think he is, and I think that's why we were arguing. I actually don't think labels matter either, but if it would help him, if it would help Parker, like, yeah, okay, I'm a utilitarian, Parker.
I think there's good ways of operating with those philosophies and thinking through those perspectives on how you manage your own morality. But I think, for me at least for me personally, I think dwindling it down to one philosophy is probably.
Yeah, that's why I just said I don't like labels. That's why I don't like labels.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, it's probably not a realistic way of going about life.
It's not at all, but like, how it help? Like label. Okay, cool. I hate labels, but I enjoy self-labeling. If I can just say, Parker, I'm a utilitarian, and that means enough to where he understands that we're not going to agree, it would probably help us talk to each other better. If Parker understood I actually don't agree with his philosophy, he might have understood why I was getting so upset. Or maybe he wouldn't. I have no fucking clue. But he's not here and he wouldn't talk to me. That is why I was getting upset. And
gotcha.
I don't actually give a fuck. I'm just trying to talk about my emotions because I think emotions are very important. That's all it is. And I'm using myself as the example because emotions are so personal. I find it easier for other people to think about their own emotions if I just sit in mine. I think that's what Mr. Girl does, by the way. I think Mr. Girl forces his emotions onto other people, and then he gets upset that they're upset at him. It's like, brother, you're upset. Don't be mad at the person who is upset at you for not articulating upsetness the same way you do, Max Carson. Like, fuck off. Like, stop making me mad. If you want me to be mad, I will be. And I'll scream at you, and we won't even talk. And I don't feel that. And that's why I want to talk to him now. I'm pretty sure I could talk to Mr. Girl and just like, yeah, if Mr. Girl wants somebody to come get his goat, I got his goat sitting at my house. And it's not going to happen until we talk. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Start donating money to famine relief, then governments will stop. And if governments stop donating money because the private individuals have got it taken care of, well, then very bad things will result. There won't be enough money because the governments are the real source of the money or whatever. Singer responds to this. Part of his response is to just say, don't worry about it. Not that many people are going to start giving. It's not going to prevent governments from donating money. Governments don't give that much money to begin with. And if you give every dollar that you have, that's not enough to affect how much governments give. You're not going to solve this problem on your own. And if your only objection is, hey, if I give all my money, I'll totally solve the problem, that's just a weak objection. Yes, you'll totally solve the problem. Good, solve it. The last objection that Singer considers...
I think we all agree with Singer's perspective to a certain degree, where there is a moral imperative. It's just like, putting in money for charity or whatever, to use your voices to speak to dilemmas, to real issues, and give focus and attention where it needs to be driven towards to make a meaningful change potentially, whether it's in the long run or in the short run. I think everyone kind of deep down agrees with this perspective.
Remember that time I was screaming at Parker? Oh, that was so fun.
That was.
That was fucking.
I think there was one thing you said that I have to re-listen to it, that I almost wanted to put on my soundboard if it was okay with you. I would ask you.
Oh, please do. That would make me feel amazing. If something I said was soundboard worthy in my first conversation on the internet,
I listened to it. I want to immediately. I was like, I can't remember specifically. It was something like, shut
the fuck up!
Like, stop talking or something. It was something like that.
It was telling me when I was obviously making him very upset, and he wouldn't say that he was upset. There was something I said in there that was gold for sure, because I said a bunch of gold.
I'll re-listen to it after we're done streaming today. I don't know when that will be, obviously, but.
Thank you. That means a lot, and I'm going to re-listen to this conversation too, man, because of you. Like
it was pretty funny.
Page 240 in the reading is the thought that, well, look, if you donate all this money to famine relief, it's just famine relief. It's going to help these people. It's going to save their lives, sure, but there'll be another famine in a few years from now. Maybe in that place, maybe in a different place. You're just postponing these famines. Singer says, no, you're not. Those famines are going to happen one way or another. And if you donate the money, to help people who are dying of this famine today. And when he wrote this paper in 1972, there was a specific famine that he was talking about. If you donate
Okay,
money,
and I
you
can
will
now.
save.
Cool. Okay, cool. Okay, I can add more to the context of this whole conversation.
Yeah.
The last famine in the world was in 1964. I understand that there are more that have happened since then, but when we talk about historic famines to the level of like X percentage of people have died, the last famine in the world to happen by the last. Okay, remember I said technically correct is the worst correct.
Yeah.
Technically, the last famine to ever happen was the Holodomor. Do you know what that is?
I recognize the name. I don't know the history well enough about it.
That was done by the U.S. and I'm probably completely wrong, so I'm just gonna stop because I don't know all the science history. 1964. I'm probably got the name wrong. That's why I just realized that. In 1964, the Russians caused a famine against the Ukrainians on purpose. Nobody realized that at the time, but because USSR fell, we now have access to their records and we've read this. When Singer wrote this in 1972, famines were still a very common thing. Technically, they still are now. But
I mean, technically, there's
I think,
arguably a famine right now in Palestine.
there's more food. There's more food on Earth than people, and we've solved that problem. Humanity will always have more food than people until like nuclear holocaust, until the economy crashes. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
Going forward, the only way we will have starvation by nature is if society collapses. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there was also famines in Gaza in about
correct,
100%. December of
just like how,
I believe. Yeah.
Correct, 100%. But just how like people argue if Gaza is technically a Holocaust or a genocide. People argue if we both agree that there is a genocide in Palestine, correct?
Yeah.
Most people do not agree with us in the UN or whatever the fuck. People in power.
No, the UN agrees. You know that, right?
That's why I caught myself, and thank you for correcting me. The UN does agree. You are correct.
There's like
the people.
There's like discourse about whether or not it's a genocide, but those are at this point it's usually genocide deniers.
Okay.
You know?
You understand what I'm trying to say? Thank you. The last, as far as I'm aware, accepted famine was like in 1964.
Yeah, I got you.
And the reason why the reason we say that and why people argue about it is because we make more food than people could eat. And so like all the famines in the Middle East are being caused because we are not giving them food. And while that is still a famine, correct? It doesn't matter why they're not getting food. They're still starving to death. We both agree, right?
Yeah, and the structure of capitalism too, in capital, we waste a lot
I would say in the structure of capitalism, there is no famine. There's only starved people. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, we waste a lot of food.
There we go. So instead of debating about famine or capitalism, let's just try to talk to people about starving people in Gaza. And that's hard because when you do that, all these other subjects, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But I can't even remember what I wanted to. Oh yeah, it was about, I think if Singer would have understood, or if Singer believed that there would be no more famine, he would have changed his arguments. I think this philosophy was made at a time when famine was a bigger problem than it is now. Yeah. And so the example that Singer is using involving famine, or Jeff, whoever the fuck. Oh, no. Yeah, Singer used an exact example with the word famine. That's why we got it. Okay, I don't think that Singer in modern times would even use the word famine because I don't think the traditional word of famine applies in modern times. The traditional word of famine means not enough food. We have enough food now. It's just not being properly allocated. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's made for the purposes of distributing as a means to garner financial profit.
So I would say, my final thought now is, I would say that Singer believed that famine was a property of nature, and I believe he was right when he said it.
but I believe that famine now is a property, or better yet, a byproduct of capitalism. Does that make sense?
At the time, was it a byproduct of nature? It was. Well, he published this in 1972.
Me too. Famine is really
We've
common.
had capitalism for how long? For
much longer. Much longer than.
I
like
think maybe he thinks. I don't know this for sure. And I haven't read his work. I could guess that maybe it's part of nature, but he would probably also take into consideration the effect of capitalism. I don't know that.
So,
I don't know that.
Yeah, me neither. I don't either. The thing that I'm trying to highlight right now is that famine existed in both times. Do you understand that? Are we following?
Yeah, yeah.
But the cause of famine has changed on such a dramatic level, it would be unrealistic for Singer to have realistically predicted that.
Okay, gotcha.
In Singer's world, famine would always exist. And I don't think that's the truth. I think Singer's wrong about that.
I think he is too.
Okay, cool.
Like I think especially if you're able to make as much food as you are now. And
yes,
we didn't live in a capitalist society.
Did you know that America's #1 export is food?
Okay, wait. I will say this. I think famines are possible given circumstances of like climate disasters or something like that, right?
Yes.
But
if climate change
generally speaking, I think they're going to be far less common.
They could still, nature could come back.
Yes.
Because there's other topics that we're not talking about right now. Climate change.
Yeah.
But right now we're talking about capitalism.
Yes, of course.
Capitalism and climate change are inherently unrelated, but we make them related. Does that make sense?
Well, humanity makes them related because
capitalism is man-made.
The effect of capitalism has brings on the consequence of climate change.
Correct.
Through,
I would say I'm trying. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
I would say that capitalism is an attempt to understand human nature. And it failed. I can tell you that right now. I don't agree with it. But
it's a miserable failure, yeah.
It is a miserable failure, 100%. Yeah.
Not even for the most part. I say that as if there was any real success to capitalism. I don't think there has been.
Capitalism is good for sports. It's not good for anything else. And if you think about that I feel like that says something about things that are good for sports are not good for us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree.
Like working out is good for us, but we shouldn't be fighting each other. Like we shouldn't play football at all. Like why the fuck are we artificially creating reasons to argue? That's what a sport is. Like, oh, you're a Packers fan? Well, I'm a Cowboys fan. Fuck the Packers. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? Who cares about that? People care about that shit, dude. And like, they get to vote.
In a healthier society, I think sports would be a lot less.
It would be more cathartic, as in like we participate in it. We don't watch it.
It would be a lot less talk. There would be a lot of things that if you structured society in a better way, you would still obviously have people that would work off really bad negative impulses. I think that doesn't just go away ever naturally, but it would be far less common.
Okay, I'm going to use a real life example that will be an analogy at the same time that I think we're both going to you will instantly understand.
Okay.
How gross is it that the 250th birthday of America was on Donald Trump's birthday, and to symbolize our 250 years, we had a UFC fight on Donald Trump's birthday, not even the birthday of the country.
Oh, I know how to, wait. I know how to answer this. Give me a second. I know exactly how to answer this.
This is so fucking disgusting that, like, I think white genocide should happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes. Okay. I told my friend yesterday that meme is all meaning without thinking. And you just answered my question with a meme. So that's good job, dude. Thank you. But hell yeah, true.
Yeah, it's grotesque. It's like,
why is our birthday about fighting and on a loser's birthday that half the country hates?
Yeah.
It should be obvious on the face of it to everyone, to the point that we should be doing TOS things, to go to your point earlier.
I agree with
the
you.
TOS things could be anything, guys. Okay. It could
Correct.
be
We
anything.
should just be
You never really
arguing.
know.
We should all write angry letters to the president, but people aren't doing that. Like, I can say things in a non-TOS way, but I'm still angry.
Wait, so I'm reading the description of this video. Apparently, the conversations about this topic were so incendiary that he had to delete he had to like turn off the comment section.
That's funny.
He was saying the comment sections on my lecture videos are usually fun, informative, and helpful places. I am glad that they are there. Unfortunately, in this case, the number of genuinely threatening and abusive comments was just too high. Trust me, I am just as bummed about it as you are.
Is it okay? Here, finally, I've been looking for this the whole night.
Yeah.
No, what's interesting about that is while he was talking about this topic, things got so heated, he turned off the comments. While we were talking about this topic, me and Parker got so heated. I'll take all me. I got so heated, I had to scream at Parker.
Well, I think this is a topic that could get heated, given dependent on like your perspectives. I suppose.
I think we're talking about the meaning of life, and I think Parker's wrong.
Yeah.
No problem telling him that.
It's more about the meaning of morality, but yeah, so and akin to life as well. Yeah,
I think the meaning of morality will be the meaning of life.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's true.
And I'm not trying, just in case he is listening, and because I am laughing and stuff, I am trying to be very. There's a disconnect between my inner thoughts and my voice do not match. And I've worked on that skill my entire life. And I didn't realize that. And now that I understand that I do that, I can use it. I was never mad at Parker and whatever. He doesn't have to say whatever he wants. I just wish he was still here so we could talk. Anyways, go ahead.
Well, I'm done with that video. I wanted to read about the unethical brain rot thing. Dude, have you seen these videos before? I'm sure you have.
Yeah, I have a 7-year-old. I know all about brain rot.
Yeah. Well, the fruit ones specifically.
Yeah. To make it personal again, this summer we took the tablet out of the house because of issues that are about parents and stuff. And you're not a parent.
It's pretty understandable. I can take a guess. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. But yeah, my son's not allowed to use YouTube or have a tablet anymore.
To be honest, that's probably for the best for quite a while.
I agree with myself on that,
yeah,
too.
even if you introduce it back, you should probably adjust it to a way where
he gets what we're doing. But what we're doing right now is we share the one computer that I have, and we're just letting it go from there. Because on my computer, I have add-ons and stuff. There's no ads and stuff. You know what I mean? Like I do have problems with YouTube, but they might not necessarily be the same with everyone else's. My biggest problem with tablets is most of them are iPads. And like, you can't get mods and shit on that. I can't get rid of ads, man. Fuck iPad. Fuck tablets, man. They try to make this shit so user-friendly, and all they actually did was completely make it un-user-friendly. Because you can't do anything to it. You can only do what they want you to do.
Pretty much.
And like, there's so much deeper meaning in what I just said. Like, that all applies to capitalism and stuff. And like, I understand that all now because I understand my son better. I understand what was fucking up my son, and because of that, I understand what fucked me up. And that's a personal conversation that we could definitely have on screen. It's just not relevant to you.
Yeah. Tapping into the brain's reward system. These videos exploit core features of human psychology. Combined with addictive platform features such as infinite scroll, the result is an endless stream of content that keeps us engaged, even if the message is immoral or simply ridiculous. Short-form video feeds such as TikTok and Instagram Reels operate on similar principles to those used in gambling systems. The human brain is highly sensitive to novelty and unpredictability, both of which are linked to dopamine signaling and reward systems. Or reward learning. So yeah, I feel like I've stumbled upon some of these videos every once in a while, and you're like, I just can't believe what the fuck I'm watching. And like,
well, okay, yeah, talk about that more, please. What did you mean by
specifically? It's just like, you know, it's trash, but you're just watching anyway because you're like, well, I guess it's something to do very briefly while I'm waiting on my flight to move, or I'm bored in a moment. I'm just curious of like,
You
okay,
become
what absurdity
very
is this going to
self-conscious.
show here?
Would you say that it makes like what? Would you say that some move? Are you describing being self-conscious or self-aware or something like that? That's what it sounds like to me.
I think what I'm tapping into is that I think we all kind of watch trash.
Yeah, for sure.
And we
But
know
I'm
it's
asking,
trash
okay.
and we enjoy the trash anyway. It's like fast food a little bit where you're like, I know this is really probably not that healthy for me, but it's like, I guess I'm going to do it anyway because it's there in the
And
moment.
are you talking about like acid? Are you actively having those thoughts while you're consuming or afterwards? Is what I'm asking.
Mostly while.
I think that's you becoming more self-aware.
Well,
You're thinking about your thoughts, not what you're doing. In that you're thinking about why do I want to watch this? You're not thinking about why are you watching about it. Does that make sense? I'm just trying to help you.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if this is the case for everyone else.
I'm not talking about everyone else. I'm talking about you.
Well, I am talking about me. This is why I watch every once in a while. Watch them when I stumble upon it. But I'm wondering if everyone else thinks the same thing, and it doesn't really matter. Like everyone's gonna watch it anyway.
Okay. I used to have these same thoughts. Again, back to my kid. I love my kid.
Yeah.
Man, watching my kid watch YouTube, I've realized maybe 60-70% of anything that you ask, why is somebody watching this? It's because there's some kid somewhere that woke up and left it on replay all day. And there's probably several something kids that did that. And that's probably happening everywhere all over. I think the internet monetization system is heavily influenced by people under the age of 13. On top of that, I think people actually know this, but people don't want to talk about it because that's kind of an unawkward conversation for so many reasons. Go ahead.
So yeah, I do think it's tapping into some dopamine in me as well, or it's just like you're watching something because it hits your brain in a particular way, even if you know it's absurd. You're like, I'm gonna watch the absurdity anyway. Even I'm gonna watch the trash anyway.
Yeah, you just explain it.
Yeah, when rewards are delivered unpredictably, behavior becomes more persistent. This pattern, known as variable reinforcement, has long been shown to sustain repeated actions, even when rewards are inconsistent. So I think like this is unhealthy even when you're self-aware of it, I think. But like, especially
100%.
when you're not self-aware of, if you're like a kid watching these, it's like, I think this is even unhealthier.
Another thing I wish everyone understood, and it's great, the more I talk to people, the more I can understand. Everything I know is everything I know.
Yeah.
So the more I talk to people, it helps me understand what other people have picked up, and the more patterns I see. Okay, so a pattern that I've noticed in a lot of people is a lot of people are like you just said, I've noticed this about myself. I think, I'm getting too meta. I keep using that word. But yes, what you are tapping into is you are understanding that what you are going through is what everyone is going through. And I think that bleeds over into our negative opinions. I think more so our positive opinions are similar. And I'm talking about society. And that's it for now. Did you follow that?
Yeah, I have followed that. I was muted, my bad.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Let's see. AI slot videos offer rapid visual novelty and unexpected emotional turns. You don't know whether the next one will be absurd, funny, tragic, or strangely compelling. The videos also compares to big emotional experiences. A single clip may move from betrayal to sadness to revenge to humor in seconds. This creates emotional volatility, which increases arousal and sustains attention. I think the thing I'm concerned about is that this becomes more and more of a thing to where if you're creating actual movies out of the AI experience like this, that you're like the people that go to the movies don't really get anything out of it, like really don't get anything out of it, for like even worse than like actual just bad art, you know, just like not confrontational art, not like really moving art. It's like even more like slop, you know. And this is like also my concern a little bit with like streamer culture and how it functions, where it's part of the point where some of the reality shows is the trash, but is it like, are you actually getting anything out of it in the long run for the most part?
Well, I think people watch reality. I think brain rot. So I think you're right. Everything, yeah. I think the reason why reality TV started, and you just brought that up, so I'm connected on that part. I think reality TV might have been the beginning of brain rot. Maybe that's why you brought it up. I don't know. But I think the reason why I liked reality TV and the people I know liked reality TV is when I was younger, it made me feel good to feel smarter than Kim Kardashian. Like, I knew she was richer than me. I knew she had a better life than me. I knew all these things on a very surface level. Man, calling her a dumb bitch made me feel so good, though. And, like, I think that's kind of, in a nutshell, why people liked reality TV at the beginning. I can't really, and like the opposite side of that, did you ever watch a show called Survivor, or did you know of a show called Survivor?
Yeah, I've never watched these shows in depth, but I know what you're talking about.
Well, Survivor is the opposite. Survivor is about a bunch of losers. That's not how they call themselves, but it's about a bunch of people who have nothing, who come together and someone wins and makes a lot of money and they're better now. I think people want to be just the winner at the end of Survivor, but they watch all the drama at the beginning just so they can like put themselves in the winner's circle at the end mentally. And I think like reality TV is all kind of playing like what this article is talking about. Yeah, I think reality.
To be fair to some reality shows, there is some things that you can probably tap into to like connect.
Yeah, I think that's what they're
these
doing.
Characters and like feel
reality
like, I relate with this, I relate with that. But there's like a
100%.
trashier aspect to the reality show aspect, especially when.
I think you just caught on to what I was having trouble sussing out.
Yeah,
I
when
can't
it becomes
understand
yeah, go ahead.
because there's no people in it. There's no people in Brain Rot.
When it becomes,
But with reality people, there's real people,
Mhm.
like you said. Continue.
A sadder thing about some reality shows is not knowing exactly what's scripted or not either.
Yes, you don't know what they're real. You know, like okay, yeah, 100%. Continue.
I think that's what connected me a tiny bit more to like political streamer content is that for the most part, as far as I could tell, any stupid dramas are came from a source of an actual meaningful disagreement where even if it turned into like a really petty, crazy drama, it actually stemmed from something sincere.
Yes,
Which connected me more, I think.
100%. Yeah, I agree with your feelings, but I think you just made an observation about
like
political streaming.
Yeah,
That
it's
is true.
harder to tell what's sincere in like a Jersey
Well, I think-
Shore or Kim Kardashian show, I guess.
I think with political streaming specifically, because that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think it's easy to connect artificially through the politics. I'm a Democrat, he's a Democrat. I'm a SOCDEM, he's a SOCDEM. I'm a communist, he's a communist. And then you just sit there and you listen to the people talk about politics that you feel like you agree with for weeks on end. And then I'm trying to use and then the pixie shit happened. And like, so now all of this feelings you have towards Destiny through politics are now going to be carried over from politics to the drama about Destiny or the drama about Pixie. So you're going to take Destiny's sides for political reasons, and then you're going to side with him emotionally when an emotional drama happens, even though you're not even thinking about any of this shit while it's happening. It's just happening. And like, I think to make it more about me and you during the Pixie drama, to us, it was so, because of our moral compass that we have built already, it was so fucking obvious. Maybe it's because of Mr. Girl. Maybe Mr. Girl helped us build it because he talked about all of that for like 2 years, didn't he? Before the Pixie drama?
Well, it's easier to put into words and like to clarify exactly what exactly is
Because
wrong
we
about
were
it. 'Cause sometimes
already
it's harder to like put it into like deeper words.
100%. Like, we understood that Destiny's the problem during the Pixie drama because of other reasons. For me and you specifically, I think one of those other reasons will be Mr. Girl. You literally talked to him. I just watched him. But like, I think the thing Mr. Girl is the most famous for is going after Destiny. Would you agree with that? Or not going after Destiny? Mr. Girl became the peak of Mr. Girl's fame was during Mr. Destiny drama or after. So it feels like there's a lot of connection there and meaning because there probably is, because Mr. Girl has told us Destiny hurt him or whatever. Do you kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's hard. I think it's easier for us to talk about that is because we both know Mr. Girl so intimately. I could have just said, Mr. Girl articulated so well why Destiny was bad that it made it easy for us to understand our feelings to why we think Destiny is bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sorted it out a little bit.
Okay, cool. Yeah. And yeah, cool.
Well, that's
and I used to love.
Like, it's like it sounds like minimizing of like the actual actions of Destiny, what Destiny did to call it drama.
Yes.
But you know,
minimizing it makes it easier for me to talk about it. Simple as.
Maybe, yeah, a little bit. It could
me.
be.
It makes it easier for Zoo to talk about it. I'm not speaking on anyone universal right there. I don't know if that's a universal truth. Helps me to minimize.
I'd be wrong. I'd be lying if it wasn't like entertaining. But like part of the entertainment is being able to like go through it and be like, well, like this person should be held accountable, right?
Yeah, 100%. That's what I did with Parker earlier.
And to sort it out even further about your own morality and your own like way of thinking.
Yeah, I've been minimizing my own emotions this entire time. Whenever Parker wouldn't let me talk, I just fucking blew up at him and it helped. You're 100% right. Like, there's just a time and a place for everything. I think people should learn how to minimize themselves. I don't know if that relates to anything we're saying, but I said that and you liked it, so I expanded upon it.
Many viewers describe a sense that the videos feel off. The characters are expressive, but often not fully coherent. The narratives resemble human drama, but they lack internal logic. This relates to the idea of the uncanny valley. Where
things feel right, but they don't sound right. Continue.
Yeah, where near-human representations produce discomfort. Importantly, these videos rarely become disturbing enough to trigger avoidance. Instead, they sit in a middle zone. They are strange enough to provoke curiosity, but not uncomfortable enough to make you stop watching. So this creates cognitive tension. According to cognitive dissonance theory, people are motivated to resolve such inconsistencies.
I'm so proud of myself. Continue.
And the way to resolve tension in this case is to keep watching in search of closure. The mind keeps asking, what is this and where is it going? And I think that's a good way of putting it in summation, where I feel like when I watch this, I'm like, but I just think to myself, like, I know the answer already, but I almost want to question anyway.
Yes.
Like, what is the point of this? Why create this? And I guess the answer is just as cynical as, well, it's easy and I know what it does to your brain, so I'm gonna create it anyway, even if it's stupid.
Money.
The
reason money. YouTube, not you, but everything on YouTube, the motivation is money. You might have your own personal ones, but YouTube would not exist without profit. There might be some kind of other whatever, but like YouTube is a corporation that is owned by another corporation. You know what I mean? Like, we're all here for money right now, and I hate that. I hate that that's true. And I hate that that's true because a lot of people don't want to be told that they're only doing something for money, but that's not what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah. We're also likely to ignore the unethical messaging because of the format. The characters are highly synthetic. This makes scenarios feel fictional, even when they reflect real social behaviors. Well, it's... you could probably connect this to, like, comedies or any other form of, like, art in a way where...
yeah, for sure.
Remember, a lot of unethical messaging is presented, and you could probably detach yourself because it's like a comedic scene or something.
Can I explain my little mantra that I said earlier? Yeah, a little bit more deeper? Okay, so art is meaning. Meaning is communication. Communication is art. This is also symbolic for life, by the way. That's why I like it so much. Life is art. So life starts at art. Art gives meaning to life. When we have meaning to life, we want to converse with other people. When we converse with other people, we're making art. And at the end of at the end of your life, you die. Death is also art. Like, nothing we do today means anything. Or no, nothing we do in the grand scheme means anything. Everything we do matters because it's like today. Like, the meaning is between the art. Does that make sense? The art is everywhere. My whole mantra starts and ends with art, and I hate art. But I need to acknowledge certain things about myself, and those words help me do that. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's just, looking at this, it's just so absurd. And you're like...
Is it art, though? Is that art?
If I wanted to be like...
Pretentious, you want to be a pretentious snob, would that be art?
No, if I wanted to be like super accurate, technically yes. But it's
That's
like...
what I think. Yes, yeah.
I think art can be really destructive. It can be a lot of different things.
I did remember my mantra. One of the last things I just said is death is art.
Yeah.
What is more destructive than death? What's more constructive than life? And I think I honestly have discovered the meaning of my life by words that are meaningless.
Somebody would say like AI slop is not art, but it's like, well, like you're kind of missing the point where there's no respect for it, but it is a creation that somebody made haphazardly. It's bad art. It's like disgustingly simple.
But if somebody makes brain rot and it means something to somebody, it became art. It became art by meaning something to someone.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah. And like, whatever. I hate art, but it's also the only word that's in my mantra twice. Or actually way more than that, like 4 times. Weird thing is, like, when I have emotional words, this is another thing. I'm trying to teach this to my best friend yesterday. If I use emotional words, I can't remember the words at all. If I get completely in my emotions, I will not be able to remember what I said. And what's crazy about that is because of that, and once again, we are on the border of my trauma. Once again, I'm just acknowledging that. My parents wouldn't let me show my emotions, so I had to learn how to talk without them. So, like, I connect to people on a very unemotional way, or at least I thought I did. And I now understand that because my parents didn't allow me to feel emotions, I'm extra hyper super sensitive to them. I think Max Carson has the same problem, by the way. And since I was super hypersensitive to emotions, if I felt like somebody was mad at me, instead of sitting with their anger, I would just make them mad. Like, they're like, fuck you for making me mad. I'm going to make you mad now. And it made me feel better. And so I spent, 39 years of my life. The only thing that ever made me happier was if I could make people feel the same way I did. And I felt miserable. So I was making people feel miserable. I'm lowering my tone and I'm talking sadly because I am sad, and it helps to just acknowledge that. So I'm doing that in my tone. And that's it. Go ahead.
I'll say this for the people. I think most people probably kind of have an idea of how to handle reclaiming their time and attention from brain rot stuff, but I'll say it. I'll read this anyway for anyone who probably doesn't immediately know what to do about this. One approach is to introduce a pause before scrolling to the next video. Even a brief interruption will weaken the reward loop in your brain and make it easier to put your phone down. When you notice yourself thinking, this feels pointless or this is strange, that's the best time to stop. In some cases, a digital detax might be helpful.
By the way, that's for viewers again. What Emery just said is actually something that I noticed. Because I was trying to help my son, it helped me notice that. I think some of the times when I was looking at shorts, I would start thinking about why am I looking at the same shit my 6-year-old's looking at? And so just that pause of like taking myself out of the moment helped me. Having a son helped me help my son.
Finally,
That's a weird.
Sorry, I just want to finish this really quick. You can also restrain your algorithm, quickly skip or select not interested on videos you don't want to see, replace passive scrolling with intentional viewing by seeking out specific content, which I usually do in the first place.
100%. I'm so glad you said that. That was you woman. See, this is why it's important to that was the actual first thing.
Yeah.
Once I understood I did not want to watch this motherfucker anymore, they do have an option that says not interested, and you will never see that dumbass motherfucker again.
Yeah.
That's why I put it.
Create friction. This might involve disabling automatic playback or limiting your access to a feed by disabling the app notification or removing the app from your home screen. AI fruit videos may seem trivial and absurd, but they reveal something important about the digital environment. As generative systems scale up, they will only get better at capturing and directing our attention. Understanding the psychology behind this is the first step to resisting it. I think we like kind of deep down already know these things in a way, but like it needs to be refrained and retained in our mind a little bit to like not give into those weird videos in the first place, or just weird things that are like consuming our time in meaningless ways, you know?
Yeah, 100%. You know, yeah, 100%. I wish there was a healthy way to be a hype man on the internet, because like a lot of times I'm saying stuff because I just want to reinforce something you said. I literally just want to be like, hell yeah, bitch. Oh shit, that shit's fire. Oh no, she didn't. You know what I mean? Like I just want to like I just want to highlight something you said a lot of times while you're talking.
I like watching edits where it's of stuff that I like and it has like, I don't know, specific like themes or like intentions and meanings or whatever. If I'm going to watch like small formatted videos, like give me something a little bit with tiny bit more substance and intrigue. Edits like this are really cool too. Like creative expressions from other artists. That's why I make my little edits or whatever, even if like some of them are not as good as I want. Some of them are really good. I like creative outlets like that.
I like shorts that try to teach me basic real life shit. I like shorts about like house inspections. I like it's so weird.
Yeah. Those are fun.
Cool. So you understand. Like it's nice to be able to have an understanding that's not so intellectual. And we just had that. Yeah. I like watching dumbasses get made fun of for building bad houses too. You know? Like it is what it is. Like I do own my house, but I don't live in $1 million house now. So like it feels cathartic to see some $1 million house that's built like shit.
It can be cathartic to watch like stupid like reality shows at times where it's like, well, at least I'm not this person.
Yeah, 100%.
It can be. But I don't like diving into that as much because I don't want to prioritize this idea of like, well, at least I'm not this person in order to feel like
well, once you realize
I'm
it's
living
happening,
a good life. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that.
I think once you understand that you're watching somebody else to like make fun of them more or less,
maybe
that causes cognitive dissonance. Because you don't want other people to watch you to feel bad or to make fun of you or whatever,
I mean,
right?
that's true, but like I guess I kind of understand that people might do that anyway if they really wanted to. So it almost doesn't.
Well, well, yeah, 100%. And that's the. It's funny. I'm trying to avoid Destinyisms. I don't know if you've picked up on that yet, but every time I think I'm about to say something like Destiny, I stop myself just because that means I'm probably not thinking and I'm probably just repeating some bullshit.
You should probably think closer to in regards of, do I actually believe this or do I actually like think like this instead of just comparing it to Destiny?
When I realize that I'm speaking like Destiny, that helps me do that. But thank you.
Yeah.
I would say the third level deep of what we were just talking about is, well, okay, if I don't want people to make fun of me, if I don't want other people to make fun of me, if I just acknowledge that it's bad, that I enjoy Schadenfreude, which I don't know if you know that term, but that's what that means. Schadenfreude is a German word that means happiness at other people's expense. If you just acknowledge that you are being selfish, it kind of relieves the tension. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, kind of. Can you explain it a little bit more?
I'm making fun of this person just because it makes me feel better. It doesn't mean what I am saying is true. It doesn't mean that the character on the screen is real. But it makes me feel better in the moment to make fun of that person's loss. Loss is an extremely deep word there because that's not necessarily what's all that's happening. But like I'm just trying to be very specific. Like, I don't know.
Gotcha.
Watching a dude get kicked in the balls feels good because you've been kicked in the balls too. You're not laughing at his balls being kicked.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
So, okay, so that helped a lot. So, even though we've never been a Kardashian, we both know how nice it would be to be rich like a Kardashian. So it feels good for the Kardashians to be dumb bitches. And I don't think they are dumb bitches. I think they used those feelings against mainstream America to make money. Because I don't think either one of us watched the Kardashians.
Yeah, there is a feeling that you get that may temporarily benefit you, but in the long run, it's like even stupid people can enjoy their life. You know, it's like
100%.
Is it really that beneficial to me in the long run of like, oh, I'm smarter than Kim Kardashian, but it's like, well, this person has having a more at least pleasurable life by comparison for certain.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but you are just 100% correct. I need to. Okay, you might be better about letting you finish and then going back to what you were correct.
Yeah.
What you were correct on is the part about like they are stupid. Well, I'm stupid sometimes. So like I'm laughing at them being stupid. It's not that I'm actually like I don't actually think the Kardashians are dumb. Just like I don't think when a man gets kicked in the balls, I don't think that's funny. I'm laughing because I know it hurts. I laugh because I know the Kardashians are not actually dumb. But it makes me feel better to think they're dumb. And I'm saying that's how me and you are. And I'm saying everybody is like that as well. I'm just saying you're more self-aware than other people. And I'm saying I am also. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think they're as stupid as they portray themselves to be, but I do think for the most part, I don't think they're that smart. So yeah, that in of itself kind of makes me feel better because in particular important ways, I do think I'm smarter than them. But that it doesn't really mean that much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, everything you just said, 100%, and that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like I could use like it. Also, it reinforces this idea of like, I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know if this is like I don't know if this is always the healthiest way of thinking about things, but it's like reinforcing this mechanism of I'm better than you when I don't think it should be about that necessarily.
Why is that not healthy thinking? Why could that not be
I think if you prioritize like a sense of like I'm better than you, like I think that gives into like more narcissistic tendencies and more unhealthy ways of going about your life, probably.
Okay, but if you do think you're better than other people, how do you process that?
I process that through sadness, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
Like,
so how do you think,
unironically, I do get like genuinely upset. Like, I'm not putting on a show when I'm like I say like really heinous and disgusting shit about Asmongold because I do think he's a subhuman person, but it does deeply, like, not just him but like as humanity, as you see more examples of that same behavior from people like Asmongold, it does make me deeply sad. Overall, that like people cannot better themselves, or people will not better themselves, or people are unable to. It is deeply sad that I have to like look at that person and be like, I'm better than you. But it's like I know you could be just as good as me, or as you could be better in general. You know what I mean? Like you could be, but you won't. Like it's not a happy thought. It's not a good outcome for anyone.
It's not a sad thought either. It's just a thought.
Well, I think it's sad because it's and ultimately like a bad thing for society really, and for me, people thinking like them leads to bad outcomes for me, even just on an individual basis.
Yeah, 100%.
So it is like, yeah, like this is, it's not good. Like I can, I don't know if you ever saw the conversation I had with Ethan Stapley.
No.
Like way back, I talked with Ape Gamer about, was it, consuming unethical art. And then after that, I talked with Ethan Stapley, and it was about Israel-Palestine. And I was just talking to him, and I realized how stupid he was. And because of some of his stupidity, he was just morally inconsistent and grotesque. And I just thought, like, this is super sad. He doesn't understand like how bad of a person he is. He just can't grasp it.
There is an interview you did recently that I saw that I would agree that felt the same way while you did it. It was really short.
Which one was
Food
that?
Shops. When Food Shops just started like talking about all of her donations, I was like, Shops, you're too stupid to have this conversation. Like, all you're doing is just being mean. Like, do you want to have a conversation or do you want to insult people?
Yeah, I felt the same way with Food Shops. I mean, although like it was less sad because like it was a little bit less sad because I already like think very low of her, and it's like it's almost past point of no return. But it's almost like
100%.
It's like sadness in a sense of like, I feel like you could like actually understand what I'm saying and understand that like what I'm saying is not actually like as disagreeable as you think, and probably would help you out in the long run, but it's too late, 100%. I guess. I don't know. And you're choosing an active path of like spite and like money over like being a healthy, grown up, like civilized adult, but whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, 100%. And like,
what was
I mean, it just 100%. I think Food Shops is dumb. Like, if I was you, I'd call her whatever. She was really mean to you for no fucking reason.
Most times I am. But like, you know,
it doesn't help in this moment because we're not acting that way.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, in a way, there's a reason why this person is on guard doing what they do. You understand
100%.
that logically.
Yes.
Even emotionally. But still, like...
Still, we don't got to talk to her. Like, it just is what it is.
Well, yeah, that's true. But, like, I was like, in that moment, it's like, you kind of want to, you know, set everything aside and be like, well...
you want to be...
You do understand, like, you could go down a different path, or you could lead a healthier life, and maybe just maybe you'll, like, actually listen, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem possible, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't... Yeah.
Yeah, you should watch this sometime whenever you have, like, spare time. This is way back. I'll link it to you.
Cool, yeah, please do.
Well, the whole thing, really. It's a really good stream. I think it's one of my favorite streams I've ever done, personally. And this is, like, way back. This is, like, a year.
It's
June
funny.
5th.
I don't even... You know, like the last 2 weeks or whatever, the only time I've even gotten on YouTube is when you stream. But yeah, I'll go watch this for sure because of that.
Yeah. But Ethan comes in here, and I'm telling you, it's like, it was very depressing. It was funny, but it was depressing. It was like, I don't know how he doesn't understand this. Ethan comes in at like 3:13:53, but you should watch the conversation I have with Ape Gamer too. I think that one's a good conversation. Yeah, I'll link that to you in a bit. I shouldn't have closed off to that. I should have just linked it to you immediately. I don't even know why I did that.
It is what it is.
Are people just watching? Go ahead.
I'm going to leave in like 30 minutes. I don't want to just abruptly tell you that, but now you know.
You can leave when you want.
I will, motherfucker. I'm just telling you, it's going to be about 30 minutes.
I don't know what else I'm going to really cover. I didn't really have any plans. I came in here. I was like, I think I kind of generally know what I want to cover, but I was like not dedicated to anything today.
Well, did you have fun talking to me at least?
Yeah. You actually created content today.
You know, we can do this more often if you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
It's an open door policy, really. I should just give you the role.
I mean, cool. That's dope. That makes me feel like, Emery, you're the first person to ever mod me, and you're the first person to ever give me perms. I think that's what they call it, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So that makes me feel very proud of myself, because like.
Yeah, I'll tell you when I'm doing solo segments or something. I'll respectfully tell people when I plan on just doing something by myself or something. But yeah.
For sure.
Oh,
but I am gonna say this now. I had to remember I said earlier that I'm doing a lot of emotional lifting or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so finally I can say something that like might have even encouraged me to come on. If you want me to come fucking argue with Oz Shadow, I will. I'll argue with that whoever age, woman, whatever they are, for like 6 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours. It's not that hard for me because they are dumb, and I hope they watch this, and I hope they heard that. And I will add to this in case they watch it and see it, and I'm hoping somebody will link it so they can just see.
I'm trying to be respectful to Oz Shadow because I don't think Oz Shadow's dumb.
I don't think they're dumb either, but they messaged me for 3 days in DMs to prove to me that I was offended. Person, I was not offended. I am now offended because of how you have treated me. If you would like to talk about it, we can.
Oz is welcome to hop on the stream if they so choose. I doubt they will. I also don't want to be that guy who's like, you need to come on, otherwise it's irrelevant to me. I don't want to.
I'm just saying, that's why I'm saying it out loud here, just because I have a feeling they will see it. I don't want to fight you, Oz Shadow, but whatever.
Yeah.
If you think I'm offended and you want to make content out of proving to me that I'm offended, we can continue that conversation again. I apologize. I was offended and I didn't admit that. Does it make you? And no, he's not here, so I can't say that. If he wanted to know that I was offended, he was correct. I was offended, and that is all. Continue. I'm sorry. I'd have wanted to say that the whole time, though.
I might actually just end the stream here because I think I'm set.
Okay. Hell yeah, I got to get ready for work and stuff.
I'll look at a couple tweets before we leave, but that's about it.
And then also, that was whatever about Oz Shadow. Parker, I actually did really enjoy talking to you. I'm sorry I was mean. You know, I'm not Canadian, but I am really polite.
All right, cool.
All right, cool. I'm gonna hang up then. Bye.
Have a good one, bud. Later. Thanks for coming on. I'll properly disconnect him. I don't know if he forgot to disconnect or something, but if you're listening, I just properly disconnected you. Let's see. Kyle Kalinske is disgusted by Andrew Wilson, formerly known as Big Papa Fascist. These are the types of people that Joe Rogan hangs out with these days. Listen to what this guy says about Trump triple tapping a little girl's Iranian elementary school.
These are the types of people that Joe Rogan hangs out with these days and agrees with these days. And this should really say it all. Listen to what this guy says about Trump triple tapping and carpet bombing a little girl's Iranian elementary school. Here we go. Listen to this.
Can you tell me all of the downsides of Donald Trump killing pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all, he is a pedophile. Second of all, he's protecting the Epstein pedophiles. There's been 0 Epstein pedophile arrests. Third of all, he might even be an Epstein co-conspirator. Fourth of all, why are you making up that everybody he killed in Iran is a pedophile? They've killed 3,000 to 7,000 people. They bombed schools.
Even statistically, it doesn't. It's like, if you want to say the government structure, of course, like probably, I don't know, off base, but like Iran probably does have like a lot of like pedophile friendly like structural issues with its entire government. So does America. So does like a lot of other places in the world. Or is it going to be like, every Iranian is a pedophile? It's like, okay, you fucking idiot. You're like...
Hospitals, they bomb bridges.
You fucking simpleton. That's not how this works.
They bomb power plants. They bomb roads. What are you talking about? It's so desperate. I'm sorry to cut him off, but let's get to it.
Pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian
Just no. Were the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles?
You want to make sure that they're alive so they get raped?
It's like actually legitimately disgusting. Yeah, we should kill the Iranian little girls. We should kill the Iranian little girls because if they were alive, they would just be raped. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. I feel like it's becoming more mask off. Is this just me? I feel like it's more and more mask off every day. Asmongold's revealing it. Andrew Wilson's revealing it. Like, what was it? Oh, the Steven Crowder video. Why? Oh, man. I don't want to do it today. Do I want to do it today? You know what? I want to do it next stream, I think. Because I think we need to dedicate time to this one. I haven't watched a lick of this yet. But, why can I not spell this right now? The case for fascism.
Even the bad
Or just going completely mask. It's like literally the Hitler taking off the Hitler mask. It's like, I was mask on before, but it was like the Hitler mask. Like it was barely like, it's like you could tell they're a fascist, but it's like, they're like pretending that they're not fascist, but it's like, yeah, you are a fascist. You take off, here's my actual face. I'm still Hitler. It's like, yeah, we're not surprised, but they're just being more like open. What the fuck, man? And like, okay. We need to go over this sometime. I'm putting this on the list. I might actually listen to this. I've never listened to this off stream. I kept seeing other people had covered it. I didn't look at anyone else's coverage. I just looked at the title alone and I'm like, well, that's not surprising. Not even remotely surprising. Wow. Holy shit, you're a fascist? Wow, fucking color me shocked. Fucking, oh my god, dude. Question, what do you say to voters who fear that democratic socialism could turn into communism? Francesca Hong responds with, no, this is a state where we all still have a $2.33 tipped minimum wage and 7.25 minimum wage. It's going to be hard to turn that into socialism soon. But what we can do is make sure we fight for policies that put working class people first.
First in government.
For voters who fear Francesca Hong is like super wholesome.
that this democratic socialism could turn into communism, what would you want them to know?
No. This is a state where we still have a $2.33 tip minimum wage and $7.25.
It's like we're so scared of like communism and all the potential bad it could do. It's like we never have the conversations about what capitalism is already doing. It's like horribly destructive. But okay, bro.
$7.25 minimum wage. I think it's going to be
like I think it is healthy to express skepticism on, you know, structures like governmental structure systems, obviously. But like the fear mongering, come on, bro. The fear mongering, it's cringe at this point. It's really cringe, especially when they're like these potential systems are really not likely to happen or transpire in our lifetimes. Let's be real, for the most part. I mean, maybe something like fundamentally life-altering and crazy happens and like the system is in place afterwards, like very shortly afterwards, but hard to say that's realistic, you know. It's very sad to say, but I don't see it happening.
It'd be hard to turn that into socialism soon, but what we can do with this campaign is make sure that we're fighting for the policies that put working class people first, and we're fighting for $20 minimum wage.
Yeah, it's insulting how people talk about communism. It's like there's no nuance to the conversation about fucking communism, but there's tons of nuance to capitalism. It's pretty insane to me, honestly. I think from what I could gather, the more problematic elements of the communist structures were usually like the authoritarian parts of those. But this happens, this probably happens in like every kind of system.
A lot of people get hurt.
Okay, Trump just hinted that he might declare a national security emergency for elections. If they can't win the elections, they will stop them. That's how far MAGA will go. Yeah, this is what I was saying. This is what I was worried about, is that would it even, like, it matters potentially, right? It should still, like, we should still promote electoralism while it still kind of feels viable, and like there is a reason that they fearmonger, that they are scared of the potential ramifications of DSA candidates actually winning and getting places of power, right? That being said, like, if shit like this happens, it's like, well, it almost becomes irrelevant, because then you're actually at a place where it's like, well, you know, if they're just going to abuse their power this way, what is your options at that point? That's the concern I have.
So let me put an idea in your head, okay? Because it's so hard to get the Senate to do anything, now they're on recess, they don't get anything done if they never get the Save America Act done. You have the right to declare a national security emergency for elections. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1983, under Reagan, that INS versus Chadha, that if you declare a national security emergency as the President of the United States, they can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots. And you don't even need.
They're just openly talking about this too. The conspiring of this. It's so insane, man.
It happened. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
All right, we'll leave it at that.
Wait, what? Hold on. What do you say? We'll leave it at that. Something then.
Photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots. And
Let
you don't
me just say
even
that
need
stranger
the
things
Senate
have
vote.
happened. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
The strangest things have happened. I'll leave it at that. Okay, yeah.
All right, we'll leave it at that. So let me.
So he's hinting that he's got something cooked up. Very, very fun. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice to hear. The ongoing misadventures of Mr. Donald J. Trump. Cool. Awesome. Wick argues socialism is as bad as racism. I do take issue. This is from the guy who supports, like, literally an ethno state, by the way. A Jewish supremacist ethno state that is literally an apartheid state. Literally structurally oppresses another group of people. This guy is, like, so cartoonish.
I do take issue with the framing that socialism isn't as obviously bad as racism. I kind of think it is. I kind of would argue that it might be.
Wick is just being a parody of a Fox News guest at this point. What the fuck are you doing? Wick is explaining a woman who is having a very obvious public mental health episode by having her on the show in a few days to further enable her gain stalking delusions for content. Disgusting. All politics is this now. Tap the sign. Tap the sign. Infinity times. This is politics now. Did you know Hassan? He shocked his dog. I didn't know that. I didn't know that before. Did you know he shocked his dog? Did you know he shocked his dog? Did you wait? Hold on, guys. Did you know? He shocked dog? Did you know he shocked dog?
Like, this guy's actual filth. This guy's actual bottom of the barrel filth.
I agree. Total subhuman filth. He shocked dog. That's all the conversation revolves around. He shocked dog. Okay, cool. Hutch plays dumb while talking to political punk about the recent evolution of... I like this Clipping Wings account. Why am I not following them? Am I really... Wait. Am I already following them? I don't remember following them on this. Alright. Well, okay, cool. Clipping Wings is, like, up to date on everything, bro. I feel like Clipping Wings is more, like, terminally online than I would ever be if I had the free time. to be clipping, because this motherfucker's like taking from like tons of different areas. Like, if you were to have asked me, well, did Hutch and Political Punk have a conversation? I would have been like, well, this shocked me. I never knew this even happened. Like, this motherfucker's on the ball. What a good clip channel. Political Punk explains he shifted left because the party shuns leftist candidates. Hutch heavily downplays the establishment support for Kumo against Mamdani.
One of the things that has radicalized me in the last 2 years is watching the way the Democratic Party has behaved as...
Political Punk, no disrespect to F-bombs. I don't think this is really disrespect, but Political Punk reminds me of F-bombs. I'm not gonna lie. It's just like the same energy. It's the same aura. I'm not gonna lie.
Some of these younger socialist and DSA members have acquired power, okay? And that, because we hear the...
Sorta, not the same voice, sorta there.
Phrase a big tent, okay? It gets used. Vote blue no matter who gets used, right? I used that phrase in 2024 to many a leftist about the vote blue no matter who. But then the minute a socialist or a leftist wins an election, all of a sudden vote blue no matter who kind of like starts evolving, okay?
Does it though? Does it? I mean, I feel like Mamdani got, once he won his primary, Mamdani had the support of probably more establishment Democrats than were vocally opposed to him. I mean,
once he won his primary, his Democratic challenger ran as an independent,
and he lost. You know, like how many, like you know, if you had to,
he was getting a lot of, if not pushback, but like being completely ignored beforehand too. They were not like willing to endorse him beforehand, from what I remember. I could be misremembering, but I don't remember establishment Dems being like willing to endorse Mamdani as a candidate.
Yes, like did more mainstream kind of like establishment Democrats back Cuomo or Mamdani in that race? I think it's obviously Mamdani.
Well, many didn't weigh in on the race, but then people did. Once it looked like he was going to win either way, people did begrudgingly accept him.
Well,
right?
Well, I mean, begrudgingly or not, that who cares, right? Like as long as they do it, right?
Dude, I'm not a Bernie.
Well, it kind of does matter, because like it gives you a little bit of a sign of like how they actually feel about DSA candidates in the first place, you know, how they're willing, if they have to, if it's advantageous to them. If Cuomo was, because Cuomo was a little controversial and had some allegations towards them, if it was a little bit more fitting for them, they would have probably backed someone like Cuomo at that time. Let's be real.
Bernie, bro, Hutch chat, okay? I know you think that, but I voted for Hillary. I voted for Hillary in the primary.
Jeffries endorsed in the 11th hour. Schumer never endorsed, and Cuomo re-entered the race as an independent. Yeah. I don't know if this is exactly true, but if this is true, yeah, like that seems to line up with the. Yeah. Problem is the mega left calls out everyone else in the Democratic Party, but they're own as evil Nazi monsters, and complains, well, because don't support pro-genocide, pro-Israel positions, and maybe this won't happen. It's really not that hard, guys. It's actually pretty bare basic morality, you know? Maybe don't support stuff like this. Yeah, I saw this too. This was like Tecton's X, and I was like, this is just strange. Why is Drake doing this? This guy won't usually do like interviews, so it's just strange that he's on this. So he's just like participating in corny, cringe, like degenerate, like dating stuff. Oh, he was on XQC stream, so this makes sense, and he was on Aiden Ross.
Silly?
Like silly.
A little silly?
Yeah. I am absolutely, by the way, you can look me dead in my eyes. If you say do it, I would believe it.
Okay. You're saying this, and now I'm gonna like test it.
Okay. What do we, just give me like one.
Would you bark for me? Good boy.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man. This is like... I don't know. It's just like really corny, man. It's kind of cringe. Come on, man. Whatever. Whatever. Some fucking self-respect, bro. I Show Speeds ask, Drake, how do I get bitches like you? And then he responds, stop barking at them off the rip. Maybe just say something nice. Well, doesn't seem like that aged well here, does it? Dude. Pikachu impressed Drake and their date. He barks for her and ends up buying her a house. Good for Pikachu, I guess. I hate the goth mommy phase or whatever stage our culture is in. It's fetishization. For certain, yeah. No one that's actually like goth actually, like this is like the performative goth like clothing, yeah. It's like the performative nature of like, I want you to goon to me, type like content or type of like way of like making. I don't know. It's just kind of. It's just kind of cringe, man. Like, is it morally the worst thing ever? No. But it's just kind of like, this is, it's like, whatever. Like, it's just kind of like weird ass. It's like not understanding of like, I don't know. It just feels like cosplay in a grotesque way. Just like this weird, I want to pretend I'm this without really understanding this. And that just in of itself just feels like inauthentic. Like it makes you as a person feel more inauthentic. And then I trust you less. I would trust you less as a person. But whatever. I guess if you want to do it. Whatever, man. It's probably not the worst thing ever. It's just a little cringe. Hardest thought to overcome when thinking about content is knowing how much more time other people spend doing it. I mean, yeah, can be. But this is if you like are thinking competitively. If you start thinking of like making any of this in a way of like enjoying yourself and just doing this because for the love of the game, then like what's the point of like comparing yourself to others? There's no point, really. You could compare yourself in terms of what can I do better? What do these people do that I admire? What do these people do that I think they're doing wrong that I stand to like probably learn from of like never repeating? But I don't know. It just kind of feels pointless to sit there and envy it necessarily. Also, you have to remember, like, there are a ton of people who make content slop that is, like, totally undeserving of making the income that they do. And it's just, like, that's just how the game rolls, man. It's hard to take that personally. It really is. It really is. All right. No guarantees. In fact, it's probably safe to say I won't stream again for the rest of the day. It's like 7 p.m. here. I might eat something. If something like pops up and it's like, oh, I gotta talk about this. I have to cover this. It's like groundbreaking emergency news or something like that. Maybe we'll come back, but no guarantees. I think next stream for sure. What I want to do is go over the Case for Fascism by Steven Crowder. Yeah, let's make fun of Steven Crowder. That sounds like fun. We don't make fun of Steven Crowder enough. People don't make fun of him enough. And then we'll do some Asmongold. You know what? We'll dedicate next stream to some making fun of Steven Crowder and Asmongold, some fascism tent. I didn't even comment on. I mean, I did, but I didn't even watch the video of the newest controversy where he's like vouching for killing children. So I guess we could go into that more in depth and whatever else. So that's the goal. That's the plan for next stream. Friendly reminder, August 31st, we'll start a new schedule where we'll be doing from Wednesday to Sunday. Bare minimum 4 to 5 hour streams a day. Around 5-ish to 11-ish. Around that time frame. Central time. So, giving y'all the heads up for the next, let's see, 2-3 weeks. Is it 2-3 weeks? Let me see. Double check. Let me check my calendar. Where's my fucking calendar? I think it's 3 weeks. There it is. Yeah, technically 3 weeks counting this week. It'll be still kind of inconsistent scheduling wise of when I pop up and don't pop up. But starting August 31st, we will be organized. And we're just gonna cook, okay? So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. Yeah. Any other news? Any other things I want to get off before I leave? I don't think so. Give me 2 seconds to think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. All right. I'm fucking off now. Have a good night, guys. Shout out to Zoo Phillips. Thank you for being on the stream today. For opening up, being emotional, emotionally vulnerable, personally available, all that good stuff. I appreciate the conversations that we were having. And I appreciate you as a chatter as well. D3C1, thank you for being here. Parker, thank you for hopping on today and contributing. I appreciate you as a chatter as well. I appreciate all my chatters, really. Moon000, thank you for being here. Webmaster4531, shout out to you. Thank you for always being here as well. You seem great, a great chatter as well. Who else was here? I don't even remember. I think there was someone else that I might have missed. GLaDOS, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this in mind. The 25 minutes behind. Yeah, the throwback stream. I do have to do that. I'm gonna listen to those call-ins with Mr. Grohl before I do that. But that will eventually happen. I don't know when, but it will eventually happen. And then F-Bombs. Thank you for being here. I appreciate F-Bombs as a chatter and a content creator as well. Yep, that's it. Later, guys.